Section 32 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 32. Chapter 6, Part 2. The two armies lay in sight of each other for some days without coming to action, and both princes, being apprehensive of the event, which would probably be decisive, hearkened the more willingly to the counsels of Anselm and the other great men, who mediated an accommodation between them. After employing some negotiation, it was agreed that Robert should resign his pretensions to England and receive in lieu of them an annual pension of 3,000 marks, that if either of the princes died without issue, the other should succeed his dominions, that the adherents of each should be pardoned, and restored to all their possessions either in Normandy or England, and that neither Robert nor Henry should thenceforth encourage, receive, or protect the enemies of the other. This treaty, though calculated so much for Henry's advantage, he was the first to violate. He restored indeed the estates of all Robert's adherents, but was secretly determined that noblemen so powerful and so ill affected, who had both inclination and ability to disturb his government, should not long remain unmolested in their present opulence and grandeur. He began with the Earl of Shrewsbury, who was watched for some time by spies and then indicted on a charge consisting of 45 articles. This turbulent nobleman, knowing his own guilt as well as the prejudices of his judges and the power of his prosecutor, had recourse to Ames for defense. But being soon suppressed by the activity and address of Henry, he was banished the kingdom, and his great estate was confiscated. His ruin involved that of his two brothers, Arnulf de Montgomery and Roger, Earl of Lancaster. Soon after followed the prosecution and condemnation of Robert de Pontefract and Robert de Malay, who had distinguished themselves among Robert's adherents. William de Warrane was the next victim. Even William, Earl of Cornwall, son of the Earl of Mortain, the king's uncle, having given matters of suspicion against him, lost all the vast acquisitions of his family in England. Though the usual violence and tyranny of the Norman barons afforded a plausible pretense for those prosecutions, and it is probable that none of the sentences pronounced against these noblemen was wholly iniquitous, men easily saw or conjectured that the chief part of their guilt was not the injustice or illegality of their conduct. Robert, enraged at the fate of his friends, imprudently ventured to come into England, and he remonstrated with his brother in severe terms against this breach of treaty, but met with so bad a reception that he began to apprehend danger to his own liberty, and was glad to purchase an escape by resigning his pension. The indiscretion of Robert soon exposed him to more fatal injuries. This prince, whose slavery and candor procured for him respect while at a distance, had no sooner attained the possession of power and enjoyment of peace, than all the vigor of his mind relaxed, and he fell into contempt among those who approached his person, or were subjected to his authority. Ultimately abandoned to dissolute pleasures and to womanish superstition, he was so remiss, both in the care of his treasure and the exercise of his government, that his servants pillaged his money with impunity, stole from him his very clothes, and proceeded thence to practice every species of extortion on his defenceless subjects. The barons, whom a severe administration alone could have restrained, gave way to their unbounded rapine upon their vassals, and inveterate animosities against each other. And all Normandy, during the reign of this benign prince, was become a scene of violence and depredation. The Normans at last, observing the regular government which Henry, notwithstanding his usurped title, had been able to establish in England, applied to him, that he might use his authority for the oppression of these disorders, and they thereby afforded him a pretense for interposing in the affairs of Normandy. Instead of employing his mediation to render his brother's government respectable, or to redress the grievances of the Normans, he was only attentive to support his own partisans, and to increase their number by every art of bribery, intrigue, and insinuation. Having found, in a recent visit which he made to that duchy, that the nobility were more disposed to pay submission to him than to their legal sovereign, he collected, by arbitrary extortions on England, a great army and treasure, and returned next year to Normandy, in a situation to obtain, either by violence or corruption, the dominion of that province. He took Bayeux by storm. After an obstinate siege, he made himself master of Caen by the voluntary submission of the inhabitants. But being repulsed at Felicity, and obliged by the winter season to raise the siege, he returned to England, after giving assurances to his adherents that he would persevere in supporting and protecting them. Next year he opened the campaign with the siege of Tinquebray, and it became evident from his preparations and progress that he intended to usurp the entire possession of Normandy. Robert was at last roused from his lethargy, and being supported by the Earl of Mortain and Robert de Belesme, the king's inveterate enemies, he raised a considerable army and approached his brother's camp, with a view of finishing in one decisive battle the quarrel between them. He was now entered on that scene of action in which he alone was qualified to excel, and he so animated his troops by his example that they threw the English into disorder, and had nearly obtained the victory, when the flight of the Belesme spread a panic among the Normans, and occasioned their total defeat. Henry, besides doing great execution on the enemy, made near 10,000 prisoners, among whom was Duke Robert himself, and all the most considerable barons who adhered to his interests. This victory was followed by the final reduction of Normandy. Rouen immediately submitted to the conqueror. Felicity, after some negotiation, opened its gates, and by this acquisition, besides rendering himself master of an important fortress, he got into his hands Prince William, the only son of Robert. He assembled the states of Normandy, and having received the homage of all the vassals of the duchy, having settled the government, revoked his brother's donations, and dismantled the castles lately built, he returned into England and carried along with him the Duke as prisoner. That unfortunate prince was detained in custody during the remainder of his life, which was no less than 28 years, and he died in the castle of Cardiff, in Glamorganshire, happy if, without losing his liberty, he could have relinquished that power which he was not qualified either to hold or to exercise. Prince William was committed to the care of Hélène de Saint-Séine, who had married Robert's natural daughter, and who, being a man of probity and honor, beyond what was usual in those ages, executed the trust with great affection and fidelity. Edgar Atheling, who had followed Robert in the expedition to Jerusalem, and who had lived with him ever since in Normandy, was another illustrious prisoner taken in the battle of Tenchebray. Henry gave him his liberty, and settled a small pension on him, with which he retired, and he lived to a good old age in England, totally neglected and forgotten. This prince was distinguished by personal bravery, but nothing can be a stronger proof of his mean talents in every other respect, than that notwithstanding he possessed the affections of the English, and enjoyed the only legal title to the throne, he was allowed, during the reigns of so many violent and jealous usurpers, to live unmolested and to go to his grave in peace. A little after Henry had completed the conquest of Normandy and settled the government of that province, he finished the controversy which had been long depending between him and the Pope, with regard to the investitures in ecclesiastical benefices. And though he was here obliged to relinquish some of the ancient rights of the crown, he extricated himself from the difficulty on easier terms than most princes, who in that age were so unhappy as to be engaged in disputes with the apostolic see. The king's situation in the beginning of his reign obliged him to pay great court to Anselm. The advantages which he had reaped from the zealous friendship of that prelate had made him sensible how prone the minds of his people were to superstition, and what an ascendant the ecclesiastics had been able to assume over them. He had seen, on the occasion of his brother Rufus, that though the rights of primogeniture were then violated, and the inclinations of almost all the barons thwarted, yet the authority of Lanfranc, the primate, had prevailed over all other considerations. His own case, which was still more unfavourable, afforded an instance in which the clergy had more evidently shown their influence and authority. These recent examples, while they made him cautious not to offend that powerful body, convinced him at the same time that it was extremely his interest to retain the former prerogative of the crown in filling offices of such vast importance, and to check the ecclesiastics in that independence to which they visibly aspired. The choice which his brother, in a fit of penitence, had made of Anselm was so far unfortunate to the king's pretensions, that this prelate was celebrated for his piety and zeal, and austerity of manners, and though his monkish devotion and narrow principles prognosticated no great knowledge of the word or depth of policy, he was, on that very account, a more dangerous instrument in the hands of politicians, and retained the greater ascendant over the bigoted populace. The prudence and temper of the king appear in nothing more conspicuous than in the management of this delicate affair, where he was always sensible that it had become necessary for him to risk his whole crown in order to preserve the most valuable jewel of it. Anselm had no sooner returned from banishment than his refusal to do homage to the king raised the dispute, which Henry evaded at that critical juncture by promising to send a messenger in order to compound the matter with Pascal II, and then filled the papal throne. The messenger, as was probably foreseen, returned with an absolute refusal to the king's demands, and that fortified by many reasons which were well qualified to operate on the understandings of men in those ages. Pascal quoted the Scriptures to prove that Christ was the door, and he thence inferred that all ecclesiastics must enter into the church through Christ alone, not through the civil magistrate or any profane layman. I quote, "It's monstrous," added the pontiff, "that a son should pretend to beget his father, or a man to create his God. Priests are called gods in Scripture, as being the vicars of God, and you will, by your abominable pretensions to grant them their investiture, assume the right of creating them." End quote. But how convincing soever these arguments, they could not persuade Henry to resign so important a prerogative, and perhaps as he was possessed of great reflection and learning, he thought that the absurdity of a man's creating his God, even allowing priests to be gods, was not urged with the best grace by the Roman pontiff. But as he desired still to avoid, at least to delay, the coming to any dangerous extremity with the church, he persuaded Anselm that he should be able, by further negotiation, to attain some composition with Pascal, and for that purpose he dispatched 3 bishops to Rome, while Anselm sent 2 messengers of his own, to be more fully assured of the Pope's intentions. Pascal wrote back letters equally positive and arrogant, both to the king and primate, urging to the former that, by assuming the right of investiture, he committed a kind of spiritual adultery with the church, who was the spouse of Christ, and who must not admit of such a commerce with any other person; and insisting on the latter, that the pretension of kings to confer benefices was the source of all simony, a topic which had but too much foundation in those ages. Henry had now no other expedient than to suppress the letter addressed to himself, and to persuade the 3 bishops to prevaricate, and assert, upon their episcopal faith, that Pascal had assured them in private of his good intentions toward Henry, and of his resolution not to resent any future exertion of his prerogative in granting investitures, though he himself scrupled to give this assurance under his hand, lest other princes should copy the example and assume a like privilege. Anselm's 2 messengers were monks, affirmed to him that it was impossible this story could have any foundation, but their word was not deemed equal to that of 3 bishops, and the king, as if he had finally gained his cause, proceeded to fill the sees of Hereford and Salisbury, and to invest the new bishops in the usual manner. But Anselm, who, as he had good reason, gave no credit as to the asseveration of the king's messengers, refused not only to consecrate them, but even to communicate with them; and the bishops themselves, finding how odious they were become, returned to Henry the ensigns of their dignity. The quarrel every day increased between the king and the primate. The former, notwithstanding the prudence and moderation of his temper, threw out menaces against such as should pretend to oppose him in exerting the ancient prerogatives of his crown; and Anselm, sensible to his own dangerous situation, desired leave to make a journey to Rome, in order to lay the case before the sovereign pontiff. Henry, well pleased to rid himself without violence of so inflexible an antagonist, readily granted him permission. The prelate was attended to the shore by infinite multitudes, not only of monks and clergymen, but people of all ranks, who scrupled not in this manner to declare for their primate against their sovereign, and who regarded his departure as the final abolition of religion and true piety in the kingdom. The king, however, seized all the revenues of his see, and sent William de Walras to negotiate with Pascal, and to find some means of accommodation in this delicate affair. The English minister told Pascal that his master would rather lose his crown than part of the right of granting investitures. And I quote, "And I," replied Pascal, "would rather lose my head than allow him to retain it." End quote. Henry secretly prohibited Anselm from returning, unless he resolved to conform himself to the laws and usages of the kingdom, and the primate took up his residence at Lyons, in expectation that the king would at last be obliged to yield the point which was the present object of controversy between them. Soon after, he was permitted to return to his monastery at Bec, in Normandy, and Henry, besides restoring to him the revenues of his see, treated him with the greatest respect, and held several conferences with him in order to soften his opposition and bend him to submission. The people of England, who thought all differences now accommodated, were inclined to blame their primate for absenting himself so long from his charge, and he daily received letters from his partisans representing the necessity of his speedy return. The total extinction, they told him, of religion and Christianity was likely to ensue from the want of his fatherly care. The most shocking customs prevail in England, and the dread of his severity being now removed, sodomy and the practice of wearing long hair gained ground among all ranks of men, and those enormities openly appear everywhere, without sense of shame or fear of punishment. The policy of the court of Rome has commonly been much admired, and men, judging by success, have bestowed the highest eulogies on that prudence by which a power, from such slender beginnings, could advance without force of arms to establish the universal and almost absolute monarchy in Europe. But the wisdom of so long a succession of men who filled the papal throne, and who were of such different ages, tempers, and interests, is not intelligible, and could never have place in nature. The instrument, indeed, with which they wrought, the ignorance and the superstition of the people, is so gross an engine, of such universal prevalence, and so little liable to accident or disorder, that it may be successful even in the most unskilful hands, and scarce any indiscretion can frustrate its operations. While the court of Rome was most openly abandoned to the most flagrant disorders, even while it was torn with schisms and factions, the power of the church daily made a sensible progress in Europe, and the temerity of Gregory and caution of Pascal were equally fortunate in promoting it. The clergy, feeling the necessity which they lay under of being protected against the violence of princes, or rigor of the laws, were well pleased to adhere to a foreign head, who, being removed from the fear of the civil authority, could freely employ the power of the whole church in defending her ancient or usurped properties and privileges when invaded in any particular country. The monks, desirous of an independence on their diocesans, professed a still more devoted attachment to the triple crown, and the stupid people possessed no science or reason which they could oppose to the most exorbitant pretensions. Nonsense passed for demonstration. The most criminal means were sanctified by the piety of the end. Treaties were not supposed to be binding, where the interests of God were concerned. The ancient laws and customs of states had no authority against the divine right. Impudent forgeries were received as authentic monuments of antiquity, and the champions of Holy Church, if successful, were celebrated as heroes, if unfortunate, were worshipped as martyrs, and all events thus turned out equally to the advantage of clerical usurpations. Pascal himself, the reigning pope, was, in the course of this very controversy concerning investitures, involved in circumstances, and necessitated to follow a conduct which would have drawn disgrace and ruin on any temporal prince that had been so unfortunate as to fall into a like situation. His person was seized by the Emperor Henry V, and he was obliged by a formal treaty to resign to that monarch the right of granting investitures, for which they had so long contended. In order to add greater solemnity to this agreement, the emperor and pope communicated together on the same host, one half of which was given to the prince, the other taken by the pontiff. The most tremendous imprecations were publicly denounced on either of them who should violate the treaty. Yet no sooner did Pascal recover his liberty than he revoked all his concessions, and pronounced the sentence of excommunication against the emperor, who in the end was obliged to submit to the terms required of him, and to yield up all his pretensions, which he never could resume. The King of England had very nearly fallen into the same dangerous situation. Pascal had already excommunicated the Earl of Malent, and the other ministers of Henry who were instrumental in supporting his pretensions. He daily menaced the king himself with a like sentence, and he suspended the blow only to give him leisure to prevent it by a timely submission. The malcontents waited impatiently for the opportunity of disturbing his government by conspiracies and insurrections. The king's best friends were anxious at the prospect of an incident which would set their religious and civil duties at variance, and the Countess of Blois, his sister, a princess of piety, who had great influence over him, was affrighted with the danger of her brother's eternal damnation. Henry, on the other hand, seemed determined to run all hazards rather than resign a prerogative of such importance, which had been enjoyed by all his predecessors, and it seemed probable from his great prudence and abilities that he might be able to sustain his rights and finally prevail in the contest. While Pascal and Henry thus stood mutually in awe of each other, it was the more easy to bring about an accommodation between them, and to find a medium in which they might agree. Before bishops took possession of their dignities, they had formerly been accustomed to pass through two ceremonies. They received from the hands of the sovereign a ring and crozier as symbols of their office, and this was called their investiture. They also made those submissions to the prince, which were required of vassals by the rights of the feudal law, and which received the name of homage. And as the king might refuse both to grant the investiture and to receive the homage, though the chapter had, by some canons of the Middle Age, been endowed with the right of election, the sovereign had in reality the sole power of appointing prelates. Urban II had equally deprived laymen of the rights of granting investiture and of receiving homage. The emperors never were able, by all their wars and negotiations, to make any distinctions be admitted between them. The interposition of profane laymen in any particular was still represented as impious and abominable, and the church openly aspired to a total independence on the state. But Henry had put England as well as Normandy in such a situation as gave greater weight to his negotiations, and Pascal was for the present satisfied with his resigning the right of granting investitures, by which the spiritual dignity was supposed to be conferred, and he allowed the bishops to do homage for their temporal properties and privileges. The pontiff was well pleased to have made this acquisition, which, he hoped, would in time involve the whole, and the king, anxious to procure an escape from a very dangerous situation, was content to retain some, though a more precarious authority, in the election of prelates. End of section 32. Recording by Tony Richardson. Section 33 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 33. Chapter 6, Part 3. After the principal controversy was accommodated, it was not difficult to adjust the other differences. If the Pope allowed Anselm to communicate with the prelates who had already received investitures from the crown, and he already required of them some submissions for their past conduct, he also granted Anselm a plenary power of remedying every other disorder, which, he said, might arise from the barbarousness of the country. Such was the idea which the popes then entertained of the English, and nothing can be a stronger proof of the miserable ignorance in which that people were then plunged, than that a man who sat on the papal throne, and who subsisted by absurdities and nonsense, should think himself entitled to treat them as barbarians. During the course of these controversies, a synod was held at Westminster, where the king, intent only on the main dispute, allowed some canons of less importance to be enacted, which tended to promote the usurpations of the clergy. The celibacy of priests was enjoined, a point which it was still found very difficult to carry into execution, and even laymen were not allowed to marry within the 7th degree of affinity. By this contrivance, the Pope augmented the profits which he reaped from granting dispensations, and likewise those from divorces. For as the art of writing was then rare, and parish registers were not regularly kept, it was not easy to ascertain the degrees of affinity even among people of rank, and any man who had money sufficient to pay for it might obtain a divorce on pretense that his wife was more nearly related to him than was permitted by the canons. This synod also passed a vote prohibiting the laity from wearing long hair. The aversion of the clergy to this mode was not confined to England. When the king went to Normandy before he had conquered that province, the Bishop of Sees, in a formal harangue, earnestly exhorted him to redress the manifold disorders under which the government labored, and to oblige the people to poll their hair in a decent form. Henry, though he would not resign his prerogatives to the church, willingly parted with his hair. He cut it in the form which they required of him, and obliged all the courtiers to imitate his example. The acquisition of Normandy was a great point of Henry's ambition, being the ancient patrimony of his family, and the only territory which, while in his possession, gave him any weight or consideration on the continent. But the injustice of his usurpation was the source of great inquietude, involving him in frequent wars, and obliged him to impose on his English subjects those many heavy and arbitrary taxes, of which all the historians of that age unanimously complain. His nephew William was but 6 years of age when he committed him to the care of Hilaire de Saint-Saëns, and it is probable that his reason for entrusting that important charge to a man of so unblemished a character was to prevent all malignant suspicions, in case any accident should befall the life of the young prince. He soon repented of his choice, but when he desired to recover possessions from William's person, Hilaire withdrew his pupil, and carried him to the court of Fulk, Count of Anjou, who gave him protection. In proportion as the prince grew up to man's estate, he discovered virtues becoming his birth, and wandering through different courts of Europe, he excited the friendly compassion of many princes, and raised the general indignation against his uncle, who had so unjustly bereaved him of his inheritance. Louis the Gros, son of Philip, was at this time king of France, a brave and generous prince, who, having been obliged, during the lifetime of his father, to fly into England, in order to escape the persecutions of his stepmother Gertrude, had been protected by Henry, and had thence conceived a personal friendship for him. But these ties were soon dissolved after the accession of Louis, who found his interest to be, in so many particulars, opposite to those of the English monarch, and who became sensible of the danger attending the annexation of Normandy to England. He joined, therefore, the courts of Anjou and Flanders in giving disquiet to Henry's government, and this monarch, in order to defend his foreign dominions, found himself obliged to go over to Normandy, where he resided 2 years. The war which ensued among the princes was attended with no memorable event, and produced only slight skirmishes on the frontiers, agreeably to the weak condition of the sovereigns in that age, whenever their subjects were not roused by some great and urgent occasion. Henry, by contracting his eldest son William to the daughter of Fulk, detached that prince from the allegiance, and obliged the others to come to an accommodation with him. This peace was not of long duration. His nephew William retired to the court of Baldwin, Earl of Flanders, who espoused his cause; and the King of France having soon after, for some reasons, joined the party, a new war was kindled in Normandy, which produced no event more memorable than had attended the former. At last the death of Baldwin, who was slain in an action near Eu, gave some respite to Henry, and engaged him to carry on war with more advantage against his enemies. Louis, finding himself unable to wrest Normandy from the king by force of arms, had recourse to the dangerous expedient of applying to the spiritual power, and of affording the ecclesiastics a pretense to interpose in the temporal concerns of princes. He carried young William to a general council, which was assembled at Reims by Pope Calixtus II, presented the Norman prince to them, complained of the manifest usurpation and injustice of Henry, craved the assistance of the church for reinstating the true heir in his dominions, and represented the enormity of detaining in captivity so brave a prince as Robert, one of the most eminent champions of the cross, and who, by that very quality, was placed under the immediate protection of the Holy See. Henry knew how to defend the rights of his crown with vigor, and yet with dexterity. He had sent over the English bishops to this synod, but at the same time had warned them that, if any further claims were started by the Pope or the ecclesiastics, he was determined to adhere to the laws and customs of England and maintain the prerogatives transmitted to him by his predecessors. "Go," he said to them, "salute the Pope in my name, hear his apostolical precepts, but take care to bring none of his new inventions into my kingdom." End quote. Finding, however, that it would be easier for him to elude than oppose the efforts of Calixtus, he gave his ambassadors orders to gain the Pope and his favorites by liberal presents and promises. The complaints of the Norman prince were thenceforth heard with great coldness by the council, and Calixtus confessed, after a conference which he had the same summer with Henry, and when that prince probably renewed his presence, that of all men whom he had ever yet been acquainted with, he was, beyond comparison, the most eloquent and persuasive. The warlike measures of Louis proved as ineffectual as his intrigues. He had laid a scheme for surprising Noyon, but Henry, having received intelligence of the design, marched to the relief of the place, and suddenly attacked the French at Brianville as they were advancing towards it. A sharp conflict ensued, where Prince William behaved with great bravery, and the king himself was in the most imminent danger. He was wounded in the head by Crispin, a gallant Norman officer, who had followed the fortunes of William, but being rather animated than terrified by the blow, he immediately beat his antagonist to the ground, and so encouraged his troops by the example, that they put the French to total rout, and had very nearly taken their king prisoner. The dignity of the persons engaged in this skirmish rendered it the most memorable action of the war, for in other respects it was not of great importance. There were 900 horsemen who fought on both sides, yet were there only 2 persons slain. The rest were defended by that heavy armor worn by the cavalry in those times. An accommodation soon after ensued between the kings of France and England, and the interests of young William were entirely neglected in it. But this public prosperity of Henry was much overbalanced by a domestic calamity which befell him. His only son, William, had now reached his 18th year, and the king, from the facility with which he himself had usurped the crown, dreading that a like revolution might subvert his family, had taken care to have him recognized successor by the states of the kingdom, and had carried him over to Normandy, that he might receive the homage of the barons of that duchy. The king, on his return, set sail from Barfleur, and was soon carried by a fair wind out of sight of land. The prince was detained by some accident, and his sailors, as well as their captain, Thomas Fitzstephen, having spent the interval in drinking, were so flustered that, being in a hurry to follow the king, they heedlessly carried the ship on a rock, where she immediately foundered. William was put into the long boat, and had got clear of the ship, when, hearing the cries of his natural sister, the Countess of Perche, he ordered the seamen to row back in hopes of saving her, but the numbers who then crowded in soon sunk the boat, and the prince with all his retinue perished. Above 140 young noblemen of the principal families of England and Normandy were lost on this occasion. A butcher of Rouen was the only person on board who escaped. He clung to the mast, and was taken up next morning by fishermen. Fitzstephen also took hold of the mast, but being informed by the butcher that Prince William had perished, he said that he would not survive the disaster, and he threw himself headlong into the sea. Henry entertained hopes for 3 days that his son had put into some distant port of England. But when certain intelligence of the calamity was brought him, he fainted away, and it was remarked that he never after was seen to smile, nor ever recovered his wonted cheerfulness. The death of William may be regarded in one respect as a misfortune to the English, because it was the immediate source of those civil wars which, after the demise of the king, caused such confusion in the kingdom. But it is remarkable that the young prince had entertained a violent aversion to the natives, and had been heard to threaten that when he should be king he would make them draw the plough, and would turn them into beasts of burden. These prepossessions he inherited from his father, who, though he was wont, when it might serve his purpose, to value himself on his birth as a native of England, showed, in the course of his government, an extreme prejudice against that people. All hopes of preferment to ecclesiastical as well as civil dignities were denied them during this whole reign, and any foreigner, however ignorant or worthless, was sure to have the preference in every competition. As the English had given no disturbance to the government during the course of 50 years, this inveterate antipathy in a prince of so much temper as well as penetration forms a presumption that the English of that age were still a rude and barbarous people even compared to the Normans, and impresses us with no very favorable idea of the Anglo-Saxon manners. Prince William left no children, and the king had not now any legitimate issue, except one daughter, Matilda, who in 1110 he had betrothed, though only 8 years old, to the Emperor Henry V, and whom he had then sent over to be educated in Germany. But as her absence from the kingdom, and her marriage into a foreign family, might endanger the succession, Henry, who was now a widower, was induced to marry in hopes of having male heirs, and he made his address to Adelius, daughter of Godfrey, Duke of Louvain, and niece of Pope Calixtus, a young princess of an amiable person. But Adelius brought him no children, and the prince who was most likely to dispute the succession, and even the immediate possession of the crown, recovered hopes of subverting his rival, who had successively seized all his patrimonial dominions. William, the son of Duke Robert, was still protected in the French court, and as Henry's connections with the court of Anjou were broken off by the death of his son, Fulk joined the party of the unfortunate prince, gave him his daughter in marriage, and aided him in raising disturbances in Normandy. But Henry found the means of drawing off the court of Anjou by forming anew with him a nearer connection than the former, and one more material to the interests of that court's family. The emperor, his son-in-law, dying without issue, he bestowed his daughter on Geoffrey, the eldest son of Fulk, and endeavored to ensure her succession by having her recognized heir to all his dominions, and obliging the barons both of Normandy and England to swear fealty to her. He hoped that the choice of this husband would be more agreeable to all his subjects than that of the emperor, as securing them from the danger of falling under the dominion of a great distant potentate, who might bring them into subjection and reduce their country to the rank of a province. But the barons were displeased that a step so material to national interests had been taken without consulting them, and Henry had too sensibly experienced the turbulence of their disposition not to dread the effects of their resentment. It seemed probable that his nephew's party might gain force from the increase of the malcontents. An accession of power, which that prince acquired a little after, tended to render his pretensions still more dangerous. Charles, Earl of Flanders, being assassinated during the celebration of divine service, King Louis immediately put the young prince in possession of that country, to which he had pretensions in the right of his grandmother Matilda, wife to the Conqueror. But William survived a very little time this piece of good fortune, which seemed to open the way to still further prosperity. He was killed in a skirmish with the Landgrave of Alsace, his competitor for Flanders, and his death put an end, for the present, to the jealousy and inquietude of Henry. The chief merit of this monarch's government consists in the profound tranquillity which he established and maintained throughout all his dominions during the greater part of his reign. The mutinous barons were retained in subjection, and his neighbors, in every attempt which they made upon him, found him so well prepared that they were discouraged from continuing or renewing their enterprises. In order to repress the incursions of the Welsh, he brought over some Flemings in the year 1111, and settled them in Pembrokeshire, where they had long maintained a different language and customs and manners from their neighbors. Though his government seems to have been arbitrary in England, it was judicious and prudent, and was as little oppressive as the necessity of his affairs would permit. He wanted not attention to the redress of grievances, and historians mention in particular the levying of purveyance, which he endeavored to moderate with restraint. The tenants in the king's domain lands were at that time obliged to supply gratis the court with provisions, and to furnish carriages on the same hard terms. When the king made a progress, as he did frequently, into any of the counties, these exactions were so grievous, and levied in so licentious a manner, that the farmers, when they heard of the approach of the court, often deserted their houses as if an enemy had invaded the country, and sheltered their persons and families in the woods from the insults of the king's retinue. Henry prohibited those enormities, and punished the persons guilty of them by cutting off their hands, legs, or other members. But the prerogative was perpetual. The remedy applied by Henry was temporary, and the violence itself of this remedy, so far from giving security to the people, was only a proof of the ferocity of the government, and threatened a quick return of like abuses. One great and difficult object of the king's prudence was the guarding against the encroachments of the court of Rome, and protecting the liberties of the Church of England. The Pope, in the year 1101, had sent Guy, Archbishop of Vienne, as legate to Britain, and though he was the first that for many years had appeared there in that character, and his commission gave general surprise, the king, who was then in the commencement of his reign, and was involved in many difficulties, was obliged to submit to this encroachment on his authority. But in the year 1116, Anselm, abbot of St. Sabas, who was coming over with a like legantine commission, was prohibited from entering the kingdom, and Pope Calixtus, who in his turn was then laboring under many difficulties by reason of the pretensions of Gregory and Antipope, was obliged to promise that he never would for the future, except when solicited by the king himself, send any legate into England. Notwithstanding this engagement, the Pope, as soon as he had suppressed his antagonist, granted the Cardinal de Crema a legantine commission over that kingdom, And the king, who, by reason of his nephew's intrigues and invasions, found himself at that time in a dangerous situation, was obliged to submit to the exercise of this commission. A synod was called by the legate at London, where, among other canons, a vote passed enacting severe penalties on the marriages of the clergy. The cardinal, in a public harangue, declared it to be an unpardonable enormity that a priest should dare to consecrate and touch the body of Christ immediately after he had risen from the side of a strumpet, for that was the decent appellation which he gave to the wives of the clergy. But it happened that the very next night the officers of justice, breaking into a disorderly house, found the cardinal in bed with a courtesan, an incident which threw such ridicule upon him that he immediately stole out of the kingdom. The synod broke up, and the canons against the marriage of clergymen were worse executed than ever. It is remarkable that this last writer, who was a clergyman as well as the others, makes an apology for using such freedom with the fathers of the church, but says that the fact was notorious and ought not to be concealed. Henry, in order to prevent this alternative revolution of concessions and encroachments, sent William, the Archbishop of Canterbury, to remonstrate with the court of Rome against those abuses, and to assist the liberties of the English church. It was a usual maxim with every pope, when he found that he could not prevail in any pretension to grant princes or states a power which they had always exercised, to resume at a proper juncture the claim which seemed to be resigned, and to pretend that the civil magistrate had possessed the authority only from a special indulgence of the Roman pontiff. After this manner, the Pope, finding that the French nation would not admit his claim of granting investitures, had passed a bull giving the king that authority, and he now practiced a like invention to elude the complaints of the King of England. He made the Archbishop of Canterbury his legate, renewed his commission from time to time, and still pretended that the rights which that prelate had ever exercised as metropolitan were entirely derived from the indulgence of the Apostolic See. The English princes, and Henry in particular, who were glad to avoid any immediate contest of so dangerous a nature, commonly acquiesced by their silence in these pretensions of the court of Rome. As everything in England remained in tranquillity, Henry took the opportunity of paying a visit to Normandy, to which he was invited, as well as his affection for that country as by his tenderness for his daughter the Empress Matilda, who was always his favorite. Some time after, that princess was delivered of a son, who received the name of Henry, and the king, further to ensure her succession, made all the nobility of England and Normandy renew the oath of fealty which they had already sworn to her. The joy of this event, and the satisfaction which he reaped from his daughter's company, who bore successively 2 other sons, made his residence in Normandy very agreeable to him, and he seemed determined to pass the remainder of his days in that country. With an excursion of the Welsh obliged him to think of returning to England. He was preparing for the journey, but was seized with a sudden illness at St. Denis-le-Format, from eating too plentifully of lampreys, a food which always agreed better with his palate than with his constitution. He died in the 67th year of his age, and the 35th year of his reign, leaving by will his daughter Matilda heir of all his dominions, without making any mention of her husband Geoffrey, who had given him several causes of displeasure. This prince was one of the most accomplished that has filled the English throne, and possessed all the great qualities both of body and mind, natural and acquired, which could fit him for the high station to which he attained. His person was manly, in countenance engaging, his eyes clear, serene, and penetrating. The affability of his address encouraged those who might be overawed by the sense of his dignity or of his wisdom; and though he often indulged his facetious humour, he knew how to temper it with discretion, and ever kept at a distance from all indecent familiarities with his courtiers. His superior eloquence and judgment would have given him an ascendant, even had he been born in a private station, and his personal bravery would have procured him respect, though it had been less supported by art and policy. By his great progress in literature he acquired the name of Beauclerk, or the scholar, but his application to those sedentary pursuits abated nothing of the activity and vigilance of his government; and though the learning of that age was better fitted to corrupt than improve the understanding, his natural good sense preserved itself untainted both from the pedantry and superstition which were then so prevalent among men of letters. His temper was susceptible to the sentiments as well of friendship as of resentment; and his ambition, though high, might be deemed moderate and reasonable, had not his conduct towards his brother and nephew showed that he was too much disposed to sacrifice to it all the maxims of justice and equity. But the total incapacity of Robert for government afforded his younger brother a reason or pretence for seizing the sceptre both of England and Normandy; and when violence and usurpation are once begun, necessity obliges a prince to continue in the same criminal course, and engages him in measures which his better judgment and sounder principles would otherwise have induced him to reject with warmth and indignation. King Henry was much addicted to women, and historians mention no less than 7 illegitimate sons and 6 daughters born to him. Hunting was also one of his favourite amusements, and he exercised great rigour against those who encroached on the royal forests, which were augmented during his reign, though their number and extent were already too great. To kill a stag was as criminal as to murder a man. He made all the dogs be mutilated which were kept on the borders of his forests, and he sometimes deprived his subjects of the liberty of hunting on their own lands, or even cutting their own woods. In other respects he executed justice, and that with rigour, the best maxim which a prince in that age could follow. Stealing was first made a capital in this reign. False coining, which was then a very common crime, and by which the money had been extremely debased, was severely punished by Henry. Near 50 criminals of this kind were at one time hanged or mutilated; and though these punishments seem to have been exercised in a manner somewhat arbitrary, they were grateful to the people, the more attentive to present advantages than jealous of general laws. There is a code which passes under the name of Henry I, but the best antiquaries have agreed to think it spurious. It is, however, a very ancient compilation, and may be useful to instruct us in the manners and customs of the times. We learn from it, and a great distinction was then made between the English and Normans, much to the advantage of the latter. The deadly feuds of the liberty of private revenge, which had been avowed by the Saxon laws, were still continued, and were not yet wholly legal. Among the laws granted to the king's accession, it is remarkable that the reunion of the civil and ecclesiastical courts, as in the Saxon times, was enacted. By this law, like the articles of his charter, remained without effect, probably from the opposition of Archbishop Anselm. Henry, on his accession, granted a charter to London, which seems to have been the first step towards rendering that city a corporation. By this charter, the city was empowered to keep the farm of Middlesex at £300 a year, to elect its own sheriff and justiciary, and to bold pleas of the crown. And it was exempted from scot, danegelt, trials by combat, and lodging the king's retinue. These, with a confirmation of the privileges of their court of hustings, wardmotes, and common halls, and their liberty of hunting in Middlesex and Surrey, are the chief articles of this charter. It is said that this prince, from indulgence of his tenants, changed the rents of his domains, which were formerly paid in kind, into money, which was more easily remitted to the exchequer. But the great scarcity of corn would render that commutation difficult to be executed, while at the same time provisions could not be sent to a distant quarter of the kingdom. This affords a probable reason why the ancient kings of England so frequently changed their place of abode. They carried their court from one place to another, that they might consume upon the spot the revenue of their several domains. End of section 33. Recording by Tony Richardson.
Section 34 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 34. Chapter 7, Part 1. Stephen. Contemporary monarchs. Emperor of Germany, Lothar II, 1138. Conrad III, 1152. Frederick I. King of Scotland, David I, 1143. Malcolm IV, Lucius II, 1145. King of France, Louis VI, 1137. Louis VII. King of Spain, Alphonse VIII. Popes, Innocent II, 1142. Celestin II, 1144, Eugenius III, 1153, Anastasius IV. In the progress and settlement of the feudal law, the male succession to fiefs had taken place some time before the female was admitted, and estates, being considered as military benefices, not as property, were transmitted to such only as could serve in the armies, and perform in person the conditions upon which they were originally granted. But when the continuance of rights during some generations in the same family had in a great measure obliterated the primitive idea, the females were gradually admitted to the possession of feudal property, and the same revolution of principles which procured them the inheritance of private estates naturally introduced their succession to government and authority. The failure, therefore, of male heirs to the kingdom of England and the duchy of Normandy seemed to leave the succession open without a rival to the Empress Matilda, and as Henry had made all his vassals in both states swear fealty to her, he presumed that they would not easily be induced to depart at once from her hereditary right and from their own reiterated oaths and engagements. But the irregular manner in which he himself had acquired the crown might have instructed him that neither his Norman or English subjects were as yet capable of adhering to a strict rule of government, and as every precedent of this kind seems to give authority to new usurpations, he had reason to dread, even from his own family, some invasion of his daughter's title, which he had taken such pains to establish. Adela, daughter of William the Conqueror, had been married to Stephen, Count of Blois, and had brought him several sons, among whom Stephen and Henry, the two youngest, had been invited over to England by the late king, and had received great honours, riches, and preferment from the zealous friendship which that prince bore to every one that had been so fortunate as to acquire his favour and good opinion. Henry, who had betaken himself to the ecclesiastical profession, was created abbot of Glastonbury and bishop of Winchester, and though these dignities were considerable, Stephen had, from his uncle's liberality, attained establishments still more solid and durable. The king had married him to Matilda, who was daughter and heir of Eustace, Count of Bologna, and who brought him, besides that feudal sovereignty in France, an immense property in England, which, in the distribution of lands, had been conferred by the Conqueror on the family of Bologna. Stephen also by this marriage acquired a new connection with the royal family of England, as Mary, his wife's mother, was sister to David, the reigning king of Scotland, and to Matilda, the first wife of Henry, and mother of the empress. The king, still imagining that he strengthened the interests of his family by the aggrandizement of Stephen, took pleasure in enriching him by the grant of new possessions, and he conferred on him the great estate forfeited by Robert Mallet in England, and that forfeited by the Earl of Mortain in Normandy. Stephen, in return, professed great attachment to his uncle, and appeared so zealous for the succession of Matilda, that when the barons swore fealty to that princess, he contended with Robert, Earl of Gloucester, the king's natural son, who should first be admitted to give her this testimony of devoted zeal and fidelity. Meanwhile, he continued to cultivate, by every art of popularity, the friendship of the English nation, and many virtues with which he seemed to be endowed favoured the success of his intentions. By his bravery, activity, and vigour, he acquired the esteem of the barons. By his generosity, and by an affable and familiar address, unusual in that age among men of his high quality, he obtained the affections of the people, particularly the Londoners. And though he dared not to take any steps towards his further grandeur, lest he should expose himself to the jealousy of so penetrating a prince as Henry, he still hoped, by accumulating riches and power, and by acquiring popularity, he might in time be able to open his way to the throne. No sooner had Henry breathed his last than Stephen, insensible to all the ties of gratitude and fidelity, and blind to danger, gave full reins to his criminal ambition, and trusted that, even without any previous intrigue, the celerity of his enterprise and the boldness of his attempt might overcome the weak attachment which the English and Normans in that age bore to the laws and to the rights of their sovereign. He hastened over to England, and though the citizens of Dover and those of Canterbury, apprised of his purpose, shut their gates against him, he stopped not till he arrived at London, where some of the lower rank, instigated by his emissaries, as well as moved by his general popularity, immediately saluted him king. His next point was to acquire the goodwill of the clergy, and by performing the ceremony of his coronation to put himself in possession of the throne, from which he was confident it would not be easy afterwards to expel him. His brother, the Bishop of Winchester, was useful to him in these capital articles, having gained Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, who, though he owned a great fortune and advancement to the favour of the late king, preserved no sense of gratitude to that prince's family. He applied, in conjunction with that prelate, to William, Archbishop of Canterbury, and required him, in virtue of his office, to give the royal unction to Stephen. The primate, who, as all the others, had sworn fealty to Matilda, refused to perform this ceremony, but his opposition was overcome by an expedient equally dishonourable with the other steps by which this revolution was effected. Hugh Bigod, steward of the household, made oath before the primate that the late king, on his deathbed, had shown a dissatisfaction with his daughter Matilda, and had expressed his intention of leaving the Count of Bologna heir to all his dominions. William, either believing or feigning to believe Bigod's testimony, anointed Stephen and put the crown upon his head, and from this religious ceremony that prince, without any shadow either of hereditary title or consent of the nobility or people, was allowed to proceed to the exercise of sovereign authority. Very few barons attended his coronation, but none opposed his usurpation, however unjust or flagrant. The sentiment of religion, which, if corrupted into superstition, has often little efficacy in fortifying the duties of civil society, was not affected by the multiplied oaths taken in favor of Matilda, and only rendered the people obedient to a prince who was countenanced by the clergy, and who had received from the primate the right of royal unction and consecration. Stephen, that he might further secure his tottering throne, passed a charter in which he made liberal promises to all orders of men, to the clergy that he would speedily fill all vacant benefices, and would never levy the rents of any of them during the vacancy, to the nobility that he would reduce the royal forests to their ancient boundaries, and correct all encroachments, and to the people that he would remit the tax of Danegelt, and restore the laws of King Edward. The late king had a great treasure at Winchester, amounting to 100,000 pounds, and Stephen, by seizing this money, immediately turned against Henry's family the precaution which that prince had employed for their grandeur and security, an event which naturally attends the policy of amassing treasures. By means of this money, the usurper ensured the compliance, though not the attachment, of the principal clergy and nobility. But not trusting to this frail security, he invited over from the continent, particularly from Brittany and Flanders, great numbers of those bravos or disorderly soldiers, with whom every country in Europe, by reason of the general ill police and turbulent government, extremely abounded. These mercenary troops guarded his throne by the terrors of the sword, and Stephen, that he might also overawe all malcontents by new and additional terrors of religion, procured a bull from Rome, which ratified his title, and which the Pope, seeing this prince in possession of the throne, and pleased with an appeal to his authority in secular controversies, very readily granted him. Matilda and her husband Geoffrey were as unfortunate in Normandy as they had been in England. The Norman nobility, moved by an hereditary animosity against the Angevins, first applied to Theobald, Count of Blois, Stephen's elder brother, for protection and assistance, but hearing afterwards that Stephen had got possession of the English crown, and having many of them the same reasons as formerly for desiring a continuance of their union with that kingdom, they transferred their allegiance to Stephen, and put him in possession of their government. Louis the Younger, the reigning king of France, accepted the homage of Eustace, Stephen's eldest son, for the duchy, and the more to corroborate his connections with that family, he betrothed his sister Constantia to the young prince. The Count of Blois assigned all his pretensions, and received in lieu of them an annual pension of 2,000 marks, and Geoffrey himself was obliged to conclude a truce of 2 years with Stephen, on condition of the king's paying him during that time a pension of 5,000. Stephen, who had taken a journey to Normandy, finished all these transactions in person, and soon after returned to England. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, natural son of the late king, was a man of honor and abilities, and as he was much attached to the interests of his sister Matilda, and zealous for the lineal succession, it was chiefly from his intrigues and resistance that the king had reason to dread a new revolution of government. This nobleman, who was in Normandy when he received intelligence of Stephen's accession, found himself much embarrassed concerning the measures which he should pursue in that difficult emergency. To swear allegiance to the usurper appeared to him dishonorable, and a breach of his oath to Matilda. To refuse giving this pledge of his fidelity was to banish himself from England, and be totally incapacitated from serving the royal family or contributing to their restoration. He offered Stephen to do him homage, and to take the oath of fealty, but with an express condition that the king should maintain all his stipulations, and should never invade any of Robert's rights or dignities. And Stephen, though sensible that this reserve, so unusual in itself and so unbefitting the duty of a subject, was meant only to afford Robert a pretense for a revolt on the first favorable opportunity, was obliged by the numerous friends and retainers of that nobleman to receive him on those terms. The clergy, who could scarcely at this time be deemed subjects to the crown, imitated that dangerous example. They annexed to their oaths of allegiance this condition, that they were only bound so long as the king defended the ecclesiastical liberties and supported the discipline of the church. The barons, in return for their submission, exacted terms still more destructive of public peace as well as the royal authority. Many of them required the right of fortifying their castles and of putting themselves in a posture of defense, and the king found himself totally unable to refuse his consent to this exorbitant demand. All England was immediately filled with those fortresses, which the noblemen garrisoned either with their vassals or with licentious soldiers who flocked to them from all quarters. Unbounded rapine was exercised upon the people for the maintenance of these troops, and private animosities, which had with dignity been restrained by law, now breaking out without control, rendered England a scene of uninterrupted violence and devastation. Wars between the nobles were carried on with the utmost fury in every quarter. The barons even assumed the right of coining money and of exercising without appeal every act of jurisdiction. And the inferior gentry, as well as the people, finding no defense from the laws during this total dissolution of sovereign authority, were obliged for their immediate safety to pay court to some neighboring chieftain, and to purchase his protection, both by submitting to his exactions and by assisting him in his rapine upon others. The erection of one castle proved the immediate cause of building many others, and even those who obtained not the king's permission thought that they were entitled, by the great principle of self-preservation, to put themselves on an equal footing with their neighbors, who commonly were also their enemies and rivals. The aristocratical power, which is usually so oppressive in feudal governments, had now risen to its utmost height during the reign of a prince who, though endowed with vigor and abilities, had usurped the throne without the pretense of a title, who was necessitated to tolerate in others the same violence to which he himself had been holden for his sovereignty. But Stephen was not of a disposition to submit long to these usurpations, without making some effort for the recovery of royal authority. Finding that the legal prerogatives of the crown were resisted and abridged, he was also tempted to make his power the sole measure of his conduct, and to violate all those concessions which he himself had made on his accession, as well as the ancient privileges of his subjects. The mercenary soldiers, who chiefly supported his authority, having exhausted the royal treasure, subsisted by depredations, and every place was filled with the best grounded complaints against the government. The Earl of Gloucester, having now settled with his friends the plan of an insurrection, retired beyond sea, sent the king a defiance, solemnly renounced his allegiance, and upbraided him with the breach of those conditions which had been annexed to the oath of fealty sworn by that nobleman. David, King of Scotland, appeared at the head of an army in defence of his niece's title, and penetrating into Yorkshire, committed the most barbarous devastations on that country. The fury of his massacres and ravages enraged the northern nobility, who might otherwise have been inclined to join him, and William, Earl of Albemarle, Robert de Ferris, William Piercy, Robert de Bruce, Roger Mowbray, Gilbert Lacy, Walter L'Espée, powerful barons in those parts, assembled an army, with which they encamped at North Allerton, and waited the arrival of the enemy. A great battle was here fought, called the Battle of the Standard, from a high crucifix erected by the English on a wagon, and carried along with the army as a military ensign. The King of Scots was defeated, and he himself, as well as his son Henry, narrowly escaped falling into the hands of the English. This success overawed the malcontents in England, and might have given some stability to Stephen's throne, had he not been so elated with prosperity as to engage in a controversy with the clergy, who were at that time an overmatch for any monarch. Though the great power of the church, in ancient times, weakened the authority of the crown, and interrupted the course of the laws. It may be doubted whether, in ages of violence and outrage, it was not rather advantageous that some limits were set to the power of the sword, both in the hands of the prince and nobles, and that men were taught to pay regard to some principles and privileges. The chief misfortune was that the prelates, on some occasions, acted entirely as barons, employed military power against their sovereign or their neighbors, and thereby often increased those disorders which it was their duty to repress. The Bishop of Salisbury, in imitation of the nobility, had built 2 strong castles, one at Sherborne, another at Devizes, and had laid the foundation of a third at Malmesbury. His nephew Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, had erected a fortress at Newark, and Stephen, who was now sensible from experience to the mischiefs attending these multiplied citadels, resolved to begin with destroying those of the clergy, who by their function seemed less entitled than the barons to such military securities. Making pretence of a fray, which had arisen in court between the retinue of the Bishop of Salisbury and that of the Earl of Brittany, he seized both that prelate and the Bishop of Lincoln, threw them into prison, and obliged them by menaces to deliver up those places of strength which they had lately erected. Henry, Bishop of Winchester, the king's brother, being armed with a legantine commission, now conceived himself to be an ecclesiastical sovereign no less powerful than the civil, and forgetting the ties of blood which connected him to the king, he resolved to vindicate the clerical privileges which, he pretended, were here openly violated. He assembled a synod at Westminster, and there complained of the impiety of Stephen's measures, who had employed violence against the dignitaries of the church, and had not awaited the sentence of a spiritual court, by which alone, he affirmed, they could lawfully be tried and condemned, if their conduct had anywise merited censure or punishment. The synod ventured to send a summons to the king, charging him to appear before them, and to justify his measures. And Stephen, instead of resenting this indignity, sent Aubry de Vere to plead his cause before that assembly. De Vere accused the 2 prelates of treason and sedition, but the synod refused to try the cause or examine their conduct till those castles of which they had been dispossessed were previously restored to them. The Bishop of Salisbury declared that he would appeal to the Pope, and had not Stephen and his partisans employed menaces and even shown a disposition of executing violence by the hands of the soldiery, affairs had instantly come to extremity between the crown and the mitre. End of section 34. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington.
Section 35 of Volume 1A of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.T. Macduff. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 35. Chapter 7, Part 2. While this quarrel, joined to so many other grievances, increased the discontents among the people, the Empress, invited by the opportunity and secretly encouraged by the legate himself, landed in England, with Robert, Earl of Gloucester, and a retinue of 140 knights. She fixed her residence at Arundel Castle, whose gates were opened to her by Adelaide, the Queen Dowager, now married to William de Albini, Earl of Sussex, and she excited by messengers her partisans to take arms in every country of England. Adelaide, who had expected that her daughter-in-law would have invaded her kingdom with a much greater force, became apprehensive of danger, and Matilda, to ease her of her fears, removed first to Bristol, which belonged to her brother Robert, thence to Gloucester, where she remained under the protection of Milo, a gallant nobleman in those parts, who had embraced her cause. Soon after, Geoffrey Talbot, William Mohun, Ralph Lovell, William Fitzjohn, William Fitzalan, Paganel, and many other barons declared for her, and her party, which was generally favoured in the kingdom, seemed every day to gain ground upon that of her antagonist. Were we to relate all the military events transmitted to us by contemporary and authentic historians, it would be easy to swell our accounts of this reign into a large volume. But those incidents, so little memorable in themselves, and so confused both in time and place, could afford neither instruction nor entertainment to the reader. It suffices to say that the war was spread into every quarter, and that those turbulent barons who had already shaken off in great measure the restraint of government, having now obtained the pretense of a public cause, carried on their devastations with redoubled fury, exercised implacable vengeance on each other, and set no bounds to their oppressions over the people. The castles of the nobility were become receptacles of licensed robbers, who, sallying forth day and night, committed spoil on the open country, on the villages, and even on the cities, put the captives to torture in order to make them reveal their treasures, sold their persons to slavery, and set fire to their houses after they had pillaged them of everything valuable. The fierceness of their disposition, leading them to commit wanton destruction, frustrated their rapacity of its purpose, and the property and persons even of the ecclesiastics, generally so much revered, were at last from necessity exposed to the same outrage which had laid waste the rest of the kingdom. The land was left untilled, the instruments of husbandry were destroyed or abandoned, and a grievous famine, the natural result of those disorders, affected equally both parties, and reduced the spoilers as well as the defenceless people to the most extreme want and indigence. After several fruitless negotiations and treaties of peace, which never interrupted these destructive hostilities, there happened at last an event which seemed to promise some end of the public calamities. Ralph, Earl of Chester, and his half-brother, William de Rumara, partisans of Matilda, had surprised the castle of Lincoln, but the citizens, who were better affected to Stephen, having invited him to their aid, that prince had laid close siege to the castle, in hopes of soon rendering himself master of the place, either by assault or by famine. The Earl of Gloucester hastened with an army to the relief of his friends, and Stephen, informed of his approach, took the field with a resolution of giving him battle. After a violent shock, the two wings of the royalists were put to flight, and Stephen himself, surrounded by the enemy, was at last, after exerting great efforts of valor, borne down by numbers and taken prisoner. He was conducted to Gloucester, and though at first treated with humanity, was soon after, on some suspicion, thrown into prison and loaded with irons. Stephen's party was entirely broken by the captivity of their leader, and the barons came in daily from all quarters and did homage to Matilda. The princess, however, amidst all her prosperity, knew that she was not secure of success unless she could gain the confidence of the clergy, and as the conduct of the legate had been of late very ambiguous, and showed his intentions to have rather aimed at humbling his brother than totally ruining him, she employed every endeavour to fix him in her interests. She held a conference with him in an open plain near Winchester, where she promised upon oath that if he would acknowledge her for sovereign, would recognize her title as the sole descendant of the late king, and would again submit to the allegiance which he, as well as the rest of the kingdom, had sworn to her, he should in return be entire master of the administration, and in particular should, at his pleasure, dispose of all vacant bishoprics and abbeys. Earl Robert, her brother, Brian Fitzcount, Milo of Gloucester, and other great men became guarantees for her observing these engagements, and the prelate was at last induced to promise her allegiance, but that still burdened with the express condition that she should on her part fulfill her promises. He then conducted her to Winchester, led her in procession to the cathedral, and with great solemnity, in the presence of many bishops and abbots, denounced curses against all those who cursed her, poured out blessings on those who blessed her, granted absolution to such as were obedient to her, and excommunicated such as were rebellious. Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, soon after came also to court, and swore allegiance to the Empress. Matilda, that she might further ensure the attachment of the clergy, was willing to receive the crown from their hands, and instead of assembling the states of the kingdom, the measure which the Constitution, had it been either fixed or regarded, seemed necessarily to require, she was content that the legate should summon an ecclesiastical synod, and that her title to the throne should there be acknowledged. The legate, addressing himself to the assembly, told them that in the absence of the empress, Stephen, his brother, had been permitted to reign, and previously to his ascending the throne had seduced them by many fair promises of honouring and exalting the church, of maintaining the laws, of reforming all abuses, that it grieved him to observe how much that prince had in every particular been wanting to his engagements. Public peace was interrupted, crimes were daily committed with impunity, bishops were thrown into prison and forced to surrender their possessions, abbeys were put to sale, churches were pillaged, and the most enormous disorders prevailed in the administration. That he himself, in order to procure a redress of these grievances, had formerly summoned the king before a council of bishops, but instead of inducing him to amend his conduct, had rather offended him by that expedient, that how much soever misguided, that prince was still his brother and the object of his affections. But his interests, however, must be regarded as subordinate to those of their heavenly Father, who had now rejected him and thrown him into the hands of his enemies. That it principally belonged to the clergy to elect and ordain kings. He had summoned them together for that purpose, and having invoked the divine assistance, he now pronounced Matilda, the only descendant of Henry, their late sovereign, Queen of England. The whole assembly, by their acclamations or silence, gave or seemed to give their assent to this declaration. The only laymen summoned to this council which decided the fate of the crown were the Londoners, and even these were required not to give their opinion, but to submit to the decrees of the synod. The deputies of London, however, were not so passive. They insisted that their king should be delivered from prison, but were told by the legate that it became not the Londoners, who were regarded as noblemen in England, to take part with those barons who had basely forsaken their lord in battle, and who had treated Holy Church with contumely. It is with reason that the citizens of London assumed so much authority, if it be true, what is related by Fitzstephen, a contemporary author, that the city should at this time bring into the field no less than 80,000 combatants. This author, a judicious man, was present and says that he was very attentive to what passed. This speech, therefore, may be regarded as entirely genuine. Were this account to be depended on, London must at that time have contained near 400,000 inhabitants, which is above double the number it contained at the death of Queen Elizabeth. But these loose calculations, or rather guesses, deserve very little credit. Peter of Blois, a contemporary writer and a man of sense, says that there were then only 40,000 inhabitants in London, which is much more likely. What Fitzstephen says of the prodigious riches, splendor, and commerce of London proves only the great poverty of the other towns of the kingdoms, and indeed of all the northern parts of Europe. London, notwithstanding its great power and its attachments to Stephen, was at length obliged to submit to Matilda, and her authority, by the prudent conduct of Earl Robert, seemed to be established over the whole kingdom. But affairs remained not long in this situation. The princess, besides the disadvantages of her sex, which weakened her influence over a turbulent and martial people, was of a passionate, imperious spirit, and knew not how to temper with affability the harshness of a refusal. Stephen's queen, seconded by many of the nobility, petitioned for the liberty of her husband, and offered that on this occasion he should renounce the crown and retire into a convent. The legate desired that Prince Eustace, his nephew, might inherit Boulogne and the other patrimonial estates of his father. The Londoners applied for the establishment of King Edward's laws, instead of those of King Henry, which, they said, were grievous and oppressive. All these petitions were rejected in the most haughty and peremptory manner. The legate, who had probably never been sincere in his compliance with Matilda's government, availed himself of the ill humor excited by this imperious conduct, and secretly instigated the Londoners to a revolt. A conspiracy was entered into to seize the person of the Empress, and she saved herself from the danger by a precipitate retreat. She fled to Oxford. Soon after, she went to Winchester, whither the legate, desirous to save appearances and watching the opportunity to ruin her cause, had retired. But having assembled all his retainers, he openly joined his force to that of the Londoners and to Stephen's mercenary troops, who had not yet evacuated the kingdom, and he besieged Matilda in Winchester. The princess, being hard pressed by famine, made her escape, but in the flight, Earl Robert, her brother, fell into the hands of the enemy. This nobleman, though a subject, was as much the life and soul of his own party as Stephen was of the other, and the Empress, sensible of his merit and importance, consented to exchange the prisoners on equal terms. The civil war was again kindled with greater fury than ever. Earl Robert, finding the successes on both sides nearly balanced, went over to Normandy, which, during Stephen's captivity, had submitted to the Earl of Anjou, and he persuaded Geoffrey to allow his eldest son, Henry, a young prince of great hopes, to take a journey into England and appear at the head of his partisans. This expedient, however, produced nothing decisive. Stephen took Oxford after a long siege. He was defeated by Earl Robert at Wilton, and the Empress, though of a masculine spirit, yet being harassed with a variety of good and bad fortune, and alarmed with the continual dangers to her person and family, at last retired into Normandy, whither she had sent her son some time before. The death of her brother, which happened nearly about the same time, would have proved fatal to her interests, had not some incidents occurred which checked the course of Stephen's prosperity. This prince, finding that the castles built by the noblemen of his own party encouraged the spirit of independence, and were less dangerous than those which remained in the hands of the enemy, endeavored to extort from them a surrender of those fortresses, and he alienated the affections of many of them by this equitable demand. The artillery also of the church, which his brother had brought over to his side, had, after some interval, joined the other party. Eugenius III had mounted the papal throne. The Bishop of Winchester was deprived of the legatine commission, which was conferred on Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, the enemy and rival of the former legate. That pontiff also, having summoned a general council at Rheims, in Champagne, instead of allowing the Church of England, as had been usual, to elect its own deputies, nominated 5 English bishops to represent that church, and required their attendance in the council. Stephen, who, notwithstanding his present difficulties, was jealous of the rights of his crown, refused them permission to attend, and the Pope, sensible of his advantage in contending with the prince who reigned by a disputed title, took revenge by laying all Stephen's party under an interdict. The discontents of the royalists at being thrown into this situation were augmented by a comparison with Matilda's party, who enjoyed all the benefits of the sacred ordinances, and Stephen was at last obliged, by making proper submissions to the See of Rome, to remove the reproach from his party. The weakness of both sides, rather than any decrease of mutual animosity, having produced a tacit cessation of arms in England, many of the nobility, Roger de Mowbray, William de Warenne, and others, finding no opportunity to exert their military ardor at home, enlisted themselves in a new crusade, which, with surprising success after former disappointments and misfortunes, was now preached by St. Bernard. But an event soon after happened which threatened a revival of hostilities in England. Prince Henry, who had reached his 16th year, was desirous of receiving the honor of knighthood, a ceremony which every gentleman in that age passed through before he was admitted to the use of arms, and which was even deemed requisite for the greatest princes. He intended to receive his admission from his great-uncle David, King of Scotland, and for that purpose he passed through England with a great retinue, and was attended by the most considerable of his partisans. He remained some time with the King of Scotland, made incursions into England, and by his dexterity and vigor in all manly exercises, by his valor in war, and his prudent conduct in every occurrence, he roused the hopes of his party and gave symptoms of those great qualities which he afterwards displayed when he mounted the throne of England. Soon after his return to Normandy he was, by Matilda's consent, invested in that duchy, and upon the death of his father, Geoffrey, which happened in the subsequent year, he took possession both of Anjou and Maine, and concluded a marriage which brought him a great accession of power, and rendered him extremely formidable to his rival. Eleanor, the daughter and heir of William, Duke of Guienne, and Earl of Poitou, had been married 16 years to Louis VII, King of France, and had attended him in a crusade which that monarch had conducted against the infidels. But having there lost the affections of her husband, and even fallen under some suspicion of gallantry with a handsome Saracen, Louis, more delicate than politic, procured a divorce from her, and restored her those rich provinces which, by her marriage, she had annexed to the crown of France. Young Henry, neither discouraged by the inequality of years, nor by the reports of Eleanor's gallantries, made successful courtship to that princess, and espousing her 6 weeks after her divorce, got possession of all her dominions as her dowry. The lustre which he received from this acquisition, and the prospect of his rising fortune, had such an effect in England that when Stephen, desirous to ensure the crown to his son Eustace, required the Archbishop of Canterbury to anoint that prince as his successor, the primate refused compliance, and made his escape beyond sea to avoid the violence and resentment of Stephen. Henry, informed of these dispositions in the people, made an invasion on England, having gained some advantage over Stephen at Malmesbury, and having taken that place, He proceeded thence to throw succours into Wallingford, which the king had advanced with a superior army to besiege. A decisive action was every day expected, when the great men of both sides, terrified at the prospect of further bloodshed and confusion, interposed with their good offices, and set on foot a negotiation between the rival princes. The death of Eustace during the course of the treaty facilitated its conclusion. An accommodation was settled by which it was agreed that Stephen should possess the crown during his lifetime, that justice should be administered in his name even in the provinces which had submitted to Henry, and that this latter prince should, on Stephen's demise, succeed to the kingdom, and William, Stephen's son, to Boulogne and his patrimonial estate. After all the barons had sworn to the observance of this treaty and done homage to Henry as to the heir of the crown, that prince evacuated the kingdom, and the death of Stephen, which happened next year, after a short illness, prevented all those quarrels and jealousies which were likely to have ensued in so delicate a situation. England suffered great miseries during the reign of this prince, but his personal character, allowing for the temerity and injustice of his usurpation, appears not liable to any great exception, and he seems to have been well qualified, had he succeeded by a just title, to have promoted the happiness and prosperity of his subjects. He was possessed of industry, activity, and courage to a great degree, though not endowed with a sound judgment. He was not deficient in abilities. He had the talent of gaining men's affections, and notwithstanding his precarious situation, he never indulged himself in the exercise of any cruelty or revenge. His advancement to the throne procured him neither tranquillity nor happiness, and though the situation of England prevented the neighbouring states from taking any durable advantage of her confusions, her intestine disorders were to the last degree ruinous and destructive. The court of Rome was also permitted during those civil wars to make further advances in her usurpations, and appeals to the Pope, which had always been strictly prohibited by the English laws, became now common in every ecclesiastical controversy. End of section 35. Recording by S.T. Macduff. Section 36 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.T. Macduff. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 36. Chapter 8, Part 1. Henry II. The extensive confederacies by which the European potentates are now at once united and set in opposition to each other, and which, though they are apt to diffuse the least spark of dissension throughout the whole, are at least attended with this advantage, that they prevent any violent revolutions or conquests in particular states, were totally unknown in ancient ages. And the theory of foreign politics in each kingdom formed a speculation much less complicated and involved than at present. Commerce had not yet bound together the most distant nations in so close a chain. Wars, finished in one campaign and often in one battle, were little affected by the movements of remote states. The imperfect communication among the kingdoms and their ignorance of each other's situation made it impracticable for a great number of them to combine in one object or effort. And above all, the turbulent spirit and independent situation of the barons or great vassals in each state gave so much occupation to the sovereign that he was obliged to confine his attention chiefly to his own state and his own system of government, and was more indifferent about what passed among his neighbors. Religion alone, not politics, carried abroad the views of princes, while it either fixed their thoughts on the Holy Land, whose conquest and defense was deemed a point of common honor and interest, or engaged them in intrigues which the Roman pontiff, to whom they had yielded the direction of ecclesiastical affairs, and who was every day assuming more authority than they were willing to allow him. Before the conquest of England by the Duke of Normandy, this island was as much separated from the rest of the world in politics as in situation, and except from the inroads of the Danish pirates, the English, happily confined at home, had neither enemies nor allies on the continent. The foreign dominions of William connected them with the king and great vassals of France, and while the opposite pretensions of the Pope and Emperor in Italy produced a continual intercourse between Germany and that country, the two great monarchs of France and England formed, in another part of Europe, a separate system, and carried on their wars and negotiations without meeting either with opposition or support from the others. On the decline of the Carlovingian race, the nobles in every province of France, taking advantage of the weakness of the sovereign and obliged to provide each for his own defense against the ravages of the Norman freebooters, had assumed both in civil and military affairs an authority almost independent, and had reduced within very narrow limits the prerogatives of their princes. The accession of Hugh Capet, by annexing a great fief to the crown, had brought some addition to the royal dignity, but this fief, though considerable for a subject, appeared a narrow basis of power for a prince who was placed at the head of so great a community. The royal domain consisted only of Paris, Orleans, Etampes, Compiègne, and a few places scattered over the northern provinces. In the rest of the kingdom, the prince's authority was rather nominal than real. The vassals were accustomed, nay entitled, to make war, without his permission, on each other. They were even entitled, if they conceived themselves injured, to turn their arms against their sovereign. They exercised all civil jurisdiction without appeal over their tenants and inferior vassals. Their common jealousy of the crown easily united them against any attempt on their exorbitant privileges, and as some of them had attained the power and authority of great princes, even the smallest baron was sure of immediate and effectual protection. Besides 6 ecclesiastical peerages, which, with the other immunities of the Church, cramped extremely the general execution of justice, there were 6 lay peerages, Burgundy, Normandy, Guienne, Flanders, Toulouse, and Champagne, which formed very extensive and puissant sovereignties. And though the combination of all those princes and barons could, on urgent occasions, muster a mighty power, yet was it very difficult to set that great machine in movement. It was almost impossible to preserve harmony in its parts. A sense of common interest alone could, for a time, unite them under their sovereign against a common enemy. But if the king attempted to turn the force of the community against any mutinous vassal, the same sense of common interest made the others oppose themselves to the success of his pretensions. Louis the Gros, the last sovereign, marched at one time to his frontiers against the Germans at the head of an army of 200,000 men. But a petty lord of Corbeil, a puissant of Soucy, was able at another period to set that prince at defiance and to maintain open war against him. The authority of the English monarch was much more extensive within his kingdom, and the disproportion much greater between him and the most powerful of his vassals. His domain and revenue were large compared to the greatness of his state. He was accustomed to levy arbitrary exactions on his subjects. His courts of judicature extended their jurisdiction into every part of the kingdom. He could crush by his power, or by a judicial sentence, well or ill-founded, any obnoxious baron. And though the feudal institutions which prevailed in his kingdom had the same tendency as in other states to exalt the aristocracy and depress the monarchy, it required in England, according to its present constitution, a great combination of the vassals to oppose their sovereign lord, and there had not hitherto arisen any baron so powerful as of himself to levy war against the prince, and to afford protection to the inferior barons. While such were the different situations of France and England, and the latter enjoyed so many advantages above the former, the accession of Henry II, a prince of great abilities, possessed of so many rich provinces on the continent, might appear an event dangerous, if not fatal, to the French monarchy, and sufficient to break entirely the balance between the states. He was master in the right of his father, of Anjou and Touraine; in that of his mother, of Normandy and Maine; in that of his wife, of Guienne, Poitou, Xaintonge, Auvergne, Périgord, Angoumois, the Limousin. He soon after annexed Brittany to his other states, and was already possessed of the superiority over that province, which, on the first cession of Normandy to Rollo the Dane, had been granted by Charles the Simple and vassalage to that formidable ravager. These provinces composed above a third of the whole French monarchy, and were very much superior in extent and opulence to those territories which were subjected to the immediate jurisdiction and government of the king. The vassal was here more powerful than his liege lord. The situation which had enabled Hugh Capet to depose the Carlovingian princes seemed to be renewed, and that with much greater advantages on the side of the vassal. And when England was added to so many provinces, the French king had reason to apprehend from this conjuncture some great disaster to himself and to his family. But in reality it was this circumstance which appeared so formidable that saved the Capetian race, and by its consequences exalted them to that pitch of grandeur which they at present enjoy. The limited authority of the prince in the feudal constitutions prevented the King of England from employing with advantage the force of so many states which were subjected to his government, and these different members, disjoined in situation and disagreeing in laws, language, and manners, were never thoroughly cemented into one monarchy. He soon became, both from his distant place of residence and from the incompatibility of interests, a kind of foreigner to his French dominions, and his subjects on the continent considered their allegiance as more naturally due to their superior lord, who lived in their neighborhood, and who was acknowledged to be the supreme head of their nation. He was always at hand to invade them. Their immediate lord was often at too great a distance to protect them, and any disorder in any part of his dispersed dominions gave advantages against him. The other powerful vassals of the French crown were rather pleased to see the expulsion of the English, and were not affected with that jealousy which would have arisen from the oppression of a co-vassal who was of the same rank with themselves. By this means the King of France found it more easy to conquer those numerous provinces from England than to subdue a Duke of Normandy or Guienne, a Count of Anjou, Maine, or Poitou. After reducing such extensive territories, which immediately incorporated with the body of the monarchy, he found greater facility in uniting to the crown the other great fiefs which still remained separate and independent. But as these important consequences could not be foreseen by human wisdom, the King of France remarked with terror the rising grandeur of the House of Anjou or Plantagenet, and in order to retard its progress, he had ever maintained a strict union with Stephen, and had endeavored to support the tottering fortunes of that bold usurper. But after this prince's death, it was too late to think of opposing the succession of Henry, or preventing the performance of those stipulations which, with the unanimous consent of the nation, he had made with his predecessor. The English, harassed with civil wars and disgusted with the bloodshed and depredations which during the course of so many years had attended them, were little disposed to violate their oaths by excluding the lawful heir from the succession of their monarchy. Many of the most considerable fortresses were in the hands of his partisans. The whole nation had had occasion to see the noble qualities with which he was endowed, and to compare them with the mean talents of William, the son of Stephen. And as they were acquainted with his great power, and were rather pleased to see the accession of so many foreign dominions to the crown of England, they never entertained the least thoughts of resisting him. Henry himself, sensible of the advantages attending his present situation, was in no hurry to arrive in England, and being engaged in the siege of a castle on the frontiers of Normandy, when he received intelligence of Stephen's death, he made it a point of honor not to depart from his enterprise till he had brought it to an issue. He then set out on his journey, and was received in England with the acclamations of all orders of men, who swore with pleasure the oath of fealty and allegiance to him. The first act of Henry's government corresponded to the high idea entertained of his abilities, and prognosticated the re-establishment of justice and tranquillity, of which the kingdom had so long been bereaved. He immediately dismissed all those mercenary soldiers who had committed great disorders in the nation, and sent them abroad, together with William of Ypres, their leader, the friend and confidant of Stephen. He revoked all the grants made by his predecessor, even those which necessity had extorted from the Empress Matilda, and that princess, who had resigned her rights in the favor of Henry, made no opposition to a measure so necessary for supporting the dignity of the crown. He repaired the coin, which had been extremely debased during the reign of his predecessor, and he took proper measures against the return of a like abuse. He was rigorous in the execution of justice, and in the suppression of robbery and violence, and that he might restore authority to the laws, he caused all the new erected castles to be demolished, which had proved so many sanctuaries to freebooters and rebels. The Earl of Albemarle, Hugh Mortimer, and Roger, the son of Milo of Gloucester, were inclined to make some resistance to this salutary measure, but the approach of the king with his forces soon obliged them to submit. Everything being restored to full tranquillity in England, Henry went abroad in order to oppose the attempts of his brother Geoffrey, who during his absence had made an incursion into Anjou and Maine, had advanced some pretensions to those provinces, and had got possession of a considerable part of them. On the king's appearance, the people returned to their allegiance, and Geoffrey, resigning his claim for an annual pension of £1,000, departed and took possession of the county of Nantes, which the inhabitants, who had expelled Count Iloel, their prince, had put into his hands. Henry returned to England the following year. The incursions of the Welsh then provoked him to make an invasion upon them, where the natural fastness of the country occasioned him great difficulties, and even brought him into danger. His vanguard, being engaged in a narrow pass, was put to rout. Henry de Essex, the hereditary standard-bearer, seized with a panic, threw down the standard, took to flight, and exclaimed that the king was slain. And had not the prince immediately appeared in person and led on his troops with great gallantry, the consequences might have proved fatal to the whole army. For his misbehavior, Essex was afterwards accused of felony by Robert de Montfort, was vanquished in single combat, his estate was confiscated, and he himself was thrust into a convent. The submissions of the Welsh procured them an accommodation with England. The material disposition of the princes in that age engaged them to head their own armies in every enterprise, even the most frivolous, and their feeble authority made it commonly impracticable for them to delegate, on occasion, the command to their generals. Geoffrey, the king's brother, died soon after he had acquired possession of Nantes. Though he had no other title to that country than the voluntary submission or election of the inhabitants 2 years before, Henry laid claim to the territory as devolved to him by hereditary right, and he went over to support his pretensions by force of arms. Conan, Duke or Earl of Brittany, for these titles are given indifferently by historians to those princes, pretended that Nantes had been lately separated by rebellion from his principality, to which of right it belonged, and immediately on Geoffrey's death he took possession of the disputed territory. Lest Louis, the French king, should interpose in the controversy, Henry paid him a visit, and so allured him by caresses and civilities that an alliance was contracted between them, and they agreed that young Henry, heir to the English monarchy, should be affianced to Margaret of France, though the former was only 5 years of age. The latter was still in her cradle. Henry, now secure of meeting with no interruption on this side, advanced with his army into Brittany, and Conan, in despair of being able to make resistance, delivered up the county of Nantes to him. The able conduct of the king procured him further and more important advantages from this incident. Conan, harassed with the turbulent disposition of his subjects, was desirous of procuring to himself the support of so great a monarch, and he betrothed his daughter, an only child, yet an infant, to Geoffrey, the king's third son, who was of the same tender years. The Duke of Brittany died about 7 years after, and Henry, being main lord and also natural guardian to his son and daughter-in-law, put himself in possession of that principality, and annexed it for the present to his other great dominions. The king had a prospect of making still further acquisitions, and the activity of his temper suffered no opportunity of that kind to escape him. Philippa, Duchess of Guienne, mother of Queen Eleanor, was the only issue of William IV, Count of Toulouse, and would have inherited his dominions had not that prince, desirous of preserving the succession in the male line, conveyed the principality to his brother Raymond de Saint-Gilles by a contract of sale which was in that age regarded as fictitious and illusory. By this means the title to the county of Toulouse came to be disputed between the male and female heirs, and the one or the other, as opportunities favored them, had gained possession. Raymond, grandson of Raymond de Saint-Gilles, was the reigning sovereign, and on Henry's reviving his wife's claim, this prince had recourse for protection to the King of France, who was so much concerned in policy to prevent the further aggrandizement of the English monarch. Louis himself, when married to Eleanor, had asserted the justice of her claim, and had demanded possession of Toulouse. But his sentiments changing with his interest, he now determined to defend by his power and authority the title of Raymond. Henry found that it would be requisite to support his pretensions against potent antagonists, and that nothing but a formidable army could maintain a claim which he had in vain asserted by arguments and manifestos. An army composed of feudal vassals was commonly very intractable and undisciplined, both because of the independent spirit of the persons who served in it, and because the commands were not given either by the choice of the sovereign or from the military capacity and experience of the officers. Each baron conducted his own vassals. His rank was greater or less proportioned to the extent of his property. Even the supreme command under the prince was often attached to birth, and as the military vassals were obliged to serve only 40 days at their own charge, though if the expedition were distant they were put to great expense, the prince reaped little benefit from their attendance. Henry, sensible of these inconveniences, levied upon his vassals in Normandy and other provinces, which were remote from Toulouse, a sum of money in lieu of their service. And this commutation, by reason of the great distance, was still more advantageous to his English vassals. He imposed, therefore, a scutage of 180,000 pounds on the knights' fees, a commutation to which, though it was unusual, and the first perhaps to be met with in history, the military tenants willingly submitted, and with his money he levied an army which was more under his command, and whose service was more durable and constant. Assisted by Berengar, Count of Barcelona, and Trincaval, Count of Nimes, whom he had gained to his party, he invaded the county of Toulouse, and after taking Verdun, Castelnau, and other places, he besieged the capital of the province, and was likely to prevail in the enterprise, when Louis, advancing before the arrival of his main body, threw himself into the place with a small reinforcement. Henry was urged by some of his ministers to prosecute the siege, to take Louis prisoner, and to impose his own terms in the pacification. But he either thought it so much his interest to maintain the feudal principles by which his foreign dominions were secured, or bore so much respect to his superior lord, that he declared he would not attack a place defended by him in person, and he immediately raised the siege. He marched into Normandy to protect that province against an incursion which the Count of Dreux, instigated by King Louis his brother, had made upon it. War was now openly carried on between the two monarchs, but produced no memorable event. It soon ended in a cessation of arms, and that followed by a peace which was not, however, attended with any confidence or good correspondence between those rival princes. The fortress of Gisors, being part of the dowry stipulated to Margaret of France, had been consigned by agreement to the Knights Templars, on condition that it should be delivered into Henry's hands after the celebration of the nuptials. The king, that he might have a pretence for immediately demanding the place, ordered the marriage to be solemnized between the prince and princess, though both infants, and he engaged the Grand Master of the Templars by large presents, as was generally suspected, to put him in possession of Gisors. Louis, resenting this fraudulent conduct, banished the Templars, and would have made war upon the King of England had it not been for the mediation and authority of Pope Alexander III, who had been chased from Rome by the anti-pope Victor IV, and resided at that time in France. Since the first publication of this history, Lord Lyttelton has published a copy of the treaty between Henry and Louis, by which it appears, if there was no secret article, that Henry was not guilty of any fraud in this transaction. Observe that the two kings had, the year before, met the Pope at the castle of Torcy on the Loire, and they gave him such marks of respect that both dismounted to receive him, and holding each of them one of the reins of his bridle, walked on foot by his side, and conducted him in that submissive manner into the castle. A spectacle, cries Baronius in an ecstasy, to God, angels, and men, and such as had never before been exhibited to the world. Henry, soon after he had accommodated his differences with Louis by the Pope's mediation, returned to England, where he commenced an enterprise which, though required by sound policy, and even conducted in the main with prudence, bred him great disquietude, involved him in danger, and was not concluded without some loss and dishonour. The usurpations of the clergy, which had at first been gradual, were now become so rapid, and had mounted to such a height, that the contest between the regale and the pontificale was really arrived at a crisis in England, and it became necessary to determine whether the king or the priests, particularly the Archbishop of Canterbury, should be sovereign of the kingdom. The aspiring spirit of Henry, which gave inquietude to all his neighbours, was not likely long to pay a tame submission to the encroachment of his subjects, and as nothing opens the eyes of men so readily as their interest, he was in no danger of falling in this respect into that abject superstition which retained his people in subjection. From the commencement of his reign, in the government of his foreign dominions as well as of England, he had shown a fixed purpose to repress clerical usurpations, and to maintain those prerogatives which had been transmitted to him by his predecessors. During the schism of the papacy between Alexander and Victor, he had determined for some time to remain neuter, and when informed that the Archbishop of Rouen and the Bishop of Maine had, from their own authority, acknowledged Alexander as legitimate pope, he was so enraged that, though he spared the Archbishop on account of his great age, he immediately issued orders for overthrowing the houses of the Bishop of Maine and Archdeacon of Rouen. And it was not till he had deliberately examined the matter by those views which usually enter into the council of princes, that he allowed the pontiff to exercise authority over any of his dominions. End of section 36. Recorded by S.T. Macduff. Section 37 of Volume 1A of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.T. Macduff. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 37. Chapter 8, Part 2. In England, with the mild character and advanced years of Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, together with his merits in refusing to put the crown on the head of Eustace, son of Stephen, prevented Henry, during the lifetime of that primate, from taking any measures against the multiplied encroachments of the clergy. But after his death the king resolved to exert himself with more activity, and that he might be secure against any opposition, he advanced to that dignity Becket, his chancellor, on whose compliance he thought he could entirely depend. Thomas a Becket, the first man of English descent who, since the Norman Conquest, had, during the course of a whole century, risen to any considerable station, was born of reputable parents in the city of London, and being endowed both with industry and capacity, he early insinuated himself into the favor of Archbishop Theobald, and obtained from that prelate some preferments and offices. By their means he was enabled to travel for improvement to Italy, where he studied the civil and canon laws at Bologna, and on his return he appeared to have made such proficiency in knowledge that he was promoted by his patron to the Archdeanery of Canterbury, an office of considerable trust and profit. He was afterwards employed with success by Theobald in transacting business at Rome, and on Henry's accession he was recommended to that monarch as worthy of further preferment. Henry, who knew that Becket had been instrumental in supporting that resolution of the archbishop, which had tended so much to facilitate his own advancement to the throne, was already prepossessed in his favor, and finding on further acquaintance that his spirit and abilities entitled him to any trust, he soon promoted him to the dignity of chancellor, one of the first civil offices in the kingdom. The chancellor in that age, besides the custody of the Great Seal, had possession of all vacant prelacies and abbeys. He was the guardian of all such minors and pupils as were the king's tenants. All baronies which escheated to the crown were under his administration. He was entitled to a place in council, even though he were not particularly summoned, and as he exercised also the office of Secretary of State, and it belonged to him to countersign all commissions, writs, and letters patent, he was a kind of prime minister, and was concerned in the dispatch of every business of importance. Besides exercising this high office, Becket, by the favor of the king or archbishop, was made provost of Beverley, dean of Hastings, and constable of the Tower. He was put in possession of the honours of Eye and Berkham, large baronies that had escheated to the crown, and to complete his grandeur he was entrusted with the education of Prince Henry, the king's eldest son, and heir of the monarchy. The pomp of his retinue, the sumptuousness of his furniture, the luxury of his table, the munificence of his presence corresponded to these great preferments, or rather exceeded anything that England had ever before seen in any subject. His historian and secretary, Fitzsimmons, mentions, among other particulars, that his apartments were every day in winter covered with clean straw or hay, and in summer with green rushes or boughs, lest the gentlemen who paid court to him, and who could not, by reason of their great number, find a place at table, should soil their fine clothes by sitting on a dirty floor. A great number of knights were retained in his service. The greatest barons were proud of being received at his table. His house was a place of education for the sons of the chief nobility, and the king himself frequently vouchsafed to partake of his entertainments. As his way of life was splendid and opulent, his amusements and occupations were gay, and partook of the cavalier spirit which, as he had only taken deacon's orders, he did not think unbefitting his character. He employed himself at leisure hours in hunting, hawking, gaming, and horsemanship. He exposed his person in several military actions. He carried over as his own charge 700 knights to attend the king in his wars at Toulouse. In the subsequent wars on the frontiers of Normandy, he maintained during 40 days 1,200 knights and 4,000 of their train, and in an embassy to France with which he was entrusted, he astonished that court by the numbers and magnificence of his retinue. John Baldwin held the manor of Ottersby and Aylesbury of the king in Suckage by the service of finding litter for the king's bed, in summer grass or herbs and 2 grey geese, and in winter straw and 3 eels thrice in the year, if the king should come thrice in the year to Aylesbury. Henry, besides committing all his more important business to Becket's management, honoured him with his friendship and intimacy, and whenever he was disposed to relax himself by sports of any kind, he admitted his chancellor to the party. An instance of their familiarity is mentioned by Fitzsimmons, which, as it shows the manners of the age, it may not be improper to relate. One day, as the king and the chancellor were riding together in the streets of London, they observed a beggar who was shivering with cold. "Would it not be very praiseworthy," said the king, "to give that poor man a warm coat in this severe season?" "It would surely," replied the chancellor, "and you do well, sir, in thinking of such good actions." "Then he shall have one presently," cried the king, and seizing the skirt of the chancellor's coat, which was scarlet and lined with ermine, began to pull it violently. The chancellor defended himself for some time, and they had both of them like to have tumbled off their horses in the street, when Becket, after a vehement struggle, let go his coat, which the king bestowed on the beggar, who, being ignorant of the quality of the persons, was not a little surprised at the present. Becket, who by his complaisance and good humour had rendered himself agreeable, and by his industry and abilities useful to his master, appeared to him the fittest person for supplying the vacancy made by the death of Theobald. As he was well acquainted with the king's intentions of retrenching, or rather confining within the ancient bounds all ecclesiastical privileges, and always showed a ready disposition to comply with them, Henry, who had never expected any resistance from that quarter, immediately issued orders for electing him Archbishop of Canterbury. But this resolution, which was taken contrary to the opinion of Matilda and many of the ministers, drew after it very unhappy consequences, and never prince of so great a penetration appeared in the issue to have so little understood the genius and character of his minister. No sooner was Becket installed in this high dignity, which rendered him for life the second person in the kingdom, with some pretensions of aspiring to be the first, than he totally altered his demeanour and conduct, and endeavoured to acquire the character of sanctity, of which his former busy and ostentatious course of life might, in the eyes of the people, have naturally bereaved him. Without consulting the king, he immediately returned into his hands the commission of chancellor, pretending that he must thenceforth detach himself from secular affairs, and be solely employed in the exercise of his spiritual function, but in reality that he might break off all connections with Henry, and apprise him that Becket, as primate of England, was now become entirely a new personage. He maintained in his retinue and attendants alone his ancient pomp and lustre, which was useful to strike the vulgar. In his own person he affected the greatest austerity and most rigid mortification, which he was sensible would have an equal or greater tendency to the same end. He wore sackcloth 'neath his skin, which, by his affected care to conceal it, was necessarily the more remarked by all the world. He changed it so seldom that it was filled with dirt and vermin. His usual diet was bread, his drink water, which he even rendered further unpalatable by the mixture of unsavoury herbs. He tore his back with the frequent discipline which he inflicted on it. He daily on his knees washed, in imitation of Christ, the feet of 13 beggars, whom he afterwards dismissed with presents. He gained the affections of the monks by his frequent charities to the convents and hospitals. Every one who made profession of sanctity was admitted to his conversation, and returned full of panegyrics on the humility as well as on the piety and mortification of the holy primate. He seemed to be perpetually employed in reciting prayers and pious lectures, or in perusing religious discourses. His aspect wore the appearance of seriousness and mental recollection and secret devotion, and all men of penetration plainly saw that he was meditating some great design, and that the ambition and ostentation of his character had turned itself toward a new and more dangerous object. Becket waited not till Henry should commence those projects against the ecclesiastical power, which he knew had been formed by the prince. He was himself the aggressor, and endeavoured to overawe the king by the intrepidity and boldness of his enterprises. He summoned the Earl of Clare to surrender the barony of Tunbridge, which ever since the Conquest had remained in the family of that nobleman, but which, as it had formerly belonged to the see of Canterbury, Becket pretended his predecessors were prohibited by the canons to alienate. The Earl of Clare, besides the lustre which he derived from the greatness of his own birth and the extent of his possessions, was allied to all the principal families in the kingdom. His sister, who was a celebrated beauty, had further extended his credit among the nobility, and was even supposed to have gained the king's affections. And Becket could not better discover than by attacking so powerful an interest his resolution of maintaining with vigour the rights, real or pretended, of his see. William de Ensford, a military tenant of the crown, was patron of a living which belonged to a manor that held of the Archbishop of Canterbury. But Becket, without regard to William's right, presented, on a new and illegal pretext, one Lawrence to that living, who was violently expelled by Ensford. The primate, making himself, as was usual in spiritual courts, both judge and party, issued in a summary manner the sentence of excommunication against Ensford, who complained to the king that he, who held in capite of the crown, should, contrary to the practice established by the Conqueror and maintained ever since by his successors, be subjected to that terrible sentence without the previous consent of the sovereign. Henry, who had now broken off all personal intercourse with Becket, sent him by a messenger his orders to absolve Eynsford, but received for answer that it belonged not for the king to inform him whom he should absolve and whom excommunicate. And it was not till after many remonstrances and menaces that Becket, though with the worst grace imaginable, was reduced to comply with the royal mandate. Henry, though he found himself thus grievously mistaken in the character of the person whom he had promoted to the primacy, determined not to desist from his former intention of retrenching clerical usurpations. He was entirely master of his extensive dominions. The prudence and vigour of his administration, attended with perpetual success, had raised his character above that of any of his predecessors. The papacy seemed to be weakened by a schism which divided all Europe, and he rightly judged that if the present favourable opportunity were neglected, the crown must, from the prevalent superstition of the people, be in danger of falling into entire subordination under the mitre. The union of the civil and ecclesiastical power serves extremely, in every civilized government, to the maintenance of peace and order, and prevents those mutual encroachments which, as there can be no ultimate judge between them, are often attended with the most dangerous consequences. Whether the supreme magistrate who unites these powers receives the appellation of prince or prelate is not material. The superior weight which temporal interests commonly bear in the apprehension of men above spiritual renders the civil part of his character most prevalent, and in time prevents those gross impostures and bigoted persecutions which, in all false religions, are the chief foundation of clerical authority. But during the progress of ecclesiastical usurpations, the state, by the resistance of the civil magistrate, is naturally thrown into convulsions, and it behooves the prince, both for his own interest and for that of the public, to provide in time sufficient barriers against so dangerous and insidious a rival. This precaution had hitherto been much neglected in England, as well as in other Catholic countries, and affairs at last seemed to have come to a dangerous crisis. A sovereign of the greatest abilities was now on the throne. A prelate of the most inflexible and intrepid character was possessed of the primacy. The contending powers appeared to be armed with their full force, and it was natural to expect some extraordinary event to result from their conflict. Among their other inventions to obtain money, the clergy had inculcated the necessity of penance as an atonement for sin, and having again introduced the practice of paying them large sums as a commutation, or species of atonement for the remission of those penances, the sins of the people by these means had become a revenue to the priests, and the king computed that by this invention alone they levied more money upon his subjects than flowed by all the funds and taxes into the royal exchequer. That he might ease the people of so heavy and arbitrary an imposition, Henry required that a civil officer of his appointment should be present in all ecclesiastical courts, and should, for the future, give his consent to every composition which was made with sinners for their spiritual offences. The ecclesiastics in that age had renounced all immediate subordination to the magistrate. They openly pretended to an exemptior in criminal accusations from a trial before courts of justice, and were gradually introducing a like exemption in civil causes. Spiritual penalties alone could be inflicted on their offences, and as the clergy had extremely multiplied in England, and many of them were consequently of very low characters, crimes of the deepest dye, murders, robberies, adulteries, rapes, were daily committed with impunity by the ecclesiastics. It had been found, for instance, on inquiry, that no less than 100 murders had, since the king's accession, been perpetrated by men of that profession, who had never been called to account for these offences, and holy orders were become a full protection for all enormities. A clerk in Worcestershire, having debauched a gentleman's daughter, had, at this time, proceeded to murder the father, and the general indignation against this crime moved the king to attempt the remedy of an abuse which was become so palpable, and to require that the clerk should be delivered up, and receive condign punishment from the magistrate. Becket insisted on the privileges of the church, confined the criminal in the bishop's prison, lest he should be seized by the king's officers, maintained that no greater punishment could be inflicted on him than degradation, and when the king demanded that immediately after he was degraded he should be tried for the civil power, the primate asserted that it was iniquitous to try a man twice upon the same accusation, and for the same offence. Henry, laying hold of so plausible a pretence, resolved to push the clergy with regard to all their privileges, which they had raised to an enormous height, and to determine at once those controversies which daily multiplied between the civil and the ecclesiastical jurisdictions. He summoned an assembly of all the prelates in England, and he put them to this concise and decisive question, whether or not they were willing to submit to the ancient laws and customs of the kingdom. The bishops unanimously replied that they were willing, saving their own order, a device by which they thought to elude the present urgency of the king's demand, yet reserve to themselves on a favourable opportunity the power of resuming all their pretensions. The king was sensible of this artifice, and was provoked to the highest indignation. He left the assembly with visible marks of his displeasure. He required the primate instantly to surrender the honours and castles of Eye and Berkham. The bishops were terrified, and expected still further effects of his resentment. Becket alone was inflexible, and nothing but the interposition of the Pope's legate and almoner, Philip, who dreaded a breach with so powerful a prince at so unreasonable a juncture, could have prevailed on him to retract the saving clause, and give a general and absolute promise of observing the ancient customs. But Henry was not content with the declaration in these general terms. He resolved, ere it was too late, to define expressly those customs with which he required compliance, and to put a stop to clerical usurpations before they were fully consolidated and could plead antiquity, as they already did as sacred authority, in their favour. The claims of the Church were open and visible. After a gradual and insensible progress during many centuries, the mask had at last been taken off, and several ecclesiastical councils, by their canons, which were pretended to be irrevocable and infallible, had positively defined those privileges and immunities which gave such general offence, and appeared so dangerous to the civil magistrate. Henry therefore deemed it necessary to define with the same precision the limits of the civil power, to oppose his legate customs to their defined ordinances, to determine the exact boundaries of the rival jurisdictions, and for this purpose he summoned a general council of the nobility and prelates at Clarendon, to whom he submitted this great and important question. The barons were all gained to the king's party, either by the reasons which he urged, or by his superior authority. The bishops were overawed by the general combination against them, and the following laws, commonly called the Constitutions of Clarendon, were voted without opposition by this assembly. It was enacted that all suits concerning the advowson and presentation of churches should be determined in the civil courts, that the churches belonging to the king's fee should not be granted in perpetuity without his consent, that clerks accused of any crime should be tried in the civil courts, that no person, particularly no clergyman of any rank, should depart the kingdom without the king's license, that excommunicated persons should not be bound to give security for continuing in their present place of abode, that laics should not be accused in spiritual courts, except by legal and reputable promoters and witnesses, that no chief tenant of the crown should be excommunicated, nor his lands be put under an interdict, except with the king's consent. That all appeals in spiritual causes should be carried from the archdeacon to the bishop, from the bishop to the primate, from him to the king, and should be carried no farther without the king's consent. That if any lawsuit arose between a layman and a clergyman concerning a tenant, and it be disputed whether the land be a lay or an ecclesiastical fee, it should first be determined by the verdict of 12 lawful men to what class it belonged, and if it be found to be a lay fee, the cause should finally be determined in the civil courts. That no inhabitant in domain should be excommunicated for non-appearance in a spiritual court, till the chief officers of the place where he resides be consulted, that he may compel him by the civil authority to give satisfaction to the church. That the archbishops, bishops, and other spiritual dignities should be regarded as barons of the realm, should possess the privileges and be subject to the burdens belonging to that rank, and should be bound to attend the king in his great councils, and assist at all trials, till the sentence either of death or loss of members be given against the criminal. That the revenue of vacant sees should belong to the king. The chapter, or such of them as he pleases to summon, should sit in the king's chapel till they made the new election with his consent, and that the bishop-elect should do homage to the crown. That if any baron or tenant in capite should refuse to submit to these spiritual courts, the king should employ his authority in obliging him to make such submissions. If any of them throw off his allegiance to the king, the prelates should assist the king with their censures in reducing him. That goods forfeited to the king should not be protected in churches or churchyards. That the clergy should no longer pretend to the right of enforcing payment of debts contracted by oath or promise, but should leave these lawsuits equally with others to the determination of the civil courts. And that the son of villeins should not be ordained clerks without the consent of their lord. End of section 37. Recording by S.T. Macduff.
Section 38 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 38. Chapter 8, Part 3. These articles, to the number of 16, were calculated to prevent the chief abuses which had prevailed in ecclesiastical affairs, and to put an effectual stop to the usurpations of the Church, which, gradually stealing on, had threatened the total destruction of the civil power. Henry, therefore, by reducing those ancient customs of the realm to writing, and by collecting them in a body, endeavored to prevent all future dispute with regard to them, and by passing so many ecclesiastical ordinances in a national and civil assembly, he fully established the superiority of the legislature above the papal decrees or spiritual canons, and gained a signal victory over the ecclesiastics. But as he knew that the bishops, though overawed by the present combination of the crown and the barons, would take the first favorable opportunity of denying the authority which had enacted these constitutions, he resolved that they should all set their seal to them, and give a promise to observe them. None of the prelates dared to oppose his will, except Becket, who, though urged by the Earls of Cornwall and Leicester, the barons of principal authority in the kingdom, obstinately withheld his assent. At last, Richard de Hastings, Grand Prior of the Templars in England, threw himself on his knees before him, and with many tears entreated him, if he paid any regard either to his own safety or that of the Church, not to provoke, by a fruitless opposition, the indignation of a great monarch, who was resolutely bent on his purpose, and who was determined to take full revenge on everyone that should dare to oppose him. Becket, finding himself deserted by all the world, even by his own brethren, was at last obliged to comply, and he promised, legally, with good faith, and without fraud or reserve, to observe the constitutions, and he took an oath to that purpose. The king, thinking that he had now finally prevailed in this great enterprise, sent the constitutions to Pope Alexander, who then resided in France, and he required that pontiff's ratification of them. But Alexander, who, though he had owed the most important obligations to the king, plainly saw that these laws were calculated to establish the independency of England on the papacy, and of the royal power on the clergy, condemned them in the strongest terms, abrogated, annulled, and rejected them. There were only 6 articles, the least important, which, for the sake of peace, he was willing to ratify. Becket, when he observed that he might hope for support in an opposition, expressed the deepest sorrow for his compliance, and endeavored to engage all the other bishops in a confederacy to adhere to their common rights, and to the ecclesiastical privileges in which he represented the interest and honor of God to be so deeply concerned. He redoubled his austerities in order to punish himself for his criminal assent to the constitutions of Clarendon. He proportioned his discipline to the enormity of his supposed offense, and he refused to exercise any part of his archiepiscopal function till he should receive absolution from the Pope, which was readily granted him. Henry, informed of his present dispositions, resolved to take vengeance for this refractory behavior, and he attempted to crush him by means of that very power which Becket made such merit in supporting. He applied to the Pope that he should grant the commission of the legate in his dominions to the Archbishop of York, but Alexander, as politic as he, though he granted the commission, annexed a clause that it should not empower the legate to execute any act in prejudice of the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the king, finding how fruitless such an authority would prove, sent back the commission by the same messenger that brought it. The primate, however, who found himself still exposed to the king's indignation, endeavored twice to escape secretly from the kingdom, but was as often detained by contrary winds, and Henry hastened to make him feel the effects of an obstinacy which he deemed so criminal. He instigated John, Mareschal of the Exchequer, to sue Becket in the archiepiscopal court for some lands, part of the manor of Pagem, and to appeal thence to the king's court of justice. On the day appointed for trying the cause, the primate sent 4 knights to represent certain irregularities in John's appeal, and at the same time to excuse himself on account of sickness, for not appearing personally that day in court. This slight offense, if it even deserved the name, was represented as a grievous contempt. The 4 knights were menaced, and with difficulty escaped being sent to prison, as offering falsehoods to the court, and Henry, being determined to prosecute Becket to the utmost, summoned at Northampton a great council, which he purposed to make the instrument of his vengeance against the inflexible prelate. The king had raised Becket from a low station to the highest offices, had honored him with his countenance and friendship, had trusted to his assistance in forwarding his favorite project against the clergy, and when he found him become of a sudden his most rigid opponent, while everyone beside complied with his will, rage at the disappointment and indignation against such signal ingratitude transported him beyond all bounds of moderation, and there seems to have entered more of passion than of justice, or even of policy, in this violent prosecution. The barons, notwithstanding, in the great council voted whatever sentence he was pleased to dictate to them, and the bishops themselves, who undoubtedly bore a secret favor to Becket, and regarded him as the champion of their privileges, concurred with the rest in the design of oppressing their primate. In vain did Becket urge that his court was proceeding with the utmost regularity and justice in trying the Marechal's cause, which, however, he said would appear, from the sheriff's testimony, to be entirely unjust and iniquitous, that he himself had discovered no contempt of the king's court, but on the contrary, by sending 4 knights to excuse his absence, had virtually acknowledged its authority. That he also, in consequence of the king's summons, personally appeared at present in the great council, ready to justify his cause against the Marshal, and to submit his conduct to their inquiry and jurisdiction. That even should it be found that he had been guilty of non-appearance, the laws had affixed a very slight penalty to that offence, and that, as he was an inhabitant of Kent, where his archiepiscopal palace was seated, he was by law entitled to some greater indulgence than usual in the rate of his fine. Notwithstanding these pleas, he was condemned as guilty of a contempt of the king's court, and as wanting in the fealty which he had sworn to his sovereign. All his goods and chattels were confiscated, and that this triumph over the church might be carried to the utmost, Henry, Bishop of Winchester, the prelate who had been so powerful in the former reign, was in spite of his remonstrances obliged, by order of the court, to pronounce the sentence against him. The primate submitted to the decree, and all the prelates, except Folliot, Bishop of London, who paid court to the king by this singularity, became sureties for him. It is remarkable that several Norman barons voted in this council, and we may conclude with some probability that a like practice had prevailed in many of the great councils summoned since the Conquest. For the contemporary historian, who has given us a full account of these transactions, does not mention this circumstance as anywise singular. And Becket, in all his subsequent remonstrances with regard to the severe treatment which he had met with, never founds any objection on any irregularity, which to us appears very palpable and flagrant. So little precision was there at that time in the government and constitution. The king was not content with this sentence, however violent and oppressive. Next day he demanded of Becket the sum of £300, which the primate had levied upon the honours of Eye and Berkham, while in his possession. Becket, after premising that he was not obliged to answer to this suit, because it was not contained in his summons, after remarking that he had expended more than that sum in the repairs of those castles, and of the royal palace at London, expressed, however, his resolution, that money should not be any ground of quarrel between him and his sovereign. He agreed to pay the sum, and immediately gave sureties for it. In the subsequent meeting, the king demanded 500 marks, which, he affirmed, he had lent Becket during the war at Toulouse, and another sum to the same amount, for which that prince had been surety for him to a Jew. Immediately after these two claims, he preferred a third, of still greater importance. He required him to give in the accounts of his administration while chancellor, and to pay the balance due from the revenues of all the prelacies, abbeys, and baronies, which had, during that time, been subjected to his management. Becket observed that, as this demand was totally unexpected, he had not come prepared to answer it, but he required a delay, and promised in that case to give satisfaction. The king insisted upon sureties, and Becket desired leave to consult his suffragans in a case of such importance. It is apparent, from the known character of Henry, and from the usual vigilance of his government, that, when he promoted Becket to the see of Canterbury, he was, on good grounds, well pleased with his administration in the former high office with which he had entrusted him, and that, even if that prelate had dissipated money beyond the income of his place, the king was satisfied that his expenses were not blamable, and had in the main been calculated for his service. 2 years had since elapsed. No demand had during that time been made upon him. It was not till the quarrel arose concerning ecclesiastical privileges that the claim was started, and the primate was, of a sudden, required to produce accounts of such intricacy and extent before a tribunal which had shown a determined resolution to ruin and oppress him. To find sureties that he should answer so boundless and uncertain a claim, which in the king's estimation amounted to 44,000 marks, was impracticable, and Becket's suffragans were extremely at a loss what counsel to give him in such a critical emergency. By the advice of the Bishop of Winchester he offered 2,000 marks as a general satisfaction for all demands, but this offer was rejected by the king. Some prelates exhorted him to resign his see, on condition of receiving an acquittal. Others were of the opinion that he ought to submit himself entirely to the king's mercy. But the primate, thus pushed to the utmost, had too much courage to sink under oppression. He determined to brave all his enemies, to trust to the sacredness of his character for protection, to involve his cause with that of God and religion, and to stand the utmost efforts of royal indignation. After a few days spent in deliberation, Becket went to church, and said Mass, where he had previously ordered that the introit to the communion service should begin with these words, quote, "Princes sat and spake against me," unquote, the passage appointed for the martyrdom of St. Stephen, whom the primate thereby tacitly pretended to resemble in his sufferings for the sake of righteousness. He went thence to court, arrayed in his sacred vestments. As soon as he arrived within the palace gate, he took the cross into his own hands, bore it aloft as his protection, and marched in that posture into the royal apartments. The king, who was in an inner room, was astonished at this parade, by which the primate seemed to menace him and his court with the sentence of excommunication, and he sent some of the prelates to remonstrate with him on account of such audacious behavior. These prelates complained to Becket that, by subscribing himself to the constitutions of Clarendon, he had seduced them to imitate his example, and that now, when it was too late, he pretended to shake off all subordination to the civil power, and appeared desirous of involving them in the guilt which must attend any violation of those laws, established by their consent and ratified by their subscriptions. Becket replied that he had indeed subscribed the constitutions of Clarendon, quote, legally, with good faith, and without fraud or reserve, unquote. But in these words was virtually implied a salvo for the rights of their order, which, being connected with the cause of God and his church, could never be relinquished by their oaths and engagements. That if he and they had erred in resigning the ecclesiastical privileges, the best atonement they could now make was to retract their consent, which in such a case could never be obligatory, and to follow the Pope's authority, who had solemnly annulled the constitutions of Clarendon, and had absolved them from all oaths which they had taken to observe them. That a determined resolution was evidently embraced to oppress the Church. The storm had first broken upon him, for a slight offence, and which too was falsely imputed to him. He had been tyrannically condemned to a grievous penalty. A new and unheard-of claim was since started, in which he could expect no justice, and he plainly saw that he was the destined victim, who, by his ruin, must prepare the way for the abrogation of all spiritual immunities. That he strictly prohibited them who were his suffragans from assisting at any such trial, or giving their sanction to any sentence against him. He put himself and his see under the protection of the Supreme Pontiff, and appealed to him against any penalty which his iniquitous judges might think proper to inflict upon him, and that, however terrible the indignation of so great a monarch as Henry, his sword could only kill the body, while that of the Church, entrusted into the hands of the Primati, could kill the soul, and throw the disobedient into infinite and eternal perdition. Appeals to the Pope, even in ecclesiastical causes, had been abolished by the constitutions of Clarendon, and were become criminal by law, but an appeal in a civil cause, such as the king's demand upon Becket, was a practice altogether new and unprecedented. It tended directly to the subversion of the government, and could receive no color of excuse, except from the determined resolution, which was but too apparent to Henry and the Great Council, to effectuate, without justice, but under the color of law, the total ruin of the inflexible Primati. The king, having now obtained a pretext so much more plausible for his violence, would probably have pushed the affair to the utmost extremity against him, but Becket gave him no leisure to conduct the prosecution. He refused so much as to hear the sentence which the barons, sitting apart from the bishops, and joined to some sheriffs and barons of the second rank, had given upon the king's claim. He departed from the palace, asked Henry's immediate permission to leave Northampton, and upon meeting with a refusal, he withdrew secretly, wandered about in disguise for some time, and at last took shipping and arrived safely at Gravelands. The violent and unjust prosecution of Becket had a natural tendency to turn the public favor on his side, and to make men overlook his former ingratitude towards the king and his departure from all oaths and engagements, as well as the enormity of those ecclesiastical privileges, of which he affected to be the champion. There were many other reasons which procured him countenance and protection in foreign countries. Philip, Earl of Flanders, and Louis, King of France, jealous of the rising greatness of Henry, were well pleased to give him disturbance in his government, and forgetting that this was the common cause of princes, they affected to pity extremely the condition of the exiled Primati, and the latter even honored him with a visit at Soissons, in which city he invited him to fix his residence. The Pope, whose interests were more immediately concerned in supporting him, gave a cold reception to a magnificent embassy which Henry sent to accuse him, while Becket himself, who had come to Sens in order to justify his cause before the sovereign pontiff, was received with the greatest marks of distinction. The king, in revenge, sequestered the revenues of Canterbury, and by conduct which might be esteemed arbitrary, had there been at that time any regular check on royal authority, he banished all the Primati's relations and domestics, to the number of 400, whom he obliged to swear, before their departure, that they would instantly join their patron. But this policy, by which Henry endeavored to reduce Becket sooner to necessity, lost its effect. The Pope, when they arrived beyond the sea, absolved them from their oath, and distributed them among the convents in France and Flanders. A residence was assigned to Becket himself, in the convent of Potigny, where he lived for some years in great magnificence, partly from a pension granted him on the revenues of that abbey, partly from remittances made him by the French monarch. The more to ingratiate himself with the Pope, Becket resigned into his hands the see of Canterbury, to which he affirmed he had been uncanonically elected, by the authority of the royal mandate, and Alexander, in his turn, besides investing him anew with that dignity, pretended to abrogate by a bull the sentence which the Great Council of England had passed against him. Henry, after attempting in vain to procure a conference with the Pope, who departed soon after for Rome, whither the prosperous state of his affairs now invited him, made provisions against the consequences of that breach which impended between his kingdom and the Apostolic See. He issued orders to his justiciaries, inhibiting, under severe penalties, all appeals to the Pope or Archbishop, forbidding anyone to receive any mandates from them, or apply any case to their authority, declaring it treasonable to bring from either of them an interdict upon the kingdom, and punishable in secular clergymen by the loss of their eyes and by castration, in regulars by amputation of their feet, and in laics with death, and menacing with sequestration and banishment the persons themselves, as well as their kindred, who should pay obedience to any such interdict. And he further obliged all his subjects to swear to the observance of those orders. These were edicts of the utmost importance, affected the lives and properties of all the subjects, and even changed, for the time, the national religion, by breaking off all communication with Rome, yet they were enacted by the sole authority of the king, and were derived entirely from his will and pleasure. End of section 38. Recording by Robert Hoffman.
Section 39 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 39. Chapter 8, Part 4. The spiritual powers which, in the primitive church, were in a great measure dependent on the civil, had, by a gradual process, reached an equality and independence, and though the limits of the two jurisdictions were difficult to ascertain or define, it was not impossible, but by moderation on both sides, government might still have been conducted in that imperfect and irregular manner which attends all human institutions. But as the ignorance of the age encouraged the ecclesiastics daily to extend their privileges, and even to advance maxims totally incompatible with civil government, Henry had thought it high time to put an end to their pretensions, and formally, in a public council, to fix those powers which belonged to the magistrate, and which he was for the future determined to maintain. In this attempt he was led to re-establish customs which, though ancient, were beginning to be abolished by a contrary practice, and which were still more strongly opposed by the prevailing opinions and sentiments of the age. Principle, therefore, stood on the one side, power on the other, and if the English had been actuated by conscience more than by present interest, the controversy must soon, by the general defection of Henry's subjects, have been decided against him. Becket, in order to forward this event, filled all places with exclamations against the violence which he had suffered. He compared himself to Christ, who had been condemned by a lay tribunal, and who was crucified anew in the present oppressions under which his church laboured. He took it for granted, as a point incontestable, that his cause was the cause of God. He assumed the character of champion for the patrimony of the divinity. He pretended to be the spiritual father of the king and all the people of England. He even told Henry that kings reign solely by the authority of the church, and though he had thus torn off the veil more openly on the one side than that prince had on the other, he seemed still, from the general favour borne him by the ecclesiastics, to have all the advantage in the argument. The king, that he might employ the weapons of temporal power remaining in his hands, suspended the payment of Peter's pence. He made advances towards an alliance with the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, who was at that time engaged in violent wars with Pope Alexander. He discovered some intentions of acknowledging Pascal III, the present antipope, who was protected by that emperor, and by these expedients he endeavoured to terrify the enterprising though prudent pontiff from proceeding to extremities against him. But the violence of Becket, still more than the nature of the controversy, kept affairs from remaining long in suspense between the parties. That prelate, instigated by revenge, and animated by the present glory attending his situation, pushed matters to a decision, and issued a censure excommunicating the king's chief ministers by name, and comprehending in general all those who favoured or obeyed the constitutions of Clarendon. These constitutions he abrogated and annulled. He absolved all men from the oaths which they had taken to observe them, and he suspended the spiritual thunder over Henry himself, only that the prince might avoid the blow by a timely repentance. The situation of Henry was so unhappy that he could employ no expedient for saving his ministers from this terrible censure, but by appealing to the Pope himself, and having recourse to a tribunal whose authority he had himself attempted to abridge in this very article of appeals, and which he knew was so deeply engaged on the side of his adversary. But even this expedient was not likely to be long effectual. Becket had obtained from the Pope a legantine commission over England, and in virtue of that authority, which admitted of no appeal, he summoned the bishops of London, Salisbury, and others to attend him, and ordered, under pain of excommunication, the ecclesiastics sequestered on his account to be restored in 2 months to all their benefices. But John of Oxford, the king's agent with the Pope, had the address to procure orders for suspending this sentence, and he gave the pontiff such hopes of a speedy reconcilement between the king and Becket, that 2 legates, William of Pavia and Otho, were sent to Normandy, where the king then resided, and they endeavoured to find expedients for that purpose. But the pretensions of the parties were as yet too opposite to admit of an accommodation. The king required that all the constitutions of Clarendon should be ratified. Becket, that previously to any agreement he and his adherents should be restored to their possessions, and as the legates had no power to pronounce a definite sentence on either side, the negotiation soon after came to nothing. The Cardinal of Pavia also, being much attached to Henry, took care to protract the negotiation, to mitigate the Pope by the accounts which he sent of that prince's conduct, and to procure him every possible indulgence from the see of Rome. About this time the king had also the address to obtain a dispensation for the marriage of his third son Geoffrey with the heiress of Brittany, a concession which, considering Henry's demerits towards the church, gave great scandal both to Becket and his zealous patron, the King of France. The intricacies of the feudal law had, in that age, rendered the boundaries of power between the prince and his vassals, and between one prince and another, as uncertain as those between the crown and the mitre, and all wars took their origin from disputes, which, had there been any tribunal possessed of power to enforce their decrees, ought to have been decided only before a court of judicature. Henry, in prosecution of some controversies in which he was involved with the Count of Auvergne, a vassal of the Duchy of Guienne, had invaded the territories of that nobleman, who had long recourse to the King of France, his superior lord, for protection, and thereby kindled a war between the two monarchs. But the war was, as usual, no less feeble in its operations than it was frivolous in its cause and object, and after occasioning some mutual depredations and some insurrections among the barons of Poictou and Guyenne, was terminated by a peace. The terms of this peace were rather disadvantageous to Henry, and prove that that prince had, by reason of his contest with the church, lost the superiority which he had hitherto maintained over the crown of France, an additional motive to him for accommodating those differences. The Pope and the King began at last to perceive that in the present situation of affairs neither of them could expect a final and decisive victory over the other, and that they had more to fear than to hope from the duration of the controversy. Though the vigour of Henry's government had confirmed his authority in all his dominions, his throne might be shaken by a sentence of excommunication, and if England itself could, by its situation, be more easily guarded against the contagion of superstitious prejudices, his French provinces, at least, whose communication was open with the neighbouring states, would be much exposed on that account to some great revolution or convulsion. He could not, therefore, reasonably imagine that the Pope, while he retained such a check upon him, would formally recognize the constitutions of Clarendon, which both put an end to papal pretensions in England, and would give an example to other states of asserting a like independency. Pope Alexander, on the other hand, being still engaged in dangerous wars with the Emperor Frederick, might justly apprehend that Henry, rather than relinquish claims of such importance, would join the party of his enemy, and as the trials hitherto made of the spiritual weapons by Becket had not succeeded to his expectation, and everything had remained quiet in all the king's dominions, nothing seemed impossible to the capacity and vigilance of so great a monarch. The disposition of minds on both sides, resulting from these circumstances, produced frequent attempts towards an accommodation, but as both parties knew that the essential articles of the dispute could not then be terminated, they entertained a perpetual jealousy of each other, and were anxious not to lose the least advantage in the negotiation. The nuncios Gratian and Vivian, having received a commission to endeavour a reconciliation, met with the king in Normandy, and after all differences seemed to be adjusted, Henry offered to sign the treaty, with a salvo to his royal dignity, which gave such umbrage to Becket, that the negotiation in the end became fruitless, and the excommunications were renewed against the king's ministers. Another negotiation was conducted at Montmirail, in presence of the King of France and the French prelates, where Becket also offered to make his submissions, with a salvo to the honour of God and the liberties of the Church, which for a like reason was extremely offensive to the king and rendered the treaty abortive. A third conference under the same mediation was broken off by Becket's insisting on a like reserve in his submissions, and even in a fourth treaty, when all the terms were adjusted, and when the primate expected to be introduced to the king and to receive the kiss of peace, which it was usual for princes to grant in those times, and which was regarded as a sure pledge of forgiveness, Henry refused him that honour, under pretence that during his anger he had made a rash vow to that purpose. This formality served, among such jealous spirits, to prevent the conclusion of the treaty, and though the difficulty was attempted to be overcome by a dispensation which the Pope granted to Henry from his vow, that prince could not be prevailed on to depart from the resolution which he had taken. In one of these conferences, at which the French king was present, Henry said to that monarch, "There have been many kings of England, some of greater, some of less authority than myself. There have also been many archbishops of Canterbury, holy and good men, and entitled to every kind of respect. Let Becket but act towards me with the same submission which the greatest of his predecessors have paid to the least of mine, and there shall be no controversy between us." Lewis was so struck with this state of the case, and with an offer which Henry made to submit his cause to the French clergy, that he could not forbear condemning the primate, and withdrawing his friendship from him during some time. But the bigotry of that prince and their common animosity against Henry soon produced a renewal of their former good correspondence. All difficulties were at last adjusted between the parties, and the king allowed Becket to return, on conditions which may be esteemed both honourable and advantageous to that prelate. He was not required to give up any rights of the Church, or resign any of those pretensions which had been the original ground of the controversy. It was agreed that these questions should be buried in oblivion, but that Becket and his adherents should, without making further submission, be restored to all their livings, and that even the possessors of such benefices as depended on the see of Canterbury and had been filled during the primate's absence should be expelled, and Becket have liberty to supply the vacancies. In return for concessions which entrenched so deeply on the honour and dignity of the crown, Henry reaped only the advantage of seeing his ministers absolved from the sentence of excommunication pronounced against them, and of preventing the interdict, which, if these hard conditions had not been complied with, was ready to be laid on all his dominions. It was easy to see how much he dreaded that event, when a prince of so high a spirit could submit to terms so dishonourable in order to prevent it. So anxious was Henry to accommodate all differences and to reconcile himself fully with Becket, that he took the most extraordinary steps to flatter his vanity, and even on one occasion humiliated himself so far as to hold the stirrup of that haughty prelate while he mounted. But the king attained not even that temporary tranquillity which he had hoped to reap from these expedients. During the heat of his quarrel with Becket, while he was every day expecting an interdict to be laid on his kingdom, and a sentence of excommunication to be fulminated against his person, he had thought it prudent to have his son, Prince Henry, associated with him in the royalty, and to make him be crowned king by the hands of Roger, Archbishop of York. By this precaution he both ensured the succession of that prince, which, considering the many past irregularities in that point, could not but be esteemed somewhat precarious, and he preserved at least his family on the throne, if the sentence of excommunication should have the effect which he dreaded, and should make his subjects renounce their allegiance to him. Though his design was conducted with expedition and secrecy, Becket, before it was carried into execution, had got intelligence of it, and being desirous of obstructing all Henry's measures, as well as anxious to prevent this affront to himself, who pretended to the sole right, as Archbishop of Canterbury, to officiate in the coronation, he had inhibited all the prelates of England from assisting at this ceremony, had procured from the Pope a mandate to the same purpose, and had incited the King of France to protest against the coronation of young Henry, unless the princess, daughter of that monarch, should at the same time receive the royal unction. There prevailed in that age an opinion which was akin to its other superstitions, that the royal unction was essential to the exercise of royal power. It was therefore natural, both for the King of France, careful of his daughter's establishment, and for Becket, jealous of his own dignity, to demand in the treaty with Henry some satisfaction in this essential point. Henry, after apologizing to Lewis for the omission with regard to Margaret, and excusing it on account of the secrecy and dispatch required for conducting that measure, promised that the ceremony should be renewed in the persons both of the prince and princess, and he assured Becket that, besides receiving the acknowledgments of Roger and the other bishops for the seeming affront put on the see of Canterbury, the primate should, as a further satisfaction, recover his rights by officiating in this coronation. But the violent spirit of Becket, elated by the power of the church and by the victory which he had already obtained over his sovereign, was not content with this voluntary compensation, but resolved to make the injury which he pretended to have suffered a handle for taking revenge on all his enemies. On his arrival in England, he met the Archbishop of York and the bishops of London and Salisbury, who were on their journey to the king in Normandy. He notified to the archbishop the sentence of suspension, and to the two bishops that of excommunication, which at his solicitation the Pope had pronounced against them. Reginald de Warenne and Gervase de Cornhill, two of the king's ministers who were employed on their duty in Kent, asked him, on hearing of this bold attempt, whether he meant to bring fire and sword into the kingdom. But the primate, heedless of the reproof, proceeded in the most ostentatious manner to take possession of his diocese in Rochester and all the towns through which he passed. He was received with the shouts and acclamations of the populace. As he approached Southwark, the clergy, the laity, men of all ranks and ages came forth to meet him, and celebrated with hymns of joy his triumphant entrance. And though he was obliged by order of the young prince, who resided at Woodstock, to return to his diocese, he found that he was not mistaken when he reckoned upon the highest veneration of the public towards his person and his dignity. He proceeded, therefore, with the more courage to dart his spiritual thunders. He issued the sentence of excommunication against Robert de Broc and Nigel de Sackville, with many others, who either had assisted at the coronation of the prince or been active in the late persecution of the exiled clergy. This violent measure, by which he, in effect, denounced war against the king himself, is commonly ascribed to the vindictive disposition and imperious character of Becket. But as this prelate was also a man of acknowledged abilities, we are not in his passions alone to look for the cause of his conduct. when he proceeded to these extremities against his enemies. His sagacity had led him to discover all Henry's intentions, and he proposed by this bold and unexpected assault to prevent the execution of them. The king, from his experience of the dispositions of his people, was become sensible that his enterprise had been too bold. In establishing the constitutions of Clarendon, in defining all the branches of royal power, and in endeavouring to extort from the Church of England, as well as from the Pope, an express avowal of these disputed prerogatives. Conscious also of his own violence in attempting to break or subdue the inflexible primate, he was not displeased to undo that measure which had given his enemies such advantage against him, and he was contented that the controversy should terminate in that ambiguous manner, which was the utmost that princes in those ages could hope to attain in their disputes with the see of Rome. Though he dropped for the present the prosecution of Becket, he still reserved to himself the right of maintaining that the conditions of Clarendon, the original ground of the quarrel, were both the ancient customs and the present law of the realm, and though he knew that the papal clergy asserted them to be impious in themselves, as well as abrogated by the sentence of the sovereign pontiff, he intended, in spite of their clamours, steadily to put those laws in execution, and to trust to his own abilities and to the course of events for success in that perilous enterprise. He hoped that Becket's experience of a 6 years' exile would, after his pride was fully gratified by his restoration, be sufficient to teach him more reserve in his opposition. Or, if any controversy arose, he expected thenceforth to engage in a more favourable cause, and to maintain with advantage, while the primate was now in his power, the ancient and undoubted customs of the kingdom against the usurpations of the clergy. But Becket, determined not to betray the ecclesiastical privileges by his connivance, and apprehensive lest a prince of such profound policy, if allowed to proceed in his own way, might probably in the end prevail, resolved to take all the advantage which his present victory gave him, and to disconcert the cautious measures of the king, by the vehemence and rigour of his own conduct. Assured of support from Rome, he was little intimidated by dangers which his courage taught him to despise, and which, even if attended with the most fatal consequences, would serve only to gratify his ambition and thirst of glory. End of section 39. Section 40 of Volume 1A of the History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 40, Chapter 8, Part 5. When the suspended and excommunicated prelates arrived in Bayeux, where the king then resided, and complained to him of the violent proceedings of Becket, he instantly perceived the consequences, was sensible that his whole plan of operations was overthrown, foresaw that the dangerous contest between the civil and spiritual powers, a contest which he himself had first roused, but which he had endeavoured by all his late negotiations and concessions to appease, must come to an immediate and decisive issue, and he was thence thrown into the most violent commotion. The Archbishop of York remarked to him that so long as Becket lived, he could never expect to enjoy peace or tranquillity, The king himself, being vehemently agitated, burst forth into an exclamation against his servants, whose want of zeal, he said, had so long left him exposed to the enterprises of that ungrateful and imperious prelate. 4 gentlemen of his household, Reginald Fitzurse, William de Tracy, Hugh de Morville, and Richard Brito, taking these passionate expressions to be a hint for Becket's death, immediately communicated their thoughts to each other, and swearing to avenge their prince's quarrel, secretly withdrew from court. Some menacing expressions which they had dropped gave a suspicion of their design, and the king dispatched a messenger after them, charging them to attempt nothing against the person of the primate. But these orders arrived too late to prevent their fatal purpose. The 4 assassins, though they took different roads to England, arrived nearly about the same time at Saltwood, near Canterbury, and being there joined by some assistants, they proceeded in great haste to the archiepiscopal palace. They found the primate, who trusted entirely to the sacredness of his character, very slenderly attended, and, though they threw out many menaces and reproaches against him, he was so incapable of fear, that without using any precautions against their violence, he immediately went to St. Benedict's Church to hear vespers. They followed him thither, attacked him before the altar, and having cloven his head with many blows, retired without meeting any opposition. This was the tragical end of Thomas à Becket, a prelate of the most lofty, intrepid, and inflexible spirit, who was able to cover to the world, and probably to himself, the enterprises of pride and ambition under the disguise of sanctity and of zeal for the interests of religion. An extraordinary personage, surely, had he been allowed to remain in his first station, and had directed the vehemence of his character to the support of law and justice, instead of being engaged by the prejudices of the time to sacrifice all private duties and public connections to ties which he imagined or represented as superior to every civil and political consideration. But no man who enters into the genius of that age can reasonably doubt of this prelate's sincerity. The spirit of superstition was so prevalent that it infallibly caught every careless reasoner, much more every one whose interest and honour and ambition were engaged to support it. All the wretched literature of the times was enlisted on that side. Some faint glimmerings of common sense might sometimes pierce through the thick cloud of ignorance, or, what was worse, the illusions of perverted science which had blotted out the sun, and enveloped the face of nature. But those who preserved themselves untainted by the general contagion proceeded on no principles which they could pretend to justify. They were more indebted to their total want of instruction than to their knowledge. If they still retained some share of understanding, folly was possessed of all the schools as well as all the churches, and her votaries assumed the garb of philosophers, together with the ensigns of spiritual dignities. Throughout that large collection of letters which bears the name of St. Thomas, we find in all the retainers of that aspiring prelate, no less than in himself, a most entire and absolute conviction of the reason and piety of their own party, and a disdain of their antagonists. Nor is there less cant and grimace in their style when they address each other, than when they compose manifestos for the perusal of the public. The spirit of revenge, violence, and ambition which accompanied their conduct, instead of forming a presumption of hypocrisy, are the surest pledges of their sincere attachment to a cause which so much flattered these domineering passions. Henry, on the first of Becket's violent measures, had purported to have him arrested, and had already taken some steps towards the execution of that design. But the intelligence of his murder threw the prince into great consternation, and he was immediately sensible of the dangerous consequences which he had reason to apprehend from so unexpected an event. An archbishop of reputed sanctity assassinated before the altar in the exercise of his functions, and on account of his zeal in maintaining ecclesiastical privileges, must attain the highest honours of martyrdom, while his murderer would be ranked among the most bloody tyrants that ever were exposed to the hatred and detestation of mankind. Interdicts and excommunications, weapons in themselves so terrible, would, he foresaw, be armed with double force when employed in a cause so much calculated to work on the human passions, and so peculiarly adapted to the eloquence of popular preachers and declaimers. In vain would he plead his own innocence, and even his total ignorance of the fact. He was sufficiently guilty, if the Church thought proper to esteem him such, and his concurrence in Becket's martyrdom, becoming a religious opinion, would be received with all the implicit credit which belonged to the most established articles of faith. These considerations gave the king the most unaffected concern, and as it was extremely his interest to clear himself from all suspicion, he took no care to conceal the depth of his affliction. He shut himself up from the light of day, and from all commerce with his servants. He even refused, during 3 days, all food and sustenance. The courtiers, apprehending dangerous effects from his despair, were at last obliged to break in upon his solitude, and they employed every topic of consolation, induced him to accept of nourishment, and occupied his leisure in taking precautions against the consequences which he so justly apprehended from the murder of the primate. The point of chief importance to Henry was to convince the Pope of his innocence, or rather to persuade him that he would reap greater advantages from the submissions of England than from proceeding to extremities against that kingdom. The Archbishop of Rouen, the bishops of Worcester and Evreux, with 5 persons of inferior quality, were immediately dispatched to Rome, and orders were given them to perform their journey with the utmost expedition. Though the name and authority of the court of Rome were so terrible in the remote countries of Europe, which were sunk in profound ignorance, and were entirely unacquainted with its character and conduct, the Pope was so little revered at home that his inveterate enemies surrounded the gates of Rome itself, and even controlled his government in that city, and the ambassadors who, from a distant extremity of Europe, carried him to the humble or rather abject submissions of the greatest potentate of the age, found the utmost difficulty to make their way to him and to throw themselves at his feet. It was at length agreed that Richard Barre, one of their number, should leave the rest behind and run all the hazards of the passage, in order to prevent the fatal consequences which might ensue from any delay in giving satisfaction to His Holiness. He found on his arrival that Alexander was already wrought up to the greatest rage against the king, that Becket's partisans were daily stimulating him to revenge, that the King of France had exhorted him to fulminate the most dreadful sentence against England, and that the very mention of Henry's name before the Sacred College was received with every expression of horror and execration. The Thursday before Easter was now approaching, when it is customary for the Pope to denounce annual curses against all his enemies, and it was expected that Henry should, with all the preparations peculiar to the discharge of that sacred artillery, be solemnly comprehended in the number. But Bar found means to appease the pontiff and to deter him from a measure which, if it failed of success, could not afterwards be easily recalled. The anathemas were only levelled in general against all the actors, accomplices, and abettors of Becket's murder. The abbot of Valas and the archdeacons of Salisbury and Lisieux, with others of Henry's ministers who soon after arrived, besides asserting their prince's innocence, made oath before the whole consistory that he would stand up to the Pope's judgment in the affair, and make every submission that should be required of him. The terrible blow was thus artfully eluded. The Cardinals Albert and Theoden were appointed legates to examine the cause, and were ordered to proceed to Normandy for that purpose, and though Henry's foreign dominions were already laid under an interdict by the Archbishop of Sens, Becket's great partisan, and the Pope's legate in France, the general expectation that the monarchy would easily exculpate himself from any concurrence in the guilt kept everyone in suspense, and prevented all the bad consequence which might be dreaded from that sentence. The clergy, meanwhile, though their rage was happily diverted from falling on the king, were not idle in magnifying the sanctity of Becket, in extolling the merits of his martyrdom, and in exalting him above all that devoted tribe who in several ages had, by their blood, cemented the fabric of the temple. Other saints had only borne testimony by their sufferings to the general doctrines of Christianity, but Becket had sacrificed his life to the power and privileges of the clergy, and this peculiar merit challenged, and not in vain, a suitable acknowledgment to his memory. Endless were the panegyrics on his virtues, and the miracles wrought by his relics were more numerous, more nonsensical, and more impudently attested than those which ever filled the legend of any confessor or martyr. 2 years after his death he was canonized by Pope Alexander. A solemn jubilee was established for celebrating his merits. His body was removed to a magnificent shrine, enriched with presents from all parts of Christendom. Pilgrimages were performed to obtain his intercession with heaven, and it was computed that in 1 year above 1,000 pilgrims arrived in Canterbury and paid their devotions at his tomb. It is indeed a mortifying reflection to those who are actuated by the love of fame, so justly denominated the last infirmity of noble minds, that the wisest legislator and most exalted genius that ever reformed or enlightened the world can never expect such tributes of praise and are lavished on the memory of pretended saints, whose whole conduct was probably to the last degree odious or contemptible, and whose industry was entirely directed to the pursuit of objects pernicious to mankind. It is only a conqueror, a personage no less entitled to our hatred, who can pretend to the attainment of equal renown and glory. It may not be amiss to remark, before we conclude this subject of Thomas à Becket, that the king, during his controversy with that prelate, was on every occasion more anxious than usual to express his zeal for religion, and to avoid all appearance of a profane negligence on that head. He gave his consent to the imposing of a tax on all his dominions for the delivery of the Holy Land, now threatened by the famous Saladin. This tax amounted to 2 pence a pound for 1 year, and a penny a pound for the 4 subsequent. Almost all the princes of Europe laid a like imposition on their subjects, which received the name of Saladin's tax. During this period there came over from Germany about 30 heretics of both sexes, under the direction of one Gerard, simple, ignorant people who could give no account of their faith, but declared themselves ready to suffer for the tenets of their master. They made only one convert in England, a woman as ignorant as themselves, yet they gave such umbrage to the clergy that they were delivered over to the secular arm, and were punished by being burned on the forehead and then whipped through the streets. They seemed to exult in their sufferings, and as they went along sung the beatitude, "Blessed are ye when men hate you and persecute you." After they were whipped, they were thrust out almost naked in the midst of winter, and perished through cold and hunger, no one daring or being willing to give them the least relief. We are ignorant of the particular tenets of these people, for it would be imprudent to rely on the representations left of them by the clergy, who affirm that they denied the efficacy of the sacraments and the unity of the Church. It is probable that their departure from the standard of orthodoxy was still more subtle and minute. They seem to have been the first that ever suffered for heresy in England. As soon as Henry found that he was in no immediate danger from the thunders of the Vatican, he undertook an expedition against Ireland, a design for which he had long projected, and by which he hoped to recover his credit, somewhat impaired by his late transactions with the hierarchy. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Volume 1A of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 41. Chapter 9, Part 1. Henry II. As Britain was first peopled from Gaul, so was Ireland probably from Britain, and the inhabitants of all these countries seem to have been so many tribes of the Celtae, who derive their origin from an antiquity that lies far beyond the records of any history or tradition. The Irish, from the beginning of time, had been buried in the most profound barbarism and ignorance, and as they were never conquered or even invaded by the Romans, from whom all the Western world derived its civility, they continued still in the most rude state of society, and were distinguished by those vices alone to which human nature, not tamed by education or restrained by law, is forever subject. The small principalities into which they were divided exercised perpetual rapine and violence against each other. The uncertain succession of their princes was a continual source of domestic convulsions. The usual title of each petty sovereign was the murder of his predecessor. Courage and force, though exercised in the commission of crimes, were more honored than any pacific virtues, and the most simple arts of life, even tillage and agriculture, were almost wholly unknown among them. They had felt the invasions of the Danes and the other northern tribes, but these inroads, which had spread barbarism in other parts of Europe, tended rather to improve the Irish, and the only towns which were to be found in the island had been planted along the coast by the freebooters of Norway and Denmark. The other inhabitants exercised pasturage in the open country, sought protection from any danger in their forests and morasses, and being divided by the fiercest animosities against each other, were still more intent on the means of mutual injury than on the expedients for common or even for private interest. Besides many small tribes, there were, in the age of Henry II, 5 principal sovereignties in the island: Munster, Leinster, Meath, Ulster, and Connaught. And as it had been usual for the one or the other of these to take lead in their wars, there was commonly some prince who seemed for the time to act as monarch of Ireland. Roderick O'Connor, King of Connaught, was then advanced to this dignity, but his government, ill obeyed even within his own territory, could not unite the people in any measures, either for the establishment of order or for the defense against foreigners. The ambition of Henry had, very early in his reign, been moved by the prospect of these advantages to attempt the subjecting of Ireland, and a pretense was only wanting to invade a people who, being always confined to their own island, had never given any reason of complaint to any of their neighbors. For this purpose he had recourse to Rome, which assumed a right to dispose of kingdoms and empires, and, not foreseeing the dangerous disputes which he was one day to maintain with that see, he helped for present, or rather for an imaginary convenience, to give sanction to claims which were now become dangerous to all sovereigns. Adrian III, who then filled the papal chair, was by birth an Englishman, and being on that account the more disposed to oblige Henry, he was easily persuaded to act as master of the world, and to make, without any hazard or expense, the acquisition of a great island to his spiritual jurisdiction. The Irish had, by precedent missions from the Britons, been imperfectly converted to Christianity, and what the Pope regarded as the surest mark of their imperfect conversion, they followed the doctrines of their first teachers, and had never acknowledged any subjection to the See of Rome. Adrian, therefore, in the year 1156, issued a bull in favor of Henry, in which, after premising that this prince had ever shown an anxious care to enlarge the Church of God on earth, and to increase the number of his saints and elect in heaven, he represents his design of subduing Ireland as derived from the same pious motives. He considers his care of previously applying for the apostolic sanction as a sure earnest of success and victory, and having established it as a point incontestable that all Christian kingdoms belong to the patrimony of St. Peter, he acknowledges it to be his own duty to sow among them the seeds of the gospel, which might in the last day fructify to their eternal salvation. He exhorts the king to invade Ireland in order to extirpate the vice and wickedness of the natives, and oblige them to pay yearly from every house a penny to the See of Rome. He gives him entire right and authority over the island, commands all the inhabitants to obey him as their sovereign, and invests with full power all such godly instruments as he should think proper to employ in an enterprise thus calculated for the glory of God and the salvation of the souls of men. Henry, though armed with this authority, did not immediately put his design in execution, but being detained by more interesting business on the continent, waited for a favorable opportunity of invading Ireland. Dermot MacMurrough, King of Leinster, had, by his licentious tyranny, rendered himself odious to his subjects, who seized with alacrity the first occasion that offered of throwing off the yoke, which was become grievous and oppressive to them. This prince had formed a design with Dovergilda, wife of Ororic, Prince of Breffni, and taking advantage of her husband's absence, who, being obliged to visit a distant part of his territory, had left his wife secure, as he thought, in an island surrounded by a bog, he suddenly invaded the place and carried off the princess. This exploit, though usual among the Irish, and rather deemed a proof of gallantry and spirit, provoked the resentment of the husband, who, having collected forces and being strengthened by the alliance of Roderick, King of Connaught, invaded the dominions of Dermot and expelled him his kingdom. The exiled prince had recourse to Henry, who was at this time in Guienne, craved his assistance in restoring him to his sovereignty, and offered, on that event, to hold his kingdom in vassalage under the crown of England. Henry, whose views were already turned towards making acquisitions in Ireland, readily accepted the offer, but, being at that time embarrassed by the rebellions of his French subjects, as well as by his disputes with the See of Rome, he declined for the present embarking in the enterprise, and gave Dermot no further assistance than letters patent, by which he empowered all his subjects to aid the Irish prince in the recovery of his dominions. Dermot, supported by this authority, came to Bristol, and after endeavoring, though for some time in vain, to engage adventurers in the enterprise, he at last formed a treaty with Richard, surnamed Strongbow, Earl of Strigul. This nobleman, who was of the illustrious house of Clare, had impaired his fortune by expensive pleasures, and being ready for any desperate undertaking, he promised assistance to Dermot on the condition that he should espouse Eva, daughter of that prince, and be declared heir to all his dominions. While Richard was assembling his succors, Dermot went into Wales, and meeting with Robert Fitzstephen, constable of Abertavie, and Maurice Fitzgerald, he also engaged them in his service, and obtained their promise of invading Ireland. Being now assured of succour, he returned privately to his own state, and lurking in the monastery of Ferns, which he had founded, for this ruffian was also a founder of monasteries, he prepared everything for the reception of his English allies. The troops of Fitzstephen were first ready. That gentleman landed in Ireland with 30 knights, 60 esquires, and 300 archers. But this small body, being brave men, not unacquainted with discipline, and completely armed, a thing almost unknown in Ireland, struck a great terror into the barbarous inhabitants, and seemed to menace them with some signal revolution. The conjunction of Maurice de Pendergast, who about the same time brought over 10 knights and 60 archers, enabled Fitzstephen to attempt the siege of Wexford, a town inhabited by the Danes, and after gaining an advantage, he made himself master of the place. Soon after, Fitzgerald arrived with 10 knights, 30 esquires, and 100 archers, and being joined by the former adventurers, composed a force which nothing in Ireland was able to withstand. Roderick, the chief monarch of the island, was foiled in different actions. The Prince of Ossory was obliged to submit, and give hostages for his peaceable behavior, and Dermot, not content with being restored to his kingdom in Leinster, projected the dethroning of Roderick, and aspired to sole dominion over the Irish. In prosecution of these views, he sent over a messenger to the Earl of Strigul, challenging the performance of his promise, and displaying the mighty advantages which might now be reaped by a reinforcement of warlike troops from England. Richard, not satisfied with the general allowance given by Henry to all his subjects, went to that prince, then in Normandy, and having obtained a cold or ambiguous permission, prepared himself for the execution of his designs. He first sent over Raymond, one of his retinue, with 10 knights and 70 archers, who, landing near Waterford, defeated a body of 3,000 Irish that had ventured to attack him, and as Richard himself, who brought over 200 horse and a body of archers, joined, a few days after, the victorious English, they made themselves masters of Waterford, and proceeded to Dublin, which was taken by assault. Roderick, in revenge, cut off the head of Dermot's natural son, who had been left as a hostage in his hands, and Richard, marrying Eva, became soon after, by the death of Dermot, master of the kingdom of Leinster, and prepared to extend his authority over all Ireland. Roderick and the Irish princes were alarmed at the danger, and combining together, besieged Dublin with an army of 30,000 men. But Earl Richard, making a sudden sally at the head of 90 knights with their followers, put this numerous army to rout, chased them off the field, and pursued them with great slaughter. None in Ireland now dared to oppose themselves to the Irish. Henry, jealous of the progress made by his own subjects, sent orders to recall all the English, and he made preparations to attack Ireland in person. But Richard and the other adventurers found means to appease him, by making him the most humble submissions, and offering to hold all their acquisitions in vassalage to his crown. That monarch landed in Ireland at the head of 500 knights, besides other soldiers. He found the Irish so dispirited by their late misfortunes that, in a progress which he made through the island, he had no other occupation than to receive the homage of his new subjects. He left most of the Irish chieftains or princes in possession of their ancient territories, bestowed some lands on the English adventurers, gave Earl Richard the commission of Seneschal of Ireland, and after a stay of a few months returned in triumph to England. By these trivial exploits, scarcely worth relating, except for the importance of the consequences, was Ireland subdued and annexed to the English crown. The low state of commerce and industry during those ages made it impracticable for princes to support regular armies, which might retain a conquered country in subjection, and the extreme barbarism and poverty of Ireland could still less afford means of bearing the expense. The only expedients by which a durable conquest could then be made or maintained was by pouring in a multitude of new inhabitants, dividing among them the lands of the vanquished, establishing them in all offices of trust and authority, and thereby transforming the ancient inhabitants into a new people. By this policy the northern invaders of old, and of late the Duke of Normandy, had been able to fix their dominions and to erect kingdoms which remained stable on their foundations, and were transmitted to posterity of the first conquerors. But the state of Ireland rendered that island so little inviting to the English, that only a few of desperate fortunes could be persuaded, from time to time, to transport themselves thither, and instead of reclaiming the natives from their uncultivated manners, they were gradually assimilated to the ancient inhabitants, and degenerated from the customs of their own nation. It was also found requisite to bestow great military and arbitrary powers on the leaders, who commanded a handful of men amidst such hostile multitudes, and law and equity in a little time became as much unknown in the English settlements as they had ever been among the Irish tribes. Palatinates were erected in favor of the new adventurers, independent authority conferred. The natives, never fully subdued, still retained their animosity against the conquerors. Their hatred was retaliated by like injuries, and from these causes the Irish, during the course of 4 centuries, remained still savage and untractable. It was not till the later end of Elizabeth's reign that the island was fully subdued, nor till that of her successor that it gave hopes of becoming a useful conquest to the English nation. Besides that the easy and peaceable submission of the Irish left Henry no further occupation in that island, he was recalled from it by another incident which was of the last importance to his interest and safety. The 2 legates, Albert and Theoden, to whom was committed the trial of his conduct in the murder of Archbishop Becket, were arrived in Normandy, and being impatient of delay, sent him frequent letters, full of menaces, if he protracted any longer making his appearance before them. He hastened therefore to Normandy, and had a conference with them at Savigny, where their demands were so exorbitant that he broke off the negotiation, threatened to return to Ireland, and bade them do their worst against him. They perceived that the season was now past for taking advantage of that tragical incident, which, had it been hotly pursued by interdicts and excommunications, was capable of throwing the whole kingdom into combustion. But the time which Henry had happily gained had contributed to appease the minds of men. The event could not now have the same influence as when it was recent, and as the clergy every day looked for an accommodation with the king, they had not opposed the pretensions of his partisans, who had been very industrious in representing to the people his entire innocence in the murder of the primate, and his ignorance of the designs formed by the assassins. The legates, therefore, found themselves obliged to lower their terms, and Henry was so fortunate as to conclude an accommodation with them. He declared upon oath, before the relics of the saints, that so far from commanding or desiring the death of the archbishop, he was extremely grieved when he received intelligence of it. But as the passion which he had expressed on account of that prelate's conduct had probably been the occasion of his murder, he stipulated the following conditions as an atonement for the offense. He promised that he should pardon all such as had been banished for adhering to Becket, and should restore them to their livings; that the see of Canterbury should be reinstated in all its ancient possessions; that he should pay the Templars a sum of money sufficient for the subsistence of 200 knights during a year in the Holy Land; that he should himself take the cross at the Christmas following, and, if the Pope required it, serve 3 years against the infidels, either in Spain or Palestine; that he should not insist on the observance of such customs derogatory to ecclesiastical privileges as had been introduced in his own time, and that he should not obstruct appeals to the Pope in ecclesiastical causes, but should content himself with exacting sufficient security from such clergymen as left his dominions to prosecute an appeal, that they should attempt nothing against the rights of his crown. Upon signing these concessions, Henry received absolution from the legates, and was confirmed in the grant of Ireland made by Pope Adrian. And nothing proves more strongly the great abilities of this monarch than his extricating himself on such easy terms from so difficult a situation. He had always insisted that the laws established at Clarendon contained not any new claims, but the ancient customs of the kingdom, and he was still at liberty, notwithstanding the articles of this agreement, to maintain his pretensions. Appeals to the Pope were indeed permitted by that treaty, but as the king was also permitted to exact reasonable securities from the parties, and might stretch his demands on this head as far as he pleased, he had it virtually in his power to prevent the Pope from reaping any advantage by this seeming concession. And on the whole, the constitutions of Clarendon remained still the law of the realm, though the Pope and his legates seem so little to have conceived the king's power to lie under any legal limitations, that they were satisfied with his departing, by treaty, from one of the most momentous articles of these constitutions, without requiring any repeal by the states of the kingdom. Henry, freed from this dangerous controversy with the ecclesiastics and with the see of Rome, seemed now to have reached the pinnacle of human grandeur and felicity, and to be equally happy in his domestic situation and in his political government. A numerous progeny of sons and daughters gave both lustre and authority to his crown, prevented the danger of a disputed succession, and repressed all pretensions of the ambitious barons. The king's precaution also, in establishing the several branches of his family, seemed well calculated to prevent all jealousy among the brothers, and to perpetuate the greatness of his family. He had appointed Henry, his eldest son, to be his successor in the kingdom of England, the duchy of Normandy, and the countries of Anjou, Maine, and Touraine, territories which lay contiguous, and which, by that means, might easily lend to each other mutual assistance both against intestine commotions and foreign invasions. Richard, his second son, was invested in the duchy of Guienne and county of Poitou. Geoffrey, his third son, inherited, in right of his wife, the duchy of Brittany. He had also negotiated, in favor of this last prince, a marriage with Adelaide, the only daughter of Humbert, Count of Savoy and Maurienne, and was to receive as her dowry considerable demesnes in Piedmont, Savoy, Bresse, and Dauphiny. But this exaltation of his family excited the jealousy of all his neighbors, who made those very sons, whose fortune he had so anxiously established, the means of embittering his future life and disturbing his government. Young Henry, who was rising to man's estate, began to display his character and aspire to independence. Brave, ambitious, liberal, munificent, affable, he discovered qualities which gave great lustre to youth. Prognosticate a shining fortune, but, unless tempered in mature age with discretion, are the forerunners of the greatest calamities. It is said that at the time when this prince received the holy unction, his father, in order to give greater dignity to the ceremony, officiated at table as one of the retinue, and observed to his son that never king was more royally served. "It is nothing extraordinary," said young Henry to one of his courtiers, "if the son of a count should serve the son of a king." This saying, which might pass only for an innocent pleasantry, or even for an oblique compliment to his father, was, however, regarded as a symptom of his aspiring temper, and his conduct soon after justified the conjecture. Henry, agreeable to the promise which he had given both to the Pope and French king, permitted his son to be crowned anew by the hands of the Archbishop of Rouen, and associated the Princess Margaret, spouse to young Henry, in the ceremony. He afterwards allowed him to pay a visit to his father-in-law at Paris, who took the opportunity of instilling into the young prince those ambitious sentiments to which he was naturally but too much inclined. Though it had been the constant practice of France, ever since the accession of the Capetian line, to crown the son during the lifetime of the father, without conferring on him any present participation of royalty, Louis persuaded his son-in-law that, by this ceremony, which in those ages was deemed so important, he had acquired a title to sovereignty, and that the king could not, without injustice, exclude him from immediate possession of the whole, or at least a part of his dominions. In consequence of these extravagant ideas, young Henry, on his return, desired the king to resign to him either the crown of England or the duchy of Normandy, discovered great discontent on the refusal, spake in the most undutiful terms of his father, and soon after, in concert with Louis, made his escape to Paris, where he was protected and supported by that monarch. While Henry was alarmed at this incident, and had the prospect of dangerous intrigues, or even of war, which, whether successful or not, must be extremely calamitous and disagreeable to him, he received intelligence of new misfortunes, which must have affected him in the most sensible manner. Queen Eleanor, who had disgusted her first husband by her gallantries, was no less offensive to her second by her jealousy, and after this manner carried to extremity, in the different periods of her life, every circumstance of female weakness. She communicated her discontents against Henry to her two younger sons, Geoffrey and Richard, persuaded them that they were also entitled to present possession of the territories assigned to them, engaged them to fly secretly to the court of France, and was meditating herself an escape to the same court, and had even put on man's apparel for that purpose, when she was seized by orders from her husband and thrown into confinement. Thus Europe saw with astonishment the best and most indulgent of parents at war with his whole family. 3 boys, scarcely arrived at the age of puberty, require a great monarch, in the full vigor of his age and height of his reputation, to dethrone himself in their favor, and several princes not ashamed to support them in these unnatural and absurd pretensions. End of section 41. Recording by Robert Hoffman, Akron, Ohio. Section 42 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 42, Chapter 9, Part 2. Henry, reduced to this perilous and disagreeable situation, had recourse to the court of Rome. Though sensible of the danger attending the interposition of ecclesiastical authority in temporal disputes, he applied to the Pope, as his superior lord, to excommunicate his enemies, and by these censures to reduce to obedience his undutiful children, whom he found such reluctance to punish by the sword of the magistrate. Alexander, well pleased to exert his power in so justifiable a cause, issued the bulls required of him. But it was soon found that these spiritual weapons had not the same force as when employed in a spiritual controversy, and that the clergy were very negligent in supporting a sentence which was no wise calculated to promote the immediate interests of their order. The king, after taking in vain this humiliating step, was obliged to have recourse to arms, and to enlist such auxiliaries as are the usual resource of tyrants, and have seldom been employed by so wise and just a monarch. The loose government which prevailed in all the states of Europe, The many private wars carried on among the neighboring nobles, and the impossibility of enforcing any general execution of the laws, had encouraged a tribe of banditti to disturb everywhere the public peace, to infest the highways, to pillage the open country, and to brave all the efforts of the civil magistrate, even the excommunications of the church, which were fulminated against them. Troops of them were sometimes enlisted in the service of one prince or baron, sometimes in that of another. They often acted in an independent manner, under leaders of their own. The peaceable and industrious inhabitants were frequently obliged for subsistence to betake themselves to a like disorderly course of life, and a continual intestine war, pernicious to industry, as well as to the execution of justice, was thus carried on in the bowels of every kingdom. Those desperate ruffians received the names sometimes of Brabancans, sometimes of Rowdiers or Coudereaux, but for what reason is not agreed by historians. And they formed a kind of society or government among themselves, which set at defiance the rest of mankind. The greatest monarchs were not ashamed, on occasion, to have recourse to their assistance, and as their habits of war and depredation had given them experience, hardiness, and courage, they generally composed the most formidable part of those armies which decided the political quarrels of princes. Several of them were enlisted among the forces levied by Henry's enemies, but the greatest treasures amassed by that prince enabled him to engage more numerous troops of them in his service, and the situation of his affairs rendered even such banditti the only forces on whose fidelity he could repose any confidence. His licentious barons, disgusted with a vigilant government, were more desirous of being ruled by young princes, ignorant of public affairs, remiss in their conduct, and profuse in their grants. And as the king had ensured to his sons the succession to every particular province of his dominions, the nobles dreaded no danger in adhering to those who, they knew, must sometime become their sovereigns. Prompted by these motives, many of the Norman nobility had deserted to his son Henry. The Breton and the Gascon barons seemed equally disposed to embrace the quarrel of Geoffrey and Richard. Disaffection had crept in among the English, and the Earls of Leicester and Chester in particular had openly declared against the king. 20,000 Brabancans, therefore, joined to some troops which he brought over from Ireland, and a few barons of approved fidelity, formed the sole force with which he intended to resist his enemies. Louis, in order to bind the confederates in a closer union, summoned at Paris an assembly of the chief vassals of the crown, received their approbation of his measures, and engaged them by oath to adhere to the cause of young Henry. This prince, in return, bound himself by a like tie never to desert his French allies, and having made a new great seal, he lavishly distributed among them many considerable parts of those territories which he purposed to conquer from his father. The counts of Flanders, Boulogne, Blois, and Eu, partly moved by the general jealousy arising from Henry's power and ambition, partly allured by the prospect of reaping advantage from the inconsiderate temper and the necessities of the young prince, declared openly in favor of the latter. William, King of Scotland, had also entered into this great confederacy, and a plan was concerted for a general invasion on different parts of the king's extensive and factious dominions. Hostilities were first commenced by the counts of Flanders and Boulogne on the frontiers of Normandy. Those princes laid siege to Aumale, which was delivered into their hands by the treachery of the count of that name. This nobleman surrendered himself prisoner, and on the pretense of thereby paying his ransom, opened the gates of all his other fortresses. The two counts next besieged and made themselves masters of Dricourt, but the Count of Boulogne was here mortally wounded in the assault, and this incident put some stop to the progress of the Flemish arms. In another quarter, the King of France, being strongly assisted by his vassals, assembled a great army of 7,000 knights and their followers on horseback, and a proportionable number of infantry. Carrying young Henry along with him, he laid siege to Verneuil, which was vigorously defended by Hugh de Lacy and Hugh de Beauchamp, the governors. After he had lain a month before the place, the garrison, being straitened for provisions, were obliged to capitulate, and they engaged, if not relieved within 3 days, to surrender the town and to retire to the citadel. On the last of these days, Henry appeared with his army upon the heights of Verneuil. Louis, dreading an attack, sent the Archbishop of Sens and the Count of Blois to the English camp, and desired that next day should be appointed for a conference, in order to establish a general peace and terminate the difference between Henry and his sons. The king, who passionately desired this accommodation, and suspected no fraud, gave his consent. But Louis, that morning, obliging the garrison to surrender, according to the capitulation, set fire to the place, and began to retire with his army. Henry, provoked by this artifice, attacked the rear with vigor, put them to rout, did some execution, and took several prisoners. The French army, as their time of service was now expired, immediately dispersed themselves into their several provinces, and left Henry free to prosecute his advantages against his other enemies. The nobles of Brittany, instigated by the Earl of Chester and Ralph de Fizet, were all in arms, but their progress was checked by a body of Brabançons, which the king, after Louis's retreat, had sent against them. The two armies came to an action near Dole, where the rebels were defeated, 1,500 killed on the spot, and the leaders, the Earls of Chester and Fuzat, obliged to take shelter in the town of Dole. Henry hastened to form the siege of that place, and carried on the attack with such ardor that he obliged the governor and the garrison to surrender themselves prisoners. By these rigorous measures and happy successes, the insurrections were entirely quelled in Brittany, and the king, thus fortunate in all quarters, willingly agreed to a conference with Louis, in hopes that his enemies, finding all their mighty efforts entirely frustrated, would terminate hostilities on some moderate and reasonable conditions. The two monarchs met between Tree and Gisofs, and Henry had here the mortification to see his 3 sons in the retinue of his mortal enemy. As Louis had no other pretense for war than supporting the claims of the young princes, the king made them such offers as children might be ashamed to insist on, and could be extorted from him by nothing but his parental affection, or by the present necessity of his affairs. He insisted only on retaining the sovereign authority in all his dominions, but offered young Henry half the revenues of England, with some places of surety in that kingdom, or, if he rather choose to reside in Normandy, half the revenues of that duchy, with all those of Anjou. He made a like offer to Richard in Guienne. He promised to resign Brittany to Geoffrey, and if these concessions were not deemed sufficient, he agreed to add to them whatever the Pope's legates, who were present, should require of him. The Earl of Leicester was also present at the negotiation, and either from the impetuosity of his temper, or from a view of abruptly breaking off a conference which must cover the allies with confusion, he gave vent to the most violent reproaches against Henry, and he even put his hand to his sword as if he meant to attempt some violence against him. This furious action threw the whole company into confusion, and put an end to the treaty. The chief hopes of Henry's enemies seemed now to depend on the state of affairs in England, where his authority was exposed to the most imminent danger. One article of Prince Henry's agreement with his foreign confederates was, that he should resign Kent, with Dover and all its other fortresses, into the hands of the Earl of Flanders. Yet so little national or public spirit prevailed among the independent English nobility, so wholly bent were they on the aggrandizement each of himself and his own family, that, notwithstanding this pernicious concession, which must have produced the ruin of the kingdom, the greater part of them had conspired to make an insurrection and to support the prince's pretensions. The king's principal resource lay in the church and the bishops, with whom he was now in perfect agreement, whether that the decency of their character made them ashamed of supporting so unnatural a rebellion, or that they were entirely satisfied with Henry's atonement for the murder of Becket and for his former invasion of ecclesiastical immunities. That prince, however, had resigned none of the essential rights of his crown in the accommodation. He maintained still the same prudent jealousy of the court of Rome, admitted no legate into England without his swearing to attempt nothing against the royal prerogatives, and he even obliged the monks of Canterbury, who pretended to a free election on the vacancy made by the death of Becket, to choose Roger, prior of Dover, in the place of that turbulent prelate. The King of Scotland made an irruption into Northumberland, and committed great devastations. But being opposed by Richard de Lacy, whom Henry had left guardian of the realm, he retreated into his own country and agreed to a cessation of arms. This truce enabled the guardian to march southward with his army in order to oppose an invasion which the Earl of Leicester, at the head of a great body of Flemings, had made upon Suffolk. The Flemings had been joined by Hugh Bigod, who made them masters of his castle at Framlingham, and marching into the heart of the kingdom, where they hoped to be supported by Leicester's vassals, they were met by Lacy, who, assisted by Humphrey Buchan, the constable, and the Earls of Arundel, Gloucester, and Cornwall, had advanced to Farnham with a less numerous but braver army to oppose them. The Flemings, who were mostly weavers and artificers, for manufacturers were now beginning to be established in Flanders, were broken in an instant. 10,000 of them were put to the sword. The Earl of Leicester was taken prisoner, and the remains of the invaders were glad to compound for a safe retreat into their own country. This great defeat did not dishearten the malcontents, who, being supported by the alliance of so many foreign princes, and encouraged by the king's own sons, determined to persevere in their enterprise. The Earl of Ferrars, Roger de Morbray, Achetil de Malory, Richard de Morville, Amo de Massy, together with many friends of the Earls of Leicester and Chester, rose in arms. The fidelity of the Earls of Clare and Gloucester was suspected, and the guardian, though vigorously supported by Geoffrey, Bishop of Lincoln, the king's natural son by the fair Rosamond, found it difficult to defend himself on all quarters from so many open and concealed enemies. The more to augment the confusion, the King of Scotland, on the expiration of the truce, broke into the northern provinces with a great army of 80,000 men, which, though undisciplined and disorderly, and better fitted for committing devastation than for executing any military enterprise, was become dangerous from the present factious and turbulent spirit of the kingdom. Henry, who had baffled all his enemies in France, and had put his frontiers in a posture of defense, now found England the seat of danger, and he determined by his presence to overawe the malcontents, or by his conduct encouraged to subdue them. He landed at Southampton, and knowing the influence of superstition over the minds of the people, he hastened to Canterbury in order to make atonement to the ashes of Thomas à Becket, and tender his submissions to a dead enemy. As soon as he came within sight of the church of Canterbury, he dismounted, walked barefoot towards it, prostrated himself before the shrine of the saint, remained in fasting and prayer during a whole day, and watched all night the holy relics. Not content with this hypocritical devotion towards a man whose violence and ingratitude had so long disquieted his government, and had been the object of his most inveterate animosity, he submitted to a penance still more singular and humiliating. He assembled a chapter of the monks, disrobed himself before them, put a scourge of discipline into the hands of each, and presented his bare shoulders to the lashes, which these ecclesiastics successively inflicted upon him. Next day he received absolution, and, departing for London, got soon after the agreeable intelligence of a great victory which his generals had obtained over the Scots, and which, being gained, as was reported, on the very day of his absolution, was regarded as the earnest of his final reconciliation with heaven and with Thomas à Becket. William, King of Scots, though repulsed before the castle of Prudhoe and other fortified palaces, had committed the most horrible depredations upon the northern provinces. But on the approach of Ralph de Glanville, the famous justiciary, seconded by Bernard de Bayonne, Robert de Stuyvesant, Odenel de Umfrel, William de Vesey, and other northern barons, together with the gallant Bishop of Lincoln, he thought proper to retreat nearer his own country, and he fixed his camp at Alnwick. He had here weakened his army extremely, by sending out numerous detachments in order to extend his ravages, and he lay absolutely safe, as he imagined, from any attack of the enemy. But Glanville, informed of his situation, made a hasty and fatiguing march to Newcastle, and allowing his soldiers only a small interval of refreshment, he immediately set out towards evening for Alnwick. He marched that night above 30 miles, arrived in the morning under cover of a mist near the Scottish camp, and regardless of the great numbers of the enemy, he began the attack with his small but determined body of cavalry. William was living in such supine security that he took the English at first for a body of his own ravagers who were returning to the camp. But the sight of their banners convincing him of his mistake, he entered on the action with no greater body than 100 horse, in confidence that the numerous army which surrounded him would soon hasten to his relief. He was dismounted on the first shock and taken prisoner, while his troops, hearing of the disaster, fled on all sides with the utmost precipitation. The dispersed ravagers made the best of their way to their own country, and discord arising among them, they proceeded even to mutual hostilities, and suffered more from each other's sword than that of the enemy. This great and important victory proved at last decisive in favor of Henry, and entirely broke the spirit of the English rebels. The Bishop of Durham, who was preparing to revolt, made his submissions. Hugh Bigod, though he had received a strong reinforcement of Flemings, was obliged to surrender all his castles and throw himself on the king's mercy. No better resource was left to the Earl of Ferrar and Roger de Morbray. The inferior rebels imitating the example, all England was restored to tranquillity in a few weeks. And as the king appeared to be under the immediate protection of heaven, it was deemed impious any longer to resist him. The clergy exalted anew the merits and powerful intercession of Becket, and Henry, instead of opposing this superstition, plumed himself on the new friendship of the saint, and propagated an opinion which was so favorable to his interests. Prince Henry, who was ready to embark at Gravelands with the Earl of Flanders and a great army, hearing that the partisans in England were suppressed, abandoned all thoughts of the enterprise, and joined the camp of Lewis, who, during the absence of the king, had made an irruption into Normandy and had laid siege to Rouen. The place was defended with great vigor by the inhabitants, and Lewis, despairing of success by open force, tried to gain the town by stratagem, which, in that superstitious age, was deemed not very honorable. He proclaimed in his own camp a cessation of arms on pretense of celebrating the festival of St. Lawrence. And when the citizens, supposing themselves in safety, were so imprudent as to remit their guard, he purposed to take advantage of their security. Happily, some priests had, from mere curiosity, mounted a steeple where the alarm bell hung, and observing the French camp in motion, they immediately rang the bell and gave warning to the inhabitants, who ran to their several stations. The French, who, on hearing the alarm, hurried to the assault, had already mounted the walls in several places, but being repulsed by the enraged citizens, were obliged to retreat with considerable loss. Next day, Henry, who had hastened to the defense of his Norman dominions, passed over the bridge in triumph, and entered Rouen in sight of the French army, and the king, in order to brave the French monarch, commanded the gates which had been walled up to be opened, and he prepared to push his advantages against the enemy. Lewis saved himself from this perilous situation by a new piece of deceit, not so justifiable. He proposed a conference for adjusting the terms of a general peace, which he knew would be greedily embraced by Henry, and while the King of England trusted to the execution of his promise, he made a retreat with his army into France. There was, however, a necessity on both sides for an accommodation. Henry could no longer bear to see his 3 sons in the hands of his enemy, and Louis dreaded lest this great monarch, victorious in all quarters, crowned with glory, and absolute master of his dominions, might take revenge for the many dangers and disquietudes which the arms, and still more the intrigues, of France had, in his disputes both with Becket and his son, found means to raise him. After making a cessation of arms, a conference was agreed on near Tours, where Henry granted his sons much less advantageous terms than he had formerly offered, and he received their submissions. The most material of his concessions were some pensions which he stipulated to pay them, and some castles which he granted them for a place of their residence, together with an indemnity of all their adherents who were restored to their estates and honours. Of all those who had embraced the cause of the young princes, William, King of Scotland, was the only considerable loser by that invidious, unjust enterprise. Henry delivered from confinement, without exacting any ransom, about 900 knights, whom he had taken prisoners, but it cost William the ancient independency of his crown as the price of his liberty. He stipulated to do homage to Henry for Scotland and all his other possessions. He engaged that all the barons and nobility of his kingdom should also do homage, that the bishops should take an oath of fealty, that both should swear to adhere to the King of England against their native prince, if the latter should break his engagements, and that the fortresses of Edinburgh, Stirling, Berwick, Roxburgh, and Jedburgh should be delivered into Henry's hands till the performance of articles. This severe and humiliating treaty was executed in its full rigor. William, being released, brought up all his barons, prelates, and abbots, and they did homage to Henry in the Cathedral of York, and acknowledged him and his successors for their superior lord. The English monarch stretched still further the rigor of the conditions which he exacted. He engaged the king and states of Scotland to make a perpetual cession of the fortresses of Berwick and Roxburgh, and to allow the castle of Edinburgh to remain in his hands for a limited time. This was the first great ascendant which England obtained over Scotland, and indeed the first important transaction which had passed between the kingdoms. Few princes have been so fortunate as to gain considerable advantages over their weaker neighbours with less violence and injustice than was practised by Henry against the King of Scots, whom he had taken prisoner in battle, and who had wantonly engaged in war, in which all the neighbours of that prince, and even his own family, were, without provocation, combined against him. End of section 42. Recording by Robert Hoffman, Akron, Ohio. Section 43 of Volume 1A of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. By David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 43, Chapter 9, Part 3. Henry having thus, contrary to expectation, extricated himself with honor from a situation in which his throne was exposed to great danger, was employed for several years in the administration of justice, in the execution of the laws, and in guarding against those inconveniences which either the past convulsions of his state or the political institutions of that age unavoidably occasioned. The provisions which he made show such largeness of thought as qualified him for being a legislator, and they were commonly calculated as well for the future as the present happiness of the kingdom. He enacted severe penalties against robbery, murder, false coining, arson, and ordained that these crimes should be punished by the amputation of the right hand and right foot. the pecuniary commutation for crimes, which has a false appearance of lenity, had been gradually disused, and seems to have been entirely abolished by the rigor of these statutes. The superstitious trial by water ordeal, though condemned by the church, still subsisted, but Henry ordained, that any man accused of murder, or any heinous felony, by the oath of the legal knights of the county, should, even though acquitted by the ordeal, be obliged to abjure the realm. All advances toward reason and good sense are slow and gradual. Henry, though sensible of the great absurdity attending the trial by duel or battle, did not venture to abolish it. He only admitted either of the parties to challenge a trial by an assize or a jury of 12 freeholders. This latter method of trial seems to have been very ancient in England, and was fixed by the laws of King Alfred. But the barbarous and violent genius of the age had of late given more credit to the trial by battle, which had become the general method of deciding all important controversies. It was never abolished by law in England, and there is an instance of it so late as in the reign of Elizabeth. But the institution revived by this king, being found more reasonable and more suitable to a civilized people, gradually prevailed over it. The partition of England into 4 divisions, and the appointment of itinerant justices to go to the circuit in each division, and to decide the causes in the counties, was another important ordinance of this prince, which had a direct tendency to curb the oppressive barons, and to protect the inferior gentry and common people in their property. Those justices were either prelates or considerable noblemen, who, besides carrying the authority of the king's commission, were able, by the dignity of their own character, to give weight and credit to the laws. That there might be fewer obstacles to the execution of justice, the king was vigilant in demolishing all the new erected castles of the nobility, in England as well as in foreign dominions, and he permitted no fortress to remain in the custody of those whom he found reason to suspect. But lest the kingdom should be weakened by this demolition of the fortresses, the king fixed an assize of arms, by which all his subjects were obliged to put themselves in a situation for defending themselves in the realm. Every man possessed of a knight's fee was ordained to have for each fee a coat of mail, a helmet, a shield, and a lance. Every free layman, possessed of goods to the value of 16 marks, was to be armed in like manner. Every one that possessed 10 marks was obliged to have an iron gorget, a cap of iron, and a lance. All burgesses were to have a cap of iron, a lance, a wambice, that is, a coat quilted with wool, tow, or such like materials. It appears that archery, for which the English were afterwards so renowned, had not at this time become very common among them. The spear was the chief weapon employed in battle. The clergy and the laity were during that age in a strange situation with regard to each other, and such as may seem totally incompatible with a civilized, and indeed with any species of government. If a clergyman were guilty of murder, he could be punished by degradation only. If he were murdered, the murderer was exposed to nothing but excommunication and ecclesiastical censures, and the crime was atoned for by penances and submission. Hence, the assassins of Tom à Becket himself, though guilty of the most atrocious wickedness, and the most repugnant to the sentiments of that age, lived securely in their own houses, without being called to account by Henry himself, who was so much concerned, both in honor and interest, to punish that crime, and who professed or affected, on all occasions, the most extreme abhorrence of it. It was not till they found their presence shunned by everyone as excommunicated persons, that they were induced to take a journey to Rome, to throw themselves at the feet of the pontiff, and to submit to the penances imposed upon them, after which they continued to possess without molestation their honors and fortunes, and seem even to have recovered the countenance and good opinion of the public. But as the king, by the constitutions of Clarendon, which he endeavored still to maintain, had subjected the clergy to a trial by the civil magistrate, it seemed but just to give them the protection of that power to which they owed obedience. It was enacted that the murderers of clergymen should be tried before the justiciary, in the presence of the bishop or his officials, and besides the usual punishment for murder, should be subjected to a forfeiture of their estates, and a confiscation of their goods and chattels. The king passed an equitable law, that the goods of a vassal should not be seized for the debt of his lord, unless the vassal be surety for the debt, and that the rents of the vassal should be paid to the creditors of the lord, not the lord himself. It is remarkable that this law was enacted by the king in a council which he held at Verneuil, and which consisted of some prelates and barons of England, as well as some of Normandy, Poitou, Anjou, Maine, Touraine, and Brittany, and the statute took place in all these last mentioned territories, though totally unconnected with each other, a certain proof how irregular the ancient feudal government was, and how near the sovereigns, in some instances, approached to despotism, though in others they seemed scarcely to possess any authority. If a prince, much dreaded and revered like Henry, obtained but the appearance of general consent to an ordinance which was equitable and just, it became immediately an established law, and all his subjects acquiesced in it. If the prince was hated and despised, if the nobles who supported him had small influence, if the humors of the times disposed the people to question the justice of his ordinance, the fullest and most authentic assembly had no authority. Thus all was confusion and disorder, no regular idea of constitution. Force and violence decided everything. The success which had attended Henry in his wars did not much encourage his neighbors to form any attempt against him, and his transactions with them during several years contain little memorable. Scotland remained in that state of feudal subjection to which he had reduced it, and gave him no further inquietude. He sent over his fourth son, John, into Ireland, with a view of making a more complete conquest of the island, but the petulance and incapacity of this prince, by which he enraged the Irish chieftains, obliged the king soon after to recall him. The king of France had fallen into an abject superstition, and was induced, by a devotion more sincere than that of Henry, to make a pilgrimage to the tomb of Becket, in order to obtain his intercession for the cure of Philip, his eldest son. He probably thought himself well entitled to the favor of that saint, on account of their ancient intimacy, and hoped that Becket, whom he had protected while on earth, would not now, when he was so highly exalted in heaven, forget his old friend and benefactor. The monks, sensible that their saint's honor was concerned in the case, failed not to publish that Louis's prayers were answered, and that the young prince was restored to health by Becket's intercession. That king himself was soon after struck with apoplexy, which deprived him of his understanding. Philip, though a youth of 15, took on him the administration, till his father's death, which happened soon after, opened his way to the throne, and he proved the ablest and greatest monarch that had governed that kingdom since the age of Charlemagne. The superior years, however, and experience of Henry, while they moderated his ambition, gave him such an ascendance over this prince, that no dangerous rivalship for a long time arose between them. The English monarch, instead of taking advantage of his own situation, rather employed his good offices in composing the quarrels which arose in the royal family of France, and he was successful in mediating a reconciliation between Philip and his mother and uncles. These services were but ill requited by Philip, who, when he came to man's estate, fomented all the domestic discords in the royal family of England, and encouraged Henry's sons in their ungrateful and undutiful behavior toward him. Prince Henry, equally impatient of obtaining power, and incapable of using it, renewed to the king the demand of his resigning Normandy, and on meeting with a refusal he fled with his consort to the court of France, but not finding Philip at that time disposed to enter into war for his sake, he accepted of his father's offers of reconciliation, and made him submissions. It was a cruel circumstance in the king's fortune that he could hope for no tranquillity from the criminal enterprises of his sons but by their mutual discord and animosities, which disturbed his family and threw his state into convulsions. Richard, whom he had made master of Guienne, and who had displayed his valor and military genius by suppressing the revolts of his mutinous barons, refused to obey Henry's orders, in doing homage to his elder brother for that duchy, and he defended himself against young Henry and Geoffrey, who, uniting their arms, carried war into his territories. The king with some difficulty composed this difference, but immediately found his eldest son engaged in conspiracies, and ready to take arms against himself. While the young prince was conducting these criminal intrigues, he was seized with a fever at Martel, a castle near Touraine to which he had retired in discontent. And seeing the approaches of death, he was at last struck with remorse for his undutiful behavior towards his father. He sent a message to the king, who was not far distant, expressed his contrition for his faults, and entreated the favor of a visit, that he might at least die with the satisfaction of having obtained his forgiveness. Henry, who had so often experienced the prince's ingratitude and violence, apprehended that his sickness was entirely feigned, and he durst not entrust himself into his son's hands. But when he soon after received intelligence of young Henry's death, and the proofs of his sincere repentance, this good prince was affected with the deepest sorrow. He thrice fainted away. He accused his own hard-heartedness in refusing the dying request of his son, and he lamented that he had deprived that prince of the last opportunity of making atonement for his offences, and of pouring out his soul in the bosom of his reconciled father. This prince died in the 28th year of his age. The behavior of his surviving children did not tend to give the king any consolation for the loss. As Prince Henry had left no posterity, Richard was become heir to all his dominions, and the king intended that John, his third surviving son and favorite, should inherit Guienne as his appanage. But Richard refused his consent, fled into that duchy, and even made preparations for carrying on war, as well as against his father as against his brother Geoffrey, who was now put in possession of Brittany. Henry sent for Eleanor his queen, the heiress of Guienne, and required Richard to deliver up to her the dominion of these territories, which that prince, either dreading an insurrection of the Gascons in her favor, or retaining some sense of duty towards her, readily performed, and he peaceably returned to his father's court. No sooner was this quarrel accommodated than Geoffrey, the most vicious perhaps of all Henry's unhappy family, broke out into violence, demanded Anjou to be annexed to his dominions of Brittany, and on meeting with a refusal, fled to the court of France and levied forces against his father. Henry was freed from this danger by his son's death, who was killed in a tournament at Paris. The widow of Geoffrey, soon after his decease, was delivered of a son who received the name of Arthur, and was invested in the duchy of Brittany under the guardianship of his grandfather, who is Duke of Normandy, was also superior lord of that territory. Philip, as Lord Paramount, disputed some time his title to this wardship, but was obliged to yield to the inclinations of the Bretons, who preferred the government of Henry. But the rivalship between these potent princes and all their inferior interests seemed now to have given place to the general passion for the relief of the Holy Land and the expulsion of the Saracens. Those infidels, though obliged to yield to the immense inundation of the Christians in the first crusade, had recovered courage after the torrent was passed, and attacking on all quarters the settlements of the Europeans, had deduced these adventures to great difficulties, and obliged them to apply again for succors from the west. A second crusade, under the Emperor Conrad and Louis VII., King of France, in which there perished above 200,000 men, brought them but a temporary relief. And those princes, after losing such immense armies and seeing the flower of their nobility fall by their side, returned with little honor into Europe. But these repeated misfortunes, which drained the western world of its people and treasure, were not yet sufficient to cure men of their passion for those spiritual adventures, and a new incident rekindled with fresh fury the zeal of the ecclesiastics and military adventures among the Latin Christians. Saladin, a prince of great generosity, bravery, and conduct, having fixed himself on the throne of Egypt, began to extend his conquests over the east, and finding the settlement of the Christians in Palestine an invincible obstacle to the progress of his arms, he bent the whole force of his policy and valor to subdue that small and barren but important territory. Taking advantage of dissensions which prevailed among the champions of the cross, and having secretly gained the Count of Tripoli, who commanded their armies, he invaded the frontiers with a mighty power and, aided by the treachery of that count, gained over them at Tiberiade a complete victory, which utterly annihilated the force of the already languishing kingdom of Jerusalem. The holy city itself fell into his hands after a feeble resistance. The kingdom of Antioch was almost entirely subdued, and except some maritime towns, nothing considerable remained of those boasted conquests, which, nearly a century before, it had cost the efforts of all Europe to acquire. The Western Christians were astonished on receiving this dismal intelligence. Pope Urban III, it is pretended, died of grief, and his successor, Gregory VIII, employed the whole time of his short pontificate in rousing to arms all the Christians who acknowledged his authority. The general cry was, that they were unworthy of enjoying any inheritance in heaven, who did not vindicate from the dominion of the infidels the inheritance of God on earth, and deliver from slavery that country which had been consecrated by the footsteps of their Redeemer. William, Archbishop of Tyre, having procured a conference between Henry and Philip near Gizers, enforced all these topics, gave a pathetic description of the miserable state of the Eastern Christians, and employed every argument to excite the ruling passions of the age, superstition, and jealousy of military honor. The two monarchs immediately took the cross. Many of the most considerable vassals imitated the example, and as the Emperor Frederick I entered into the same confederacy, some well-grounded hopes of success were entertained, and men flattered themselves that an enterprise which had failed under the conduct of many independent leaders, or of imprudent princes, might at last, by the efforts of such potent and able monarchs, be brought to a happy issue. The kings of France and England imposed a tax, amounting to the 10th of all movable goods on such as remained at home. But as they exempted from this burden most of the regular clergy, the secular aspired to the same immunity, pretended that their duty obliged them to assist the crusade with their prayers alone, and it was with some difficulty they were constrained to desist from an opposition, which in them who had been the chief promoters of those pious enterprises, appeared with the worst grace imaginable. This backwardness of the clergy is perhaps a symptom that the enthusiastic ardor which had at first seized the people for the Crusades was now by time and ill success considerably abated, and that the frenzy was chiefly supported by the military genius and love of glory in the monarchs. But before this great machine could be put into motion, there were still many obstacles to surmount. Philip, jealous of Henry's power, entered into a private confederacy with young Richard, and working on his ambitious and impatient temper, persuaded him, instead of supporting and aggrandizing that monarchy which he was one day to inherit, to seek present power and independence by disturbing and dismembering it. In order to give a pretense for hostilities between the two kings, Richard broke into the territories of Raymond, Count of Toulouse, who immediately carried complaints of this violence before the King of France, as his superior lord. Philip remonstrated with Henry, but received for answer that Richard had confessed to the Archbishop of Dublin that his enterprise against Raymond had been undertaken by the approbation of Philip himself, and was conducted by his authority. The King of France, who might have been covered with shame and confusion by this detection, still prosecuted his design, and invaded the provinces of Berry and Auvergne, under color of revenging the quarrel of the Count of Toulouse. Henry retaliated by making inroads upon the frontiers of France and burning Dreux. As this war, which destroyed all hopes of success in the projected crusade, gave great scandal, The two kings held a conference at the accustomed place between Gisors and Tree, in order to find means of accommodating their differences. They separated on worse terms than before, and Philip, to show his disgust, ordered a great elm under which the conferences had been usually held to be cut down, as if he had renounced all desire of accommodation, and was determined to carry the war to extremities against the King of England. But his own vassals refused to serve under him in so invidious a cause, and he was obliged to come anew to conference with Henry, and to offer terms of peace. These terms were such as entirely opened the eyes of the King of England, and fully convinced him of the perfidy of his son, and his secret alliance with Philip, of which he had before only entertained some suspicion. The King of France required that Richard should be crowned King of England in the lifetime of his father, should be invested in all his transmarine dominions, and should immediately espouse Alice, Philip's sister, to whom he had been formerly affianced, and who had already been conducted into England. Henry had experienced such fatal effects, both from the crowning of his eldest son, and from that prince's alliance with the royal family of France, that he rejected these terms, and Richard, in consequence of his secret agreement with Philip, immediately revolted from him, did homage to the King of France for all the dominions which Henry held of that crown, and received the investitures as if he had already been the lawful possessor. Several historians assert that Henry himself had become enamored of the young Alice, and mentioned this as an additional reason for his refusing these conditions. But he had so many other just and equitable motives for his conduct, that it is superfluous to assign a cause which the great prudence and advanced age of that monarch render somewhat improbable. End of section 43. Recording by Robert Hoffman, Akron, Ohio. Section 44 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 44. Chapter 9, Part 4. Cardinal Albano, the Pope's legate, displeased with these increasing obstacles to the crusade, excommunicated Richard, as the chief spring of discord. But the sentence of excommunication, which, when it was properly prepared and was zealously supported by the clergy, had often great influence in that age, proved entirely ineffectual in the present case. The chief barons of Poitou, Guienne, Normandy, and Anjou, being attached to the young prince, and finding that he had now received the investiture from their superior lord, declared for him, and made inroads into the territories of such as still adhered to the king. Henry, disquieted by the daily revolts of his mutinous subjects, and dreading still worse effects from their turbulent disposition, had again recourse to papal authority, and engaged the Cardinal Anagni, who had succeeded Albano in the legateship, to threaten Philip with laying an interdict on all his dominions. But Philip, who was a prince of great vigor and capacity, despised the menace, and told Anagni that it belonged not to the Pope to interpose in the temporal disputes of princes, much less in those between him and his rebellious vassal. He even proceeded so far as to reproach him with partiality, and with receiving bribes from the King of England, while Richard, still more outrageous, offered to draw his sword against the legate, and was hindered by the interposition alone of the company from committing violence upon him. The King of England was now obliged to defend his dominions by arms, and to engage in a war with France and with his eldest son, a prince of great valor, on such disadvantageous terms. Ferti-Bernard fell first into the hands of the enemy. Mons was next taken by assault, and Henry, who had thrown himself into that place, escaped with some difficulty. Amboise, Chaumont, and Chateau de Loire opened their gates on the appearance of Philip and Richard. Tours was menaced, and the king, who had retired to Saumur, had daily instances of the cowardice or infidelity of his governors, expected the most dismal issue to all his enterprises. While he was in this state of despondency, the Duke of Burgundy, the Earl of Flanders, and the Archbishop of Rheims interposed with their good offices, and the intelligence which he received of the taking of Tours, and which made him fully sensible of the desperate situation of his affairs, so subdued his spirit that he submitted to all the rigorous terms which were imposed upon him. He agreed that Richard should marry the Princess Alice, that that prince should receive the homage and oath of fealty of all his subjects both in England and in his transmarine dominions, that he himself should pay 20,000 marks to the King of France as a compensation for the charges of war, that his own barons should engage to make him observe this treaty by force, and in case of his violating it should promise to join Philip and Richard against him, and that all his vassals, who had entered into confederacy with Richard, should receive an indemnity for the offense. But the mortification which Henry, who had been accustomed to give the law in most treaties, received from these disadvantageous terms, was the least that he met with on this occasion. When he demanded a list of those barons to whom he was bound to grant a pardon for their connections with Richard, he was astonished to find, at the head of them, the name of his second son, John, who had always been his favorite, whose interests he had ever anxiously at heart, and who had even, on account of his ascendant over him, often excited the jealousy of Richard. The unhappy father, already overloaded with cares and sorrows, finding this last disappointment in his domestic tenderness, broke out into expressions of the utmost despair, cursed the day in which he received his miserable being, and bestowed on his ungrateful and undutiful children a malediction which he never could be prevailed on to retract. The more his heart was disposed to friendship and affection, the more he resented the barbarous return which his 4 sons had successfully made to his parental care, and this finishing blow, by depriving him of every comfort in life, quite broke his spirit, and threw him into a lingering fever of which he expired at the castle of Chinon, near Saumur. His natural son Geoffrey, who alone had behaved dutifully towards him, attended his corpse to the nunnery of Fontevraud, where it lay in state in the abbey church. Next day Richard, who came to visit the dead body of his father, and who, notwithstanding his criminal conduct, was not wholly destitute of generosity, was struck with horror and remorse at the sight, at the very instant, and as the attendants observed, blood gushed from the mouth and nostrils of the corpse. He exclaimed, agreeably to vulgar superstition, that he was his father's murderer, and he expressed a deep sense, though too late, of that undutiful behavior which had brought his parent to an untimely grave. Thus died, in the 58th year of his age, and 35th of his reign, the greatest prince of his time for wisdom, virtue, and abilities, and the most powerful in the extent of dominion of all those that had ever filled the throne of England. His character in private, as well as in public life, is almost without a blemish, and he seems to have possessed every accomplishment, both of body and mind, which makes a man either estimable or amiable. He was of a middle stature, strong and well proportioned. His countenance was lively and engaging, his conversation affable and entertaining, his elocution easy, persuasive, and ever at command. He loved peace, but possessed both bravery and conduct in war, was provident without timidity, severe in the execution of justice without rigor, and temperate without austerity. He preserved health, and kept himself from corpulency, to which he was somewhat inclined, by an abstemious diet and by frequent exercise, particularly hunting. When he could enjoy leisure, he recreated himself either in learned conversation or in reading, and he cultivated his natural talents by study above any prince of his time. His affections, as well as his enmities, were warm and durable, and his long experience of the ingratitude and infidelity of men never destroyed the natural sensibility of his temper, which disposed him to friendship and society. His character has been transmitted to us by several writers who were his contemporaries, and it extremely resembles, in its most remarkable features, that of his maternal grandfather, Henry I, excepting only that ambition, which was a ruling passion in both, found not in the first Henry such unexceptionable means of exerting itself, and pushed that prince into measures which were both criminal in themselves, and were the cause of further crimes from which his grandson's conduct was happily exempted. This prince, like most of his predecessors of the Norman line, except Stephen, passed more of his time on the continent than in the island. He was surrounded with the English gentry and nobility when abroad. The French gentry and nobility attended him when he resided in England. Both nations acted in the government as if they were the same people, and, on many occasions, the legislatures seem not to have been distinguished. As the king and all the English barons were of French extraction, the manners of that people acquired the ascendant, and were regarded as the models of imitation. All foreign improvements, therefore, such as they were, in literature and politeness, in laws and arts, seem now to have been, in a good measure, transplanted into England, and that kingdom was become little inferior in all the fashionable accomplishments to any of its neighbors on the continent. The more homely but more sensible manners and principles of the Saxons were exchanged for the affectations of chivalry and the subtleties of school philosophy. The feudal ideas of civil government, the Romish sentiments in religion, had taken entire possession of the people. By the former, the sense of submission toward princes was somewhat diminished in the barons. By the latter, the devoted attachment to papal authority was much augmented among the clergy. The Norman and other foreign families established in England had now struck deep root, and being entirely incorporated with the people, whom at first they oppressed and despised, they no longer thought they needed the protection of the crown for the enjoyment of their possessions, or considered their tenure as precarious. They aspired to the same liberty and independence which they saw enjoyed by their brethren on the continent, and desired to restrain those exorbitant prerogatives and arbitrary practices which the necessities of war and the violence of conquest had at first obliged them to indulge in their monarch. That memory also of a more equal government under the Saxon princes, which remained with the English, diffused still further the spirit of liberty, and made the barons both desirous of more independence to themselves and willing to indulge it to the people. And it was not long ere this secret revolution in the sentiments of men produced, first violent convulsions in the state, then an evident alteration in the maxims of government. The history of all the preceding kings of England since the Conquest gives evident proofs of the disorders attending the feudal institutions. The licentiousness of the barons, their spirit of rebellion against the prince and laws, and of animosity against each other, the conduct of the barons in the transmarine dominions of those monarchs, afforded perhaps still more flagrant instances of those convulsions, and the history of France, during several ages, consists almost entirely of narrations of this nature. The cities, during the continuance of this violent government, could neither be very numerous nor populous, and there occur instances which seem to evince that, though these are always the first seat of law and liberty, their police was in general loose and irregular, and exposed to the same disorders with those by which the country was generally infested. It was a custom in London for great numbers, to the amount of 100 or more, the sons and relations of considerable citizens, to form themselves into a licentious confederacy, to break into rich houses and plunder them, to rob and murder the passengers, and to commit with impunity all sorts of disorders. By these crimes it had become so dangerous to walk the streets by night that citizens durst no more venture abroad after sunset than if they had been exposed to the incursions of a public enemy. The brother of the Earl of Ferrars had been murdered by some of those nocturnal rioters, and the death of so eminent a person, which was much more regarded than that of many thousands of an inferior station, so provoked the king that he swore vengeance against the criminals and became thenceforth more rigorous in the execution of the laws. There is another instance given by historians, which proves to what a height such riots had proceeded, and how open these criminals were in committing their robberies. A band of them had attacked the house of a rich citizen, with the intention of plundering it, had broken through a stone wall with hammers and wedges, and had already entered the house, sword in hand, when the citizen, armed cap a pee and supported by his faithful servants, appeared in the passage to oppose them. He cut off the right hand of the first robber that entered, and made such stout resistance that his neighbors had leisure to assemble and come to his relief. The man who lost his hand was taken, and was tempted by the promise of pardon to reveal his confederates, among whom was one John Senex, esteemed among the richest and best-born citizens of London. He was convicted by the ordeal, and though he offered 500 marks for his life, the king refused the money, and ordered him to be hanged. It appears, from a statute of Edward I, that these disorders were not remedied, even in that reign. It was then made penal to go out at night after the hour of curfew, to carry a weapon, or to walk without a light or lantern. It is said in the preamble to this law that both by night and by day there were continual frays in the streets of London. Henry's care in administering justice had gained him so great a reputation, that even foreign and distant princes made him arbiter, and submitted their differences to his judgment. Sanchez, king of Navarre, having some controversies with Alfonso, king of Castile, was contented, though Alfonso had married the daughter of Henry, to choose this prince for a referee, and they agreed each of them to consign 3 castles into neutral hands as a pledge of their not departing from his award. Henry made the cause be examined before his great council, and gave a sentence, which was submitted to by both parties. These 2 Spanish kings sent each a stout champion to the court of England, in order to defend his cause by arms, in case the way of duel had been chosen by Henry. Henry so far abolished the barbarous and absurd practice of confiscating ships which had been wrecked on the coast, that he ordained, if one man or animal were alive in the ship, that the vessel and goods should be restored to the owners. The reign of Henry was remarkable also for an innovation which was afterwards carried further by his successors, and was attended with the most important consequences. This prince was disgusted with the species of military force which was established by the feudal institutions, and which, though it was extremely burdensome to the subject, yet rendered very little service to the sovereign. The barons, or military tenants, came late into the field. They were obliged to serve only 40 days. They were unskilful and disorderly in all their operations, and they were apt to carry into the camp the same refractory and independent spirit to which they were accustomed in their civil government. Henry, therefore, introduced the practice of making a commutation of their military service for money, and he levied scutages from his baronies and knights' fees, instead of requiring the personal attendance of his vassals. There is mention made, in the history of the exchequer of these scutages in his 2nd, 5th, and 18th year, and other writers give us an account of 3 more of them. When the prince had thus obtained money, he made a contract with some of those adventurers in which Europe at that time abounded. They found him soldiers of the same character with themselves, who were bound to serve for a stipulated time. The armies were less numerous, but more useful, than when composed of all the military vassals of the crown. The feudal institutions began to relax, The kings became rapacious for money, on which all their power depended. The barons, seeing no end of exactions, sought to defend their property, and as the same causes had nearly the same effects in the different countries of Europe, the several crowns either lost or acquired authority according to the different success in the contest. This prince was also the first that levied a tax on the movables or personal estates of his subjects, nobles as well as commons. Their zeal for the holy wars made them submit to this innovation, and a precedent being once obtained, this taxation became in following reigns the usual method of supplying the necessities of the crown. The tax of Danegeld, so generously odious to the nation, was remitted to this reign. Since we are here collecting some detached incidents which show the genius of the age, and which could not so well enter into the body of our history, it may not be improper to mention the quarrel between Roger, Archbishop of York, and Richard, Archbishop of Canterbury. We may judge of the violence of military men and laymen when ecclesiastics could proceed to such extremities. Cardinal Hagson, being sent in 1176 as legate to Britain, summoned an assembly of the clergy at London, and as both the archbishops pretended to sit on his right hand, this question of precedency began a controversy between them. The monks and retainers of Archbishop Richard fell upon Roger, in the presence of the cardinal and of the synod, threw him to the ground, trampled him under foot, and so bruised him with blows that he was taken up half dead, and his life was with difficulty saved from their violence. The Archbishop of Canterbury was obliged to pay a large sum of money to the legate, in order to suppress all complaints with regard to this enormity. We are told by Giraldus Cambrensis that the monks and prior of St. Swithin threw themselves one day prostrate on the ground and in the mire before Henry, complaining with many tears and much doleful lamentation that the Bishop of Winchester, who was also their abbot, had cut off 3 dishes from their table. "How many has he left you?" said the king. 10 only, replied the disconsolate monks. "I myself," exclaimed the king, "never have more than 3, and I enjoin your bishop to reduce you to the same number." The king left only 2 legitimate sons, Richard, who succeeded him, and John, who inherited no territory, though his father had often intended to leave him a part of his extensive dominions. He was thence commonly denominated Lackland. Henry left 3 legitimate daughters, Maud, born in 1156 and married to Henry, Duke of Saxony, Eleanor, born in 1162 and married to Alfonso, King of Castile, Joan, born in 1165 and married to William, King of Sicily. Henry is said by ancient historians to have been of a very amorous disposition. They mention 2 of his natural sons by Rosamond, daughter of Lord Clifford, namely, Richard Longespie, or Longsword, so called from the sword he usually wore, who was afterwards married to Ella, the daughter and heir of the Earl of Salisbury, and Geoffrey, first Bishop of Lincoln, then Archbishop of York. All the other circumstances of the story commonly told of that lady seem to be fabulous. End of section 44. Recording by Robert Hoffman, Akron, Ohio. Section 45 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 45. Chapter 10, Part 1, Richard I. The compunction of Richard for his undutiful behavior towards his father was durable, and influenced him in the choice of his ministers and servants after his accession. Those who had seconded and favored his rebellion, instead of meeting with that trust and honor which they expected, were surprised to find that they lay under disgrace with the new king, and were on all occasions hated and despised by him. The faithful ministers of Henry, who had vigorously opposed all the enterprises of his sons, were received with open arms, and were continued in those offices which they had honorably discharged to their former master. This prudent conduct might be the result of reflection, but in a prince like Richard, so much guided by passion, and so little by policy, it was commonly ascribed to a principle still more virtuous and more honorable. Richard, that he might make atonement to one parent for his breach of duty to another, immediately sent orders for releasing the Queen Dowager from the confinement in which she had long been detained, and he entrusted her with the government of England till his arrival in that kingdom. His bounty to his brother John was rather profuse and imprudent. Besides bestowing on him the county of Mortaigne in Normandy, granting him a pension of 4,000 marks a year, and marrying him to Avisa, the daughter of the Earl of Gloucester, by whom he inherited all the possessions of that opulent family, he increased this appanage, which the late king had destined him, by other extensive grants and concessions. He conferred on him the whole estate of William Peverell, which had escheated to the crown. He put him in possession of 8 castles, with all the forests and honors annexed to them. He delivered over to him no less than 6 earldoms, Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Nottingham, Dorset, Lancaster, and Derby. And endeavoring by favors to fix that vicious prince in his duty, he put too much in his power, whenever he pleased, to depart from it. The king, impelled more by the love of military glory than by superstition, acted from the beginning of his reign as if the sole purpose of his government had been the relief of the Holy Land, and the recovery of Jerusalem from the Saracens. This zeal against infidels, being communicated to his subjects, broke out in London on the day of his coronation, and made them find a crusade less dangerous and attended with more immediate profit. The prejudices of the age had made the lending of money on interest pass by the invidious name of usury, yet the necessity of the practice had still continued it, and the greater part of that kind of dealing fell everywhere into the hands of the Jews, who, being already infamous on account of their religion, had no honor to lose, and were apt to exercise a profession, odious in itself, by every kind of rigor, and even sometimes by rapine and extortion. The industry and frugality of this people had put them in possession of all the ready money which the idleness and profusion common to the English with other European nations enabled them to lend at exorbitant and unequal interest. The monkish writers represent it as a great stain on the wise and equitable government of Henry, that he had carefully protected this infidel race from all injuries and insults. But the zeal of Richard afforded the populace a pretense for venting their animosity against them. The king had issued an edict prohibiting their appearance at his coronation, but some of them, bringing him large presents from their nation, presumed in confidence of that merit to approach the hall in which he dined. Being discovered, they were exposed to the insults of the bystanders. They took to flight. The people pursued them. The rumor was spread that the king had issued orders to massacre all the Jews. A command so agreeable was executed in an instant on such as fell into the hands of the populace. Those who had kept at home were exposed to equal danger. The people, moved by rapacity and zeal, broke into their houses which they plundered, after having murdered their owners. Where the Jews barricaded their doors and defended themselves with vigor, the rabble set fire to their houses and made way through the flames to exercise the pillage and violence. The usual licentiousness of London, which the sovereign power with difficulty restrained, broke out with fury, and continued these outrages. The houses of the richest citizens, though Christians, were next attacked and plundered. And weariness and satiety at last put an end to the disorder. Yet when the king empowered Glanville, the justiciary, to inquire into the authors of these crimes, the guilt was found to involve so many of the most considerable citizens that it was deemed more prudent to drop the prosecution, and very few suffered the punishment due to this enormity. But the disorder stopped not at London. The inhabitants of other cities of England, hearing of this slaughter of the Jews, imitated the example. In York, 500 of that nation, who had retired into the castle for safety, and found themselves unable to defend the place, murdered their own wives and children, threw the dead bodies over the walls upon the populace, and then, setting fire to the houses, perished in the flames. The gentry of the neighborhood, who were all indebted to the Jews, ran to the cathedral where their bonds were kept, and made a solemn bonfire of the papers before the altar. The compiler of the Annals of Waverley, in relating these events, blesses the Almighty for thus delivering over this impious race to destruction. The ancient situation of England, when the people possessed little riches and the public no credit, made it impossible for sovereigns to bear the expense of a steady or durable war, even on the frontiers. Much less could they find regular means for the support of distant expeditions like those into Palestine, which were more the result of popular frenzy than of sober reason or deliberate policy. Richard therefore knew that he must carry with him all the treasure necessary for his enterprise, and that both the remoteness of his own country and its poverty made it unable to furnish him with those continued supplies which the exigencies of so perilous a war must necessarily require. His father had left him a treasure of above 100,000 marks, and the king, negligent of every consideration but his present object, endeavored to augment his sum by all expedients, how pernicious soever to the public, or dangerous to royal authority. He put to sale the revenues and manors of the crown, the offices of greatest trust and power, even those of forester and sheriff, which anciently were so important, became venal. The dignity of chief justiciary, in whose hands was lodged the whole execution of the laws, was sold to Hugh de Puisaz, Bishop of Durham, for 1,000 marks. The same prelate bought the earldom of Northumberland for life. Many of the champions of the cross, who had repented of their vows, purchased the liberty of violating it, and Richard, who stood less in need of men than of money, dispensed, on these conditions, with their attendance. Elated with the hopes of fame, which in that age attended no wars but those against the infidels, he was blind to every other consideration, and when some of his wiser ministers objected to this dissipation of the revenue and power of the crown, he replied that he would sell London itself could he find a purchaser. Nothing indeed could be a stronger proof how negligent he was of all future interests in comparison of the crusade, than his selling for so small a sum as 10,000 marks the vassalage of Scotland, together with the fortresses of Roxburgh and Berwick, the greatest acquisition that had been made by his father during the course of his victorious reign, and his accepting the homage of William in the usual terms, merely for the territories which that prince held in England. The English of all ranks and stations were oppressed by numerous exactions. Menaces were employed both against the innocent and the guilty, in order to extort money from them. And where a pretense was wanting against the rich, the king obliged them, by the fear of his displeasure, to lend him sums which he knew it would never be in his power to repay. But Richard, though he sacrificed every interest and consideration to the success of this pious enterprise, carried so little the appearance of sanctity in his conduct, that Fulk, curate of Neuilly, a zealous preacher of the crusade, who from that merit had acquired the privilege of speaking the boldest truths, advised him to rid himself of his notorious vices, particularly his pride, avarice, and voluptuousness, which he called the king's 3 favorite daughters. "You counsel well," replied Richard, "and I hereby dispose of the first to the Templars, of the second to the Benedictines, and of the third to my prelates." Richard, jealous of attempts which might be made on England during his absence, laid Prince John, as well as his natural brother Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, under engagements, confirmed by their oaths, that neither of them should enter the kingdom till his return. though he thought proper before his departure to withdraw this prohibition. The administration was left in the hands of Hugh, Bishop of Durham, and of Longchamp, Bishop of Ely, whom he appointed justiciaries and guardians of the realm. The latter was a Frenchman of mean birth, and of a violent character, who by art and address had insinuated himself into favor, whom Richard had created chancellor, and whom he had engaged the Pope also to invest with the legantine authority, that, by centering every kind of power in his person, he might the better ensure the public tranquillity. All the military and turbulent spirits flocked about the person of the king, and were impatient to distinguish themselves against the infidels of Asia, whither his inclinations, his engagements led him, and whither he was impelled by messages from the King of France, ready to embark in this enterprise. The Emperor Frederick, a prince of great spirit and conduct, had already taken the road to Palestine, at the head of 150,000 men, collected from Germany and all the northern states. Having surmounted every obstacle thrown in his way by the artifices of Greeks and the power of the infidels, he had penetrated to the borders of Syria, when, bathing in the cold river Cydnus, during the greatest heat of the summer season, he was seized with a mortal distemper which put an end to his life and his rash enterprise. His army, under the command of his son Conrad, reached Palestine, but was so diminished by fatigue, famine, maladies, and the sword, that it scarcely amounted to 8,000 men, and was unable to make any progress against the great power, valor, and conduct of Saladin. These reiterated calamities attending the Crusades had taught the kings of France and England the necessity of trying another road to the Holy Land, and they determined to conduct their armies thither by sea, to carry provisions along with them, and by means of their naval power to maintain an open communication with their own states, and with the western parts of Europe. The place of rendezvous was appointed in the plains of Vézelay, on the borders of Burgundy. Philip and Richard, on their arrival there, found their combined army amount to 100,000 men. A mighty force, animated with glory and religion, conducted by two warlike monarchs, provided with everything which their several dominions could supply, and not to be overcome but by their own misconduct, or by the unsurmountable obstacles of nature. The French prince and the English here reiterated their promises of cordial friendship, pledged their faith not to invade each other's dominions during the crusade, mutually exchanged the oaths of all their barons and prelates to the same effect, and subjected themselves to the penalty of interdicts and excommunications if they should ever violate this public and solemn engagement. They then separated. Philip took the road to Genoa, Richard that to Marseilles, with a view of meeting their fleets, which were severally appointed to rendezvous in these harbors. They put to sea, and nearly about the same time were obliged, by stress of weather, to take shelter in Messina, where they were detained during the whole winter. This incident laid the foundation of animosities which proved fatal to their enterprise. Richard and Philip were, by the situation and extent of their dominions, rivals in power. By their age and inclinations, competitors for glory, and these causes of emulation, which, had the princes been employed in the field against the common enemy, might have stimulated them to martial enterprises, soon excited, during the present leisure and repose, quarrels between monarchs of such a fiery character. Equally haughty, ambitious, intrepid, and inflexible, they were irritated with the least appearance of injury, and were incapable, by mutual condescensions, to efface those causes of complaint which unavoidably rose between them. Richard, candid, sincere, undesigning, impolitic, violent, laid himself open on every occasion to the designs of his antagonist, who, provident, interested, intriguing, failed not to take all advantages against him, and thus, both the circumstances of their disposition in which they were similar, and those in which they differed rendered it impossible for them to persevere in that harmony which was so necessary to the success of their undertaking. The last king of Sicily and Naples was William II, who had married Joan, sister to Richard, and who, dying without issue, had bequeathed his dominion to his paternal aunt Constantia, the only legitimate descendant surviving of Roger, the first sovereign of those states, who had been honored with the royal title. This princess had, in expectation of that rich inheritance, been married to Henry VI, the reigning emperor. But Tancred, her natural brother, had fixed such an interest among the barons that, taking advantage of Henry's absence, he had acquired possession of the throne, and maintained his claim by force of arms against all the efforts of the Germans. The approach of the Crusaders naturally gave him apprehensions for his unstable government, and he was uncertain whether he had most reason to dread the presence of the French or of the English monarch. Philip was engaged in strict alliance with the emperor, his competitor. Richard was disgusted by his rigors toward the Queen Dowager, whom the Sicilian prince had confined in Palermo because she had oppressed with all her interest his succession to the crown. Tancred, therefore, sensible of the present necessity, resolved to pay court to both these formidable princes, and he was not unsuccessful in his endeavors. He persuaded Philip that it was highly improper for him to interrupt his enterprise against the infidels by any attempt against a Christian state. He restored Queen Joan to her liberty, and even found means to make an alliance with Richard, who stipulated by treaty to marry his nephew Arthur, the young Duke of Brittany, to one of the daughters of Tancred. But before these terms of friendship were settled, Richard, jealous both of Tancred and of the inhabitants of Messina, had taken up his quarters in the suburbs, and had possessed himself of a small fort which commanded the harbor, and he kept himself extremely on his guard against their enterprises. The citizens took umbrage. Mutual insults and attacks passed between them and the English. Philip, who had quartered his troops in the town, endeavored to accommodate the quarrel, and held a conference with Richard for that purpose. While the two kings, meeting in the open fields, were engaged in discourse on this subject, a body of those Sicilians seemed to be drawing towards them, and Richard pushed forwards in order to inquire into the reason of this extraordinary movement. The English, indolent from their power and inflamed with former animosities, wanted but a pretense for attacking the Messinese. They soon chased them off the field, drove them into the town, and entered with them at the gates. The king employed his authority to restrain them from pillaging and massacring the defenseless inhabitants, but he gave orders, in token of his victory, that the standard of England should be erected on the walls. Philip, who considered that place as his quarters, exclaimed against the insult, and ordered some of his troops to pull down the standard. But Richard informed him by a messenger that though he himself would willingly remove that ground of offense, he would not permit it to be done by others, and if the French king attempted such an insult upon him, he should not succeed but by the utmost effusion of blood. Philip, content with this species of haughty submission, recalled his orders. The difference was seemingly accommodated, but still left the remains of rancor and jealousy in the breasts of the two monarchs. Tancred, who for his own security desired to inflame their mutual hatred, employed an artifice which might have been attended with consequences still more fatal. He showed Richard a letter, signed by the French king, and delivered to him, as he pretended, by the Duke of Burgundy, in which that monarch desired Tancred to fall upon the quarters of the English, and promised to assist him in putting them to the sword as common enemies. The unwary Richard gave credit to the information, but was too candid not to betray his discontent to Philip, who absolutely denied the letter, and charged the Sicilian prince with forgery and falsehood. Richard either was, or pretended to be, entirely satisfied. Lest these jealousies and complaints should multiply between them, it was proposed that they should, by a solemn treaty, obviate all future differences, and adjust every point that could possibly hereafter become a controversy between them. But this expedient started a new dispute, which might have proved more dangerous than any of the forging, and which deeply concerned the honor of Philip's family. When Richard, in every treaty with the late king, insisted so strenuously on being allowed to marry Alice of France, he had only sought a pretense for quarreling, and never meant to take to his bed a princess suspected of criminal amour with his own father. After he became master, he no longer spake of that alliance. He even took measures for espousing Berengaria, daughter of Sanchez, king of Navarre, with whom he had become enamored during his abode in Guienne. Queen Eleanor was daily expected with that princess of Messina, and when Philip renewed to him his applications for espousing his sister Alice, Richard was obliged to give him an absolute refusal. It is pretended by Hoveden and other historians that he was able to produce such convincing proofs of Alice's infidelity, and even of her having borne a child to Henry, that her brother desisted from his applications, and chose to wrap up the dishonor of his family in silence and oblivion. It is certain that from the treaty itself which remains, that whatever were his motives, he permitted Richard to give his hand to Berengaria, and having settled all other controversies with that prince, he immediately set sail for the Holy Land. Richard awaited some time the arrival of his mother and bride, and when they joined him, he separated his fleet into 2 squadrons and set forward on his enterprise. Queen Eleanor returned to England, but Berengaria, the Queen Dowager of Sicily, his sister, attended him on the expedition. The English fleet, on leaving the port of Messina, met with a furious tempest, and the squadron on which the 2 princesses were embarked was driven on the coast of Cyprus, and some of the vessels were wrecked near Limassol, in that island. Isaac, Prince of Cyprus, who assumed the magnificent title of Emperor, pillaged the ships that were stranded, threw the seamen and passengers into prison, and even refused to the princesses liberty in their dangerous situation of entering the harbor of Limassol. But Richard, who arrived soon after, took ample vengeance on him for the injury. He disembarked his troops, defeated the tyrant, who opposed his landing, entered Limassol by storm, gained next day a second victory, obliged Isaac to surrender at discretion, and established governors over the island. The Greek prince, being thrown into prison and loaded with irons, complained of the little regard with which he was treated, upon which Richard ordered silver fetters to be made for him, and this emperor, pleased with the distinction, expressed a sense of generosity of his conqueror. The king here espoused Berengaria, who immediately embarking, carried along with her to Palestine the daughter of the Cypriot prince, a dangerous rival, who was believed to have seduced the affections of her husband. Such were the libertine character and conduct of the heroes engaged in this pious enterprise. End of section 45. Recording by Robert Hoffman. Section 46 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 46. Chapter 10, Part 2. The English army arrived in time to partake in the glory of the siege of Acre, or Ptolemais, which had been attacked for above 2 years by the united force of all the Christians in Palestine, and had been defended by the utmost efforts of Saladin and the Saracens. The remains of the German army, conducted by the Emperor Frederick and the separate bodies of adventurers who continually poured in from the west, had enabled the King of Jerusalem to form this important enterprise. But Saladin, having thrown a strong garrison into the place under the command of Caracos, his own master in the art of war, and molesting the besiegers with continual attacks and sallies, had protracted the success of the enterprise, and wasted the force of his enemies. The arrival of Philip and Richard inspired new life into the Christians, and these princes acting by concert, and sharing the honor and danger of every action, gave hopes of a final victory over the infidels. They agreed on this plan of operations. When the French monarch attacked the town, the English guarded the trenches. Next day, when the English prince conducted the assault, the French succeeded him in providing for the safety of the assailants. The emulation between those rival kings and rival nations produced extraordinary acts of valor. Richard in particular, animated with a more precipitate courage than Philip, and more agreeable to the romantic spirit of that age, drew to himself the general attention, and acquired a great and splendid reputation. But this harmony was of short duration, and occasions of discord soon arose between these jealous and haughty princes. The family of Bouillon, which had first been placed on the throne of Jerusalem, ending in a female, Fulk, Count of Anjou, grandfather to Henry II. Of England, married the heiress of that kingdom, and transmitted his title to the younger branches of his family. The Angevin race ending also in a female, Guy de Lusignan, by espousing Sibylla, the heiress, had succeeded to the title, and though he lost his kingdom by the invasion of Saladin, he was still acknowledged by all the Christians for king of Jerusalem. But as Sibylla died without issue during the siege of Acre, Isabella, her younger sister, put in her claim to that titular kingdom, and required Lusignan to resign his pretensions to her husband, Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat. Lusignan, maintaining that the royal title was unalienable and indefeasible, had recourse to the protection of Richard, attended on him before he left Cyprus, and engaged him to embrace his cause. There needed no other reason for throwing Philip into the party of Conrad, and the opposite views of these great monarchs brought faction and dissension into the Christian army, and retarded all its operations. The Templars, the Genoese, and the Germans declared for Philip and Conrad. The Flemings, the Pisans, the Knights of the Hospital of St. John, adhered to Richard and Lusignan. But notwithstanding these disputes, as the length of the siege had reduced the Saracen garrison to the last extremity, they surrendered themselves prisoners, stipulated, in return for their lives, other advantages to the Christians, such as restoring of the Christian prisoners and the delivery of the wood of the true cross. And this great enterprise, which had long engaged the attention of all Europe and Asia, was at last, after the loss of 300,000 men, brought to a happy period. But Philip, instead of pursuing the hopes of further conquest, and of redeeming the holy city from slavery, being disgusted with the ascendant assumed and acquired by Richard, and having views of many advantages which he might reap by his presence in Europe, declared his resolution of returning to France, and he pleaded his bad state of health as an excuse for his desertion of the common cause. He left, however, to Richard 10,000 of his troops, under the command of the Duke of Burgundy, and he renewed his oath never to commence hostilities against that prince's dominions during his absence. But he had no sooner reached Italy than he applied, it is pretended, to Pope Celestini III for a dispensation from this vow, and when denied that request, he still proceeded, though after a covert manner, in a project which the present situation of England rendered inviting, and which gratified in an eminent degree both his resentment and his ambition. Immediately after Richard had left England, and begun to march to the Holy Land, the two prelates whom he had appointed guardians of the realm broke out into animosities against each other, and threw the kingdom into combustion. Longchamp, presumptuous in his nature, elated by the favor which he enjoyed with his master, and armed with the Legantine commission, could not submit to an equality with the Bishop of Durham. He even went so far as to arrest his colleague, and to extort from him a resignation of the earldom of Northumberland, and of his other dignities, as the price of his liberty. The king, informed of these dissensions, ordered, by letters from Marseilles, that the bishop should be reinstated in his offices. But Longchamp had still the boldness to refuse compliance, on pretense that he himself was better acquainted with the king's secret intentions. He proceeded to govern the kingdom by his sole authority, to treat all the nobility with arrogance, and to display his power and riches with an invidious ostentation. He never travelled without a strong guard of 1,500 foreign soldiers, collected from that licentious tribe with which the age was generally infested. Nobles and knights were proud of being admitted into his train. His retinue wore the aspect of royal magnificence, and when in his progress through the kingdom he lodged in any monastery, his attendants, it is said, were sufficient to devour in one night the revenue of several years. The king, who was detained in Europe longer than the haughty prelate expected, hearing of this ostentation, which exceeded even what the habits of that age indulged in ecclesiastics, being also informed of the insolent, tyrannical conduct of his minister, thought proper to restrain his power. He sent new orders, appointing Walter, Archbishop of Rouen, William Mareschal, Earl of Strigul, Geoffrey Fitzpeter, William Bree, and Hugh Bardolph, counsellors to Longchamp, and commanding him to take no measure of importance without their concurrence and approbation. But such general terror had this man impressed by his violent conduct, that even the Archbishop of Rouen and the Earl of Strigul durst not produce this mandate of the king's, and Longchamp still maintained an uncontrolled authority over the nation. But when he proceeded so far as to throw into prison Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, who had opposed his measures, this breach of ecclesiastical privileges excited such a universal ferment, that Prince John, disgusted with the small share he possessed in the government, and personally disobliged by Longchamp, ventured to summon at Reading a general council of the nobility and prelates, and cite him to appear before them. Longchamp thought it dangerous to entrust his person in their hands, and he shut himself up in the Tower of London, but being soon obliged to surrender that fortress, he fled beyond sea, concealed under a female habit, and was deprived of his offices of chancellor and chief justiciary, the last of which was conferred on the Archbishop of Rouen, a prelate of prudence and moderation. The commission of legate, however, which had been renewed to Longchamp by Pope Celestini, still gave him, notwithstanding his absence, great authority in the kingdom, enabled him to disturb the government, and forwarded the views of Philip, who watched every opportunity of annoying Richard's dominions. That monarch first attempted to carry open war into Normandy, but as the French nobility refused to follow him in an invasion of a state which they had sworn to protect, and as the Pope, who was the general guardian of all princes that had taken the cross, threatened him with ecclesiastical censures, he desisted from his enterprise, and employed against England the expedient of secret policy and intrigue. He debauched Prince John from his allegiance, promised him his sister Alice in marriage, offered to give him possession of all Richard's transmarine dominions, and had not the authority of Queen Eleanor and the menaces of the English council prevailed over the inclinations of that turbulent prince, he was ready to have crossed the seas and to have put in execution his criminal enterprises. The jealousy of Philip was every moment excited by the glory which the great actions of Richard were gaining him in the East, and which, being compared to his own desertion of that popular cause, threw a double lustre on his rival. His envy, therefore, prompted him to obscure that fame which he had not equalled, and he embraced every pretense of throwing the most violent and most improbable calumnies on the King of England. There was a petty prince in Asia, commonly called the Old Man of the Mountain, who had acquired such an ascendant over his fanatical subjects, that they paid the most implicit deference to his commands, esteemed assassination meritorious when sanctified by his mandate, courted danger, and even certain death in the execution of his orders, and fancied that when they sacrificed their lives for his sake, the highest joys of paradise were the infallible reward of their devoted obedience. It was the custom of this prince, when he imagined himself injured, to dispatch secretly some of his subjects against the aggressor, to charge them with the execution of his revenge, to instruct them in every art of disguising their purpose, and no precaution was sufficient to guard any man, however powerful, against the attempts of these subtle and determined ruffians. The greatest monarchs stood in awe of this prince of the assassins, for that was the name of his people, whence the word has passed into most European languages, and it was the highest indiscretion of Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat, to offend and affront him. The inhabitants of Tyre, who were governed by that nobleman, had put to death some of this dangerous people. The prince demanded satisfaction, for as he piqued himself on never beginning any offense, he had his regular and established formalities in requiring atonement. Conrad treated his messengers with disdain. The prince issued the fatal orders. Two of his subjects, who had insinuated themselves in disguise among Conrad's guards, openly in the streets of Sidon, wounded him mortally, and when they were seized and put to the most cruel tortures, they triumphed amidst their agonies, and rejoiced that they had been destined by heaven to suffer in so just and meritorious a cause. Everyone in Palestine knew from what hand the blow came. Richard was entirely free from suspicion. Though that monarch had formerly maintained the cause of Lusignan against Conrad, he had become sensible of the bad effects attending those dissensions, and had voluntarily conferred on the former the kingdom of Cyprus, on condition that he should resign to his rival all pretensions on the crown of Jerusalem. Conrad himself, with his dying breath, had recommended his widow to the protection of Richard. The prince of the assassins avowed the action in a formal narrative which he sent to Europe. Yet, on this foundation, the king of France thought fit to build the most egregious calumnies, and to impute to Richard the murder of the Marquis of Montferrat, whose elevation he had once openly opposed. He filled all Europe with exclamations against the crime, appointed a guard for his own person, in order to defend himself against a like attempt, and endeavored by these shallow artifices to cover the infamy of attacking the dominions of a prince whom he himself had deserted, and who was engaged with so much glory in a war universally acknowledged to be the common cause of Christendom. But Richard's heroic actions in Palestine were the best apology for his conduct. The Christian adventurers under his command determined, on opening the campaign, to attempt the siege of Ascalon, in order to prepare the way for that of Jerusalem, and they marched along the sea-coast with that intention. Saladin purposed to intercept their passage, and he placed himself on the road with an army, amounting to 300,000 combatants. On this occasion was fought one of the greatest battles of that age, and the most celebrated for the military genius of the commanders, for the number and valor of the troops, and for the great variety of events which attended it. Both the right wing of the Christians, commanded by Devesnes, and the left, conducted by the Duke of Burgundy, were, in the beginning of the day, broken and defeated, when Richard, who led on the main body, restored the battle, attacked the enemy with intrepidity and presence of mind, performed the part both of a consummate general and a gallant soldier, and not only gave his two wings leisure to recover from their confusion, but obtained a complete victory over the Saracens, of whom 40,000 are said to have perished in the field. Ascalon soon after fell into the hands of the Christians. Other sieges were carried on with equal success. Richard was even able to advance within sight of Jerusalem, the object of his enterprise, when he had the mortification to find that he must abandon all hopes of immediate success, and put a stop to his career of victory. The Crusaders, animated with an enthusiastic ardor for the holy wars, broke at first through all regards to safety or interest in the prosecution of their purpose, and trusting to the immediate assistance of heaven, set nothing before their eyes but fame and victory in this world, and a crown of glory in the next. but long absence from home, fatigue, disease, want, and the variety of incidents which naturally attend war, had gradually abated that fury, which nothing was able directly to withstand, and every one except the King of England expressed a desire of speedily returning into Europe. The Germans and the Italians declared their resolution of desisting from the enterprise. The French were still more obstinate in this purpose. The Duke of Burgundy, in order to pay court to Philip, took all opportunities of mortifying and opposing Richard, and there appeared an absolute necessity of abandoning for the present all hopes of further conquest, and of securing the acquisitions of the Christians by an accommodation with Saladin. Richard therefore concluded a truce with that monarch, and stipulated that Acre, Joppa, and other seaport towns of Palestine should remain in the hands of the Christians, and that every one of that religion should have liberty to perform his pilgrimage to Jerusalem unmolested. This truce was concluded for 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, and 3 hours, a magical number, which had probably been devised by the Europeans, and which was suggested by a superstition well suited to the object of the war. The liberty in which Saladin indulged the Christians to perform their pilgrimages to Jerusalem was an easy sacrifice on his part, and the furious wars which he waged in defense of the barren territory of Judea were not with him, as with the European adventurers, the result of superstition, but of policy. The advantage indeed of science, moderation, humanity, was at that time entirely on the side of the Saracens, and this gallant emperor, in particular, displayed, during the course of the war, a spirit and generosity which even his bigoted enemies were obliged to acknowledge and admire. Richard, equally martial and brave, carried with him more of the barbarian character, and was guilty of acts of ferocity which threw a stain on his celebrated victories. When Saladin refused to ratify the capitulation of Acre, the King of England ordered all his prisoners, to the number of 5,000, to be butchered, and the Saracens found themselves obliged to retaliate upon the Christians by a like cruelty. Saladin died at Damascus soon after concluding this truce with the princes of the Crusade. It is memorable that, before he expired, he ordered his winding sheet to be carried as a standard through every street of the city, while a crier went before, and proclaimed with a loud voice, "This is all that remains of the mighty Saladin, the conqueror of the East." By his last will, he ordered charities to be distributed to the poor, without distinction of Jew, Christian, or Mohammedan. There remained, after the truce, no business of importance to detain Richard in Palestine, and the intelligence which he received concerning the intrigues of his brother John, and those of the King of France, made him sensible that his presence was necessary in Europe. As he dared not to pass through France, he sailed to the Adriatic, and being shipwrecked near Aquileia, he put on the disguise of a pilgrim, with the purpose of taking his journey secretly through Germany. Pursued by the governor of Istria, he was forced out of the direct road to England, and was obliged to pass by Vienna, where his expenses and liberalities betrayed the monarch in the habit of the pilgrim, and he was arrested by orders of Leopold, Duke of Austria. This prince had served under Richard at the siege of Acre, but being disgusted by some insult of that haughty monarch, he was so ungenerous as to seize the present opportunity of gratifying at once his avarice and revenge, and he threw the king into prison. The emperor, Henry VI., who also considered Richard as an enemy, on account of the alliance contracted by him with Tancred, king of Sicily, dispatched messengers to the Duke of Austria, required the royal captive to be delivered to him, and stipulated a large sum of money as a reward for this service. Thus, the King of England, who had filled the whole world with his renown, found himself, during the most critical state of his affairs, confined in a dungeon, and loaded with irons, in the heart of Germany, and entirely at the mercy of his enemies, the basest and most sordid of mankind. The English council was astonished on receiving this fatal intelligence, and foresaw all the dangerous consequences which might naturally arise from that event. The Queen Dowager wrote reiterated letters to Pope Celestini, exclaiming against the injury which her son had sustained, representing the impiety of detaining in prison the most illustrious prince that had yet carried the banners of Christ into the Holy Land, claiming the protection of the apostolic see, which was due even to the meanest of those adventurers, and upbraiding that pope that, in a cause where justice, religion, and the dignity of the church were so much concerned, a cause which it might well befit his holiness himself to support by taking in person a journey to Germany, the spiritual thunders should so long be suspended over those sacrilegious offenders. The zeal of Celestini corresponded not to the impatience of the Queen Mother, and the regency of England were, for a long time, left to struggle alone with all their domestic and foreign enemies. The King of France, quickly informed of Richard's confinement by a message from the Emperor, prepared himself to take advantage of the incident, and he employed every means of force and intrigue, of war and negotiation, against the dominions and the person of his unfortunate rival. He revived the calumny of Richard's assassinating the Marquis of Montferrat, and by that absurd pretence he induced his barons to violate their oaths, by which they had engaged that, during the crusade, they never would, on any account, attack the dominions of the King of England. He made the emperor the largest offers, if he would deliver into his hands the royal prisoner, or at least detain him in perpetual captivity. He even formed an alliance by marriage with the King of Denmark, desired that the ancient Danish claim to the crown of England should be transferred to him, and solicited a supply of shipping to maintain it. But the most successful of Philip's negotiations was with Prince John, who, forgetting every tie to his brother, his sovereign, and his benefactor, thought of nothing but how to make his own advantage of the public calamities. That traitor, on the first invitation from the court of France, suddenly went abroad, had a conference with Philip, and made a treaty, of which the object was the perpetual ruin of his unhappy brother. He stipulated to deliver into Philip's hands a great part of Normandy. He received in return the investiture of all Richard's transmarine dominions, and it is reported by several historians that he even did homage to the French king for the crown of England. In consequence of this treaty, Philip invaded Normandy, and by the treachery of John's emissaries made himself master, without opposition, of many fortresses: Neuchâtel, Neaufle, Gisors, Pacy, Ivry. He subdued the countries of Aix and Umont, and advancing to form the siege of Rouen, he threatened to put all the inhabitants to the swords if they dared to make resistance. Happily, Robert, Earl of Leicester, appeared in that critical moment, a gallant nobleman who had acquired great honor during the crusade, and who, being more fortunate than his master in finding his passage homewards, took on him the command of Rouen, and exerted himself, by his exhortations and example, to infuse courage into the dismayed Normans. Philip was repulsed in every attack. The time of service from his vassals expired, and he consented to a truce with the English regency, received in return the promise of 20,000 marks, and had 4 castles put into his hands as security for the payment. End of section 46. Recording by Robert Hoffman, Akron, Ohio. Section 47 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, section 47. Chapter 10, Part 3. Prince John, who, with a view of increasing the general confusion, went over to England, was still less successful in his enterprises. He was only able to make himself master of the castles of Windsor and Wallingford, but when he arrived in London and claimed the kingdom as heir to his brother, of whose death he pretended to have received certain intelligence, he was rejected by all the barons, and measures were taken to oppose and subdue him. The justiciaries, supported by the general affection of the people, provided so well for the defense of the kingdom, that John was obliged, after some fruitless efforts, to conclude a truce with them, and before its expiration he thought it prudent to return unto France, where he openly avowed his alliance with Philip. Meanwhile, the high spirit of Richard suffered in Germany every kind of insult and indignity. The French ambassadors, in their master's name, renounced him as a vassal to the crown of France, and declared all his fiefs to be forfeited to his liege lord. The emperor, that he might render him more impatient for the recovery of his liberty, and make him submit to the payment of a larger ransom, treated him with the greatest severity, and reduced him to a condition worse than that of the meanest malefactor. He was even produced before the Diet of the Empire at Worms, and accused by Henry of many crimes and misdemeanors, of making alliance with Tancred, the usurper of Sicily, of turning the arms of the crusade against a Christian prince, and subduing Cyprus, of affronting the Duke of Austria before Acre, of obstructing the progress of the Christian arms by his quarrels with the King of France, of assassinating Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat, and of concluding a truce with Saladin, and leaving Jerusalem in the hands of the Saracen emperor. Richard, whose spirit was not broken by his misfortunes, and whose genius was rather roused by these frivolous or scandalous imputations, after premising that his dignity exempted him from answering before any jurisdiction except that of heaven, yet condescended, for the sake of his reputation, to justify his conduct before the great assembly. He observed that he had no hand in Tancred's elevation, and only concluded a treaty with a prince whom he found in possession of the throne; that the king, or rather tyrant, of Cyprus had provoked his indignation by the most ungenerous and unjust proceedings, and though he chastised this aggressor, he had not retarded a moment the progress of his chief enterprise; that if he had at any time been wanting in civility to the Duke of Austria, he had already been sufficiently punished for that sally of passion; and it better became men, embarked together in so holy a cause, to forgive each other's infirmities, than to pursue a slight offense with such unrelenting vengeance; that it had sufficiently appeared by the event, whether the King of France or he were most zealous for the conquest of the Holy Land, and were most likely to sacrifice private passions and animosities to that great object; that if the whole tenor of his life had not shown him incapable of a base assassination, and justified him from that imputation in the eyes of his very enemies, it was in vain for him, at present, to make his apology, or plead the many irrefutable arguments which he could produce in his own favor; and that, however he might regret the necessity, he was so far from being ashamed of his truce with Saladin, that he rather gloried in that event, and thought it extremely honorable that, though abandoned by all the world, supported only by his own courage, and by the small remains of his national troops, he could yet obtain such conditions from the most powerful and warlike emperor that the East had ever yet produced. Richard, after thus deigning to apologize for his conduct, burst out into indignation at the cruel treatment which he had met with; that he, the champion of the cross, still wearing that honorable badge, should, after expending the blood and treasure of his subjects in the common cause of Christendom, be intercepted by Christian princes in his return to his own country, be thrown into a dungeon, be loaded with irons, be obliged to plead his cause as if he were a subject and a malefactor, and, what he still more regretted, be thereby prevented from making preparations for a new crusade, which he had projected after the expiration of the truce, and from redeeming the sepulchre of Christ, which had so long been profaned by the dominion of infidels. The spirit and eloquence of Richard made such impression on the German princes that they exclaimed loudly against the conduct of the emperor. The Pope threatened him with excommunication, and Henry, who had hearkened to the proposals of the King of France and Prince John, found that it would be impracticable for him to execute his and their base purposes, or to detain the King of England any longer in captivity. He therefore concluded with him a treaty for his ransom, and agreed to restore him to his freedom for the sum of 150,000 marks, about 300,000 pounds of our present money, of which 100,000 marks were to be paid before he received his liberty, and 67 hostages delivered for the remainder. The emperor, as if to gloss over the infamy of this transaction, made at the same time a present to Richard of the kingdom of Arles, comprehending Provence, Dauphiny, Narbonne, and other states, over which the empire had some antiquated claims, a present which the king very wisely neglected. The captivity of the superior lord was one of the cases provided for by the feudal tenures, and all the vassals were in that event obliged to give an aid for his ransom. 20 shillings were therefore levied on each knight's fee in England, but as this money came in slowly, and was not sufficient for the intended purpose, the voluntary zeal of the people readily supplied the deficiency. The churches and monasteries melted down their plate to the amount of 30,000 marks. The bishop, abbots, and nobles paid a fourth of their yearly rent, the parochial clergy contributed a tenth of their tithes, and the requisite sura being collected, Queen Eleanor and Walter, Archbishop of Rouen, set out with it for Germany, paid the money to the emperor and the Duke of Austria at Mens, delivered them hostages for the remainder, and freed Richard from captivity. His escape was very critical. Henry had been detected in the assassination of the Bishop of Liège, and in an attempt of a like nature on the Duke of Louvain, and finding himself extremely obnoxious to the German princes on account of these odious practices, he had determined to seek support from an alliance with the King of France, to detain Richard, the enemy of that prince, in perpetual captivity, to keep in his hands the money which he had already received for his ransom, and to extort fresh sums from Philip and Prince John, who were very liberal in their offers to him. He therefore gave orders that Richard should be pursued and arrested, but the king, making all imaginable haste, had already embarked at the mouth of the Schelde, and was out of sight of land when the messengers of the emperor reached Antwerp. The joy of the English was extreme on the appearance of their monarch, who had suffered so many calamities, who had acquired so much glory, and who had spread the reputation of their name into the farthest east, whither their fame had never before been able to extend. He gave them, soon after his arrival, an opportunity of publicly displaying their exultation, by ordering himself to be crowned anew at Winchester, as if he intended by that ceremony to reinstate himself in his throne, and to wipe off the ignominy of his captivity. Their satisfaction was not damped, even when he declared his purpose of resuming all those exorbitant grants which he had been necessitated to make before his departure for the Holy Land. The barons also, in a great council, confiscated, on account of his treason, all Prince John's possessions in England, and they assisted the king in reducing the fortresses which still remained in the hands of his brother's adherents. Richard, having settled everything in England, passed over with an army into Normandy, being impatient to make war on Philip, and to revenge himself for the many injuries which he had received from that monarch. As soon as Philip heard of the king's deliverance from captivity, he wrote to his confederate John in these terms: "Take care of yourself, the devil is broken loose." When we consider such powerful and martial monarchs, inflamed with personal animosity against each other, enraged by mutual injuries, excited by rivalship, impelled by opposite interests, and instigated by the pride and violence of their own temper, our curiosity is naturally raised, and we expect an obstinate and furious war, distinguished by the greatest events and concluded by some remarkable catastrophe. Yet are the incidents which attended those hostilities so frivolous, that scarce any historian can entertain such a passion for military descriptions as to venture on a detail of them. A certain proof of the extreme weakness of the princes in those ages, and of the little authority they possessed over their refractory vassals. The whole amount of the exploits on both sides is the taking of a castle, the surprise of a straggling party, a rencounter of horse, which resembles more a rout than a battle. Richard obliged Philip to raise the siege of Verneuil. He took Loches, a small town in Anjou. He made himself master of Beaumont, and some other places of little consequence, and after these trivial exploits the two kings began already to hold conferences for an accommodation. Philip insisted that, if a general peace were concluded, the barons on each side should for the future be prohibited from carrying on private wars against each other. But Richard replied that this was a right claimed by his vassals, and he could not debar them from it. After this fruitless negotiation, there ensued an action between the French and English cavalry at Friedewald, in which the former were routed, and the King of France's cartillery and records, which commonly at that time attended his person, were taken. But this victory leading to no important advantages, a truce for a year was at last, from mutual weakness, concluded between the two monarchs. During this war, Prince John deserted from Philip, threw himself at his brother's feet, craved pardon for his offenses, and by the intercession of Queen Eleanor was received into favor. "I forgive him," said the king, "and hope I shall as easily forget his injuries as he will my pardon." John was incapable even of returning to his duty without committing a baseness. Before he left Philip's party, he invited to dinner all the officers of the garrison which that prince had placed in the citadel of Evreux. He massacred them during the entertainment, fell, with the assistance of the townsmen, on the garrison, whom he put to the sword, and then delivered up the place to his brother. The King of France was the great object of Richard's resentment and animosity. The conduct of John, as well as that of the Emperor and Duke of Austria, had been so base, and was exposed to such general odium and reproach, that the king deemed himself sufficiently revenged for their injuries, and he seems never to have entertained any project of vengeance against any of them. The Duke of Austria, about this time, having crushed his leg by the fall of his horse at a tournament, was thrown into a fever, and being struck, on the approaches of death, with remorse for his injustice to Richard, he ordered by will all the English hostages in his hands to be set at liberty, and the remainder of the debt due to him to be remitted. His son, who seemed inclined to disobey these orders, was constrained by his ecclesiastics to execute them. The emperor also made advances for Richard's friendship, and offered to give him a discharge of all the debt not yet paid him, provided he would enter into an offensive alliance against the King of France, a proposal which was very acceptable to Richard, and was greedily embraced by him. The treaty with the emperor took no effect, but it served to rekindle the war between France and England before the expiration of the truce. This war was not distinguished by any more remarkable incidents than the foregoing. After mutually ravaging the open country, and taking a few insignificant castles, the two kings concluded a peace at Louviers, and made an exchange of some territories with each other. Their inability to wage war occasioned the peace. Their mutual antipathy engaged them again in war before 2 months expired. Richard imagined that he had now found an opportunity of gaining great advantages over his rival by forming an alliance with the counts of Flanders, Toulouse, Boulogne, Champagne, and other considerable vassals of the crown of France. But he soon experienced the insincerity of those princes, and was not able to make any impression on that kingdom, while governed by a monarch of so much vigor and activity as Philip. The most remarkable incident of this war was the taking prisoner, in battle, the Bishop of Beauvais, a martial prelate who was of the family of Dreux, and a near relation of the French king. Richard, who hated that bishop, threw him into prison, and loaded him with irons, and when the Pope demanded his liberty and claimed him as his son, the king sent to his holiness the coat of mail which the prelate had worn in battle, and which was all besmeared with blood. And he replied to him in the terms employed by Jacob's son to the patriarch, "This have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no." This new war between England and France, though carried on with such animosity that both kings frequently put out the eyes of their prisoners, was soon finished by a truce of 5 years, and immediately after signing this treaty, the kings were ready, on some new offense, to break out again into hostilities, when the mediation of the Cardinal of St. Mary, the Pope's legate, accommodated the difference. This prelate even engaged the princes to commence a treaty for a more durable peace, but the death of Richard put an end to the negotiation. Vidomar, Viscount of Limoges, a vassal of the king, had found a treasure, of which he sent part to that prince as a present. Richard, as superior lord, claimed the whole, and, at the head of some Brabançons, besieged the viscount in the castle of Chaillot, near Limoges, in order to make him comply with his demand. The garrison offered to surrender, but the king replied that since he had taken the pains to come thither and besiege the place in person, he would take it by force, and would hang every one of them. The same day Richard, accompanied by Marcadé, leader of his Brabançons, approached the castle in order to survey it, when one Bertrand de Gourdon, an archer, took aim at him and pierced his shoulder with an arrow. The king, however, gave orders for the assault, took the place, and hanged all the garrison except Gourdon, who had wounded him, and whom he reserved for a more deliberate and more cruel execution. The wound was not in itself dangerous, but the unskilfulness of the surgeon made it mortal. He so rankled Richard's shoulder in pulling out the arrow, that a gangrene ensued, and that prince was now sensible that his life was drawing towards a period. He sent for Gourdon, and asked him, "Wretch, what have I ever done to you, to oblige you to seek my life?" "What have you done to me?" replied coolly the prisoner. "You killed with your own hands my father, and my 2 brothers, and you intended to have hanged myself. I am now in your power, and you may take revenge by inflicting on me the most severe torments. But I shall endure them all with pleasure, provided I can think that I have been so happy as to rid the world of such a nuisance." Richard, struck with the reasonableness of this reply, and humbled by the near approach of death, ordered Gourdon to be set at liberty, and a sum of money to be given him. But Marcadé, unknown to him, seized the unhappy man, flayed him alive, and then hanged him. Richard died in the 10th year of his reign, and the 42nd of his age, and he left no issue behind him. The most shining part of this prince's character are his military talents. No man, even in that romantic age, carried personal courage and intrepidity to a greater height, and this quality gained him the appellation of the Lion-hearted, Coeur de Lion. He passionately loved glory, chiefly military glory, and as his conduct in the field was not inferior to his valor, he seems to have possessed every talent necessary for acquiring it. His resentments also were high, his pride unconquerable, and his subjects, as well as his neighbors, had therefore reason to apprehend, from the continuance of his reign, a perpetual scene of blood and violence. Of an impetuous and vehement spirit, he was distinguished by all the good, as well as the bad, qualities incident to that character. He was open, frank, generous, sincere, and brave. He was revengeful, domineering, ambitious, haughty, and cruel, and was thus better calculated to dazzle men by the splendor of his enterprises, than either to promote their happiness or his own grandeur by a sound and well-regulated policy. As military talents make great impression on the people, he seems to have been much beloved by his English subjects, and he is remarked to have been the first prince of the Norman line that bore any sincere regard to them. He passed, however, only 4 months of his reign in that kingdom. The crusade employed him nearly 3 years. He was detained about 14 months in captivity. The rest of his reign was spent either in war or preparations for war against France. And he was so pleased with the fame which he had acquired in the East that he determined, notwithstanding his past misfortunes, to have further exhausted his kingdom, and to have exposed himself to new hazards by conducting another expedition against the infidels. Though the English pleased themselves with the glory which the king's martial genius procured them, his reign was very oppressive, and somewhat arbitrary, by the high taxes which he levied on them, and often without consent of the states or great council. In the 9th year of his reign, he levied 5 shillings on each hide of land, and because the clergy refused to contribute their share, he put them out of the protection of law, and ordered the civil courts to give them no sentence for any debts which they might claim. Twice in his reign he ordered all his charters to be sealed anew, and the parties to pay fees for the renewal. It is said that Hubert, his justiciary, sent him over to France, in the space of 2 years, no less a sum than 1,100,000 marks, besides bearing all the charges of the government in England. But this account is quite incredible, unless we suppose that Richard made a thorough dilapidation of the demesnes of the crown, which it is not likely he could do with any advantage after his former resumption of all grants. A king who possessed such a revenue could never have endured 14 months' captivity for not paying 150,000 marks to the emperor, and be obliged at last to leave hostages for 1/3 of the sum. The prices of commodities in this reign are also a certain proof that no such enormous sum could be levied on the people. A hide of land, or about 120 acres, was commonly let at 20 shillings a year, a lot of money at that time. As there were 243,600 hides in England, it is easy to compute the amount of all the landed rents of the kingdom. The general and stated price of an ox was 4 shillings, of a laboring horse the same, of a sow 1 shilling, of a sheep with fine wool 10 pence, with coarse wool 6 pence. These commodities seem not to have advanced in their prices since the Conquest, and to have still been 10 times cheaper than at present. Richard renewed the severe laws against transgressors in his forests, whom he punished by castration and putting out their eyes, as in the reign of his great-grandfather. He established by law 1 weight and measure throughout his kingdom, a useful institution, which the mercenary disposition and necessities of his successor engaged him to dispense with for money. The disorders in London, derived from its bad police, had risen to a great height during this reign, and in the year 1196 there seemed to be formed so regular a conspiracy among the numerous malefactors as threatened the city with destruction. There was one William Fitz-Osbert, commonly called Longbeard, a lawyer, who had rendered himself extremely popular among the lower rank of citizens, and by defending them on all occasions, had acquired the appellation of the advocate or savior of the poor. He exerted his authority by injuring and insulting the more substantial citizens, with whom he lived in a state of hostility, and who were every moment exposed to the most outrageous violences from him and his licentious emissaries. Murders were daily committed in the streets, houses were broken open and pillaged in daylight, and it is pretended that no less than 52,000 persons had entered into an association by which they bound themselves to obey all the orders of this dangerous ruffian. Archbishop Hubert, who was then chief justiciary, summoned him before the council to answer for his conduct. But he came so well attended that no one durst accuse him or give evidence against him, and the primate, finding the impotence of law, contented himself with exacting from the citizens hostages for their good behavior. He kept, however, a watchful eye on Fitz-Osbert, and seizing a favorable opportunity, attempted to commit him to custody. But the criminal, murdering one of the public officers, escaped with his concubine to the church of St. Mary le Bow, where he defended himself by force of arms. He was at last forced from his retreat, condemned and executed, amidst the regrets of the populace, who were so devoted to his memory that they stole his gibbet, paid the same veneration to it as to the cross, and were equally zealous in propagating and attesting reports of the miracles wrought by it. But though the sectaries of this superstition were punished by the justiciary, it received so little encouragement from the established clergy, whose property was endangered by such seditious practices, that it suddenly sunk and vanished. It was during the Crusades that the custom of using coats of arms was first introduced into Europe. The knights, cased up in armor, had no way to make themselves be known and distinguished in battle but by the devices on their shields, and these were gradually adopted by their posterity and families, who were proud of the pious and military enterprises of their ancestors. King Richard was a passionate lover of poetry. There even remain some poetical works of his composition, and he bears a rank among the Provençal poets or troubadours, who were the first of the modern Europeans that distinguished themselves by attempts of that nature. End of section 47. End of chapter 10. Recorded by Robert Hoffman, Akron, Ohio.
Section 48 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Felicity Campbell. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 48. Chapter 11, Part 1. John. The noble and free genius of the ancients, which made the government of a single person be always regarded as a species of tyranny and usurpation, and kept them from forming any conception of a legal and regular monarchy, had rendered them entirely ignorant both of the rights of primogeniture and a representation in succession, inventions so necessary for preserving order in the lines of princes, for obviating the evils of civil discord and of usurpation, and for begetting moderation in that species of government by giving security to the ruling sovereign. These innovations arose from the feudal law, which, first introducing the right of primogeniture, made such a distinction between the families of the elder and younger brothers, that the son of the former was thought entitled to succeed to his grandfather, preferably to his uncles, though nearer allied to the deceased monarch. But though this progress of ideas was natural, it was gradual. In the age of which we treat, the practice of representation was indeed introduced, but not thoroughly established, and the minds of men fluctuated between opposite principles. Richard, when he entered on the Holy War, declared his nephew Arthur, Duke of Brittany, his successor, and by a formal deed he set aside in his favour the title of his brother John, who was younger than Godfrey, the father of that prince. But John so little acquiesced in that destination, that when he gained the ascendant in the English ministry by expelling Longchamp, the Chancellor and great justiciary, he engaged all the English barons to swear that they would maintain his right of succession, and Richard, on his return, took no steps towards restoring or securing the order which he had at first established. He was even careful, by his last will, to declare his brother John heir to all his dominions, whether that he now thought Arthur, who was only 12 years of age, incapable of asserting his claim against John's faction, or was influenced by Eleanor, the Queen Mother, who hated Constantia, mother of the young duke, and who dreaded the credit which that princess would naturally acquire if her son should mount the throne. The authority of a testament was great in that age, even where the succession of a kingdom was concerned, and John had reason to hope that this title, joined to his plausible right in other respects, would ensure him the succession. But the idea of representation seems to have made at this time greater progress in France than in England. The barons of the transmarine provinces, Anjou, Maine, and Touraine, immediately declared in favour of Arthur's title, and applied for assistance to the French monarch as their superior lord. Philip, who desired only an occasion to embarrass John and dismember his dominions, embraced the cause of the young Duke of Brittany, took him under his protection, and sent him to Paris to be educated along with his own son Louis. In this emergency, John hastened to establish his authority in the chief members of the monarchy, and after sending Eleanor into Poitou and Guyenne, where her right was incontestable and was readily acknowledged, he hurried to Rouen, and having secured the Duchy of Normandy, he passed over without loss of time to England. Hubert, Archbishop of Canterbury, William Marischal, Earl of Strigul, who also passes by the name of Earl of Pembroke, and Geoffrey Fitzpeter, the Justiciary, the three most favoured ministers of the late king, were already engaged on his side, and the submission or acquiescence of all the other barons put him, without opposition, in possession of the throne. The king soon returned to France in order to conduct the war against Philip, and to recover the revolted provinces from his nephew Arthur. The alliances which Richard had formed with the Earl of Flanders and other potent French princes, though they had not been very effectual, still subsisted, and enabled John to defend himself against all the efforts of his enemy. In an action between the French and Flemings, the elect Bishop of Cambrai was taken prisoner by the former, and when the Cardinal of Capua claimed his liberty, Philip, instead of complying, reproached him with the weak efforts which he had employed in favour of the Bishop of Beauvais, who was in a like condition. The legate, to show his impartiality, laid at the same time the kingdom of France and the Duchy of Normandy under an interdict, and the two kings found themselves obliged to make an exchange of these military prelates. Nothing enabled the king to bring this war to a happy issue so much as the selfish, intriguing character of Philip, who acted in the provinces that had declared for Arthur without any regard to the interests of that prince. Constantia, seized with a violent jealousy that he intended to usurp the entire dominion of them, found means to carry off her son secretly from Paris. She put him into the hands of his uncle, restored the provinces which had adhered to the young prince, and made him do homage for the Duchy of Brittany, which was regarded as a rerefief of Normandy. From this incident, Philip saw that he could not hope to make any progress against John, and being threatened with an interdict on account of his irregular divorce from Ingelberga, the Danish princess whom he had espoused, he became desirous of concluding a peace with England. After some fruitless conferences, the terms were at last adjusted, and the two monarchies seemed in this treaty to have an intention, besides ending the present quarrel, of preventing all future causes of discord, and of obviating every controversy which could hereafter arise between them. They adjusted the limits of all their territories, mutually secured the interests of their vassals, and, to render the union more durable, John gave his niece, Blanche of Castile, in marriage to Prince Louis, Philip's eldest son, and with her the baronies of Issoudun and Grassai, and other fiefs in Berry. 9 barons of the King of England, and as many of the King of France, were guarantees of this treaty, and all of them swore that if their sovereign violated any article of it, they would declare themselves against him, and embrace the cause of the injured monarch. John, now secure, as he imagined, on the side of France, indulged his passion for Isabella, the daughter and heir of Aymar Taiefa, Count of Angoulême, a lady with whom he had become much enamoured. His queen, the heiress of the family of Gloucester, was still alive. Isabella was married to the Count de la Marche, and was already consigned to the care of that nobleman, though, by reason of her tender years, the marriage had not been consummated. The passion of John made him overlook all these obstacles. He persuaded the Count of Angoulême to carry off his daughter from her husband, and having, on some pretence or other, procured a divorce from his own wife, he espoused Isabella, regardless both of the menaces of the Pope, who exclaimed against these irregular proceedings, and of the resentment of the injured Count, who soon found means of punishing his powerful and insolent rival. John had not the art of attaching his barons, either by affection or by fear. The Count de la Marche and his brother, the Count d'Eu, taking advantage of the general discontent against him, excited commotions in Poitou and Normandy, and obliged the king to have recourse to arms, in order to suppress the insurrection of his vassals. He summoned together the barons of England, and required them to pass the sea under his standard, and to quell the rebels. He found that he possessed as little authority in that kingdom as in his transmarine provinces. The English barons unanimously replied that they would not attend him on this expedition unless he would promise to restore and preserve their privileges, the first symptom of a regular association and plan of liberty among those noblemen. But affairs were not yet fully ripe for the revolution projected. John, by menacing the barons, broke the concert, and both engaged many of them to follow him into Normandy, and obliged the rest, who stayed behind, to pay him a scutage of 2 marks on each knight's fee, as the price of their exemption from the service. The force which John carried abroad with him, and that which joined him in Normandy, rendered him much superior to his malcontent barons, and so much the more, as Philip did not publicly give them any countenance, and seemed as yet determined to persevere steadily in the alliance which he had contracted with England. But the king, elated with his superiority, advanced claims which gave a universal alarm to his vassals, and diffused still wider the general discontent. As the jurisprudence of those times required that the causes in the Lord's court should chiefly be decided by duel, he carried along with him certain bravos, whom he retained as champions, and whom he destined to fight with his barons, in order to determine any controversy which he might raise against them. The Count de la Marche and other noblemen regarded this proceeding as an affront as well as an injury, and declared that they would never draw their swords against men of such inferior quality. The king menaced them with vengeance, but he had not vigour to employ against them the force in his hands, or to prosecute the injustice by crushing entirely the nobles who opposed it. This government, equally feeble and violent, gave the injured barons courage, as well as inclination to carry further their opposition. They appealed to the King of France, complained of the denial of justice in John's court, demanded redress from him as their superior lord, and entreated him to employ his authority and prevent their final ruin and oppression. Philip perceived his advantage, opened his mind to great projects, interposed in behalf of the French barons, and began to talk in a high and menacing style to the King of England. John, who could not disavow Philip's authority, replied that it belonged to himself first to grant them a trial by their peers in his own court. It was not till he failed in this duty that he was answerable to his peers in the supreme court of the French king, and he promised, by a fair and equitable judicature, to give satisfaction to his barons. When the nobles, in consequence of this engagement, demanded a safe conduct, that they might attend his court, he at first refused it. Upon the renewal of Philip's menaces, he promised to grant their demand. He violated this promise. Fresh menaces extorted from him a promise to surrender to Philip the fortresses of Thiers and Boutavant as a security for performance. He again violated this engagement. His enemies, sensible both of his weakness and want of faith, combined still closer in the resolution of pushing him to extremities, and a new and powerful ally soon appeared to encourage them in their invasion of this odious and despicable government. The young Duke of Brittany, who was now rising to man's estate, sensible of the dangerous character of his uncle, determined to seek both his security and elevation by a union with Philip and the malcontent barons. He joined the French army, which had begun hostilities against the King of England. He was received with great marks of distinction by Philip, was knighted by him, espoused his daughter Mary, and was invested not only in the Duchy of Brittany, but in the counties of Anjou and Maine, which he had formerly resigned to his uncle. Every attempt succeeded with the allies. Thiers and Boutavant were taken by Philip, after making a feeble defence. Mortemar and Lyon fell into his hands almost without resistance. That prince next invested Gournay, and opening the sluices of a lake which lay in the neighbourhood, poured such a torrent of water into the place that the garrison deserted it, and the French monarch, without striking a blow, made himself master of that important fortress. The progress of the French arms was rapid, and promised more considerable success than usually in that age attended military enterprises. In answer to every advance which the king made towards peace, Philip still insisted that he should resign all his transmarine dominions to his nephew, and rest contented with the kingdom of England, when an event happened which seemed to turn the scales in favour of John, and to give him a decisive superiority over his enemies. Young Arthur, fond of military renown, had broken into Poitou at the head of a small army, and passing near Mirebeau, he heard that his grandmother, Queen Eleanor, who had always opposed his interests, was lodged in that place, and was protected by a weak garrison and ruinous fortifications. He immediately determined to lay siege to the fortress, and make himself master of her person. But John, roused from his indolence by so pressing an occasion, collected an army of English and Brabançons, and advanced from Normandy with hasty marches to the relief of the Queen Mother. He fell on Arthur's camp before that prince was aware of the danger, dispersed his army, took him prisoner, together with the Count de la Marche, Geoffrey de Lusignan, and the most considerable of the revolted barons, and returned in triumph to Normandy. Philip, who was lying before Arques in that duchy, raised the siege, and retired upon his approach. The greater part of the prisoners were sent over to England, but Arthur was shut up in the castle of Falaise. The king had here a conference with his nephew, represented to him the folly of his pretensions, and required him to renounce the French alliance, which had encouraged him to live in a state of enmity with all his family. But the brave, though imprudent youth, rendered more haughty from misfortunes, maintained the justice of his cause, asserted his claim not only to the French provinces, but to the crown of England, and, in his turn, required the king to restore the son of his elder brother to the possession of his inheritance. John, sensible, from these symptoms of spirit, that the young prince, though now a prisoner, might hereafter prove a dangerous enemy, determined to prevent all future peril by dispatching his nephew, and Arthur was never more heard of. The circumstances which attended this deed of darkness were, no doubt, carefully concealed by the actors, and are variously related by historians, but the most probable account is as follows. The king, is said, first proposed to William de la Bray, one of his servants, to dispatch Arthur, but William replied that he was a gentleman, not a hangman, and he positively refused compliance. Another instrument of murder was found, and was dispatched with proper orders to Falaise, but Hubert de Burgh, chamberlain to the king and constable of the castle, feigning that he himself would execute the king's mandate, sent back the assassin, spread the report that the young prince was dead, and publicly performed all the ceremonies of his interment. But, finding that the Bretons vowed revenge for the murder, and that all the revolted barons persevered more obstinately in their rebellion, he thought it prudent to reveal the secret, and to inform the world that the Duke of Brittany was still alive and in his custody. This discovery proved fatal to the young prince. John first removed him to the castle of Rouen, and coming in a boat during the night time to that place, commanded Arthur to be brought forth to him. The young prince, aware of his danger, and now more subdued by the continuance of his misfortunes and by the approach of death, threw himself on his knees before his uncle and begged for mercy. But the barbarous tyrant, making no reply, stabbed him with his own hands, and fastening a stone to the dead body, threw it into the Seine. All men were struck with horror at this inhuman deed, and from that moment the king, detested by his subjects, retained a very precarious authority over both the people and the barons in his dominions. The Bretons, enraged at this disappointment in their fond hopes, waged implacable war against him, and fixing the succession of their government, put themselves in a posture to revenge the murder of their sovereign. John had got into his power his niece Eleanor, sister to Arthur, commonly called the Damsel of Brittany, and carrying her over to England, detained her ever after in captivity. But the Bretons, in despair of recovering this princess, chose Alice for their sovereign, a younger daughter of Constantia, by her second marriage with Guy de Thouars, and they entrusted the government of the duchy to that nobleman. The states of Brittany, meanwhile, carried their complaints before Philip as their liege lord, and demanded justice for the violence committed by John on the person of Arthur, so near a relation, who, notwithstanding the homage which he did to Normandy, was always regarded as one of the chief vassals of the crown. Philip received their application with pleasure, summoned John to stand a trial before him, and on his non-appearance, passed sentence, with the concurrence of the peers, upon that prince, declared him guilty of felony and parricide, and adjudged him to forfeit to his superior lord all his seigneuries and fiefs in France. The King of France, whose ambitious and active spirit had been hitherto confined, either by the sound policy of Henry or the martial genius of Richard, seeing now the opportunity favourable against this base and odious prince, embraced the project of expelling the English, or rather the English king, from France, and of annexing to the crown so many considerable fiefs which during several ages had been dismembered from it. Many of the other great vassals, whose jealousy might have interposed, and have obstructed the execution of this project, were not at present in a situation to oppose it, and the rest either looked on with indifference, or gave their assistance to this dangerous aggrandizement of their superior lord. The Earls of Flanders and Blois were engaged in the Holy War. The Count of Champagne was an infant, and under the guardianship of Philip. The Duchy of Brittany, enraged at the murder of their prince, vigorously promoted all his measures, and the general defection of John's vassals made every enterprise easy and successful against him. Philip, after taking several castles and fortresses beyond the Loire, which he either garrisoned or dismantled, received the submissions of the Count of Alençon, who deserted John, and delivered up all the places under his command to the French. Upon which Philip broke up his camp, in order to give the troops some repose after the fatigues of the campaign. John, suddenly collecting some forces, laid siege to Alençon, and Philip, whose dispersed army could not be brought together in time to succour it, saw himself exposed to the disgrace of suffering the oppression of his friend and confederate. But his active and fertile genius found an expedient against this evil. There was held at that very time a tournament at Moret, in the Gatinois, whither all the chief nobility of France and the neighbouring countries had resorted, in order to signalize their prowess and address. Philip presented himself before them, craved their assistance in his distress, and pointed out the plains of Alençon as the most honourable field in which they could display their generosity and martial spirit. Those valorous knights vowed that they would take vengeance on the base parricide, the stain of arms and of chivalry, and putting themselves with all their retinue under the command of Philip, instantly marched to raise the siege of Alençon. John, hearing of their approach, fled from before the place, and in the hurry abandoned all his tents, machines, and baggage to the enemy. This feeble effort was the last exploit of that slothful and cowardly prince for the defence of his dominions. He thenceforth remained in total inactivity at Rouen, passing ill his time with his young wife in pastimes and amusements, as if his state had been in the most profound tranquillity, or his affairs in the most prosperous condition. If he ever mentioned war, it was only to give himself vaunting airs, which in the eyes of all men rendered him still more despicable and ridiculous. "Let the French go on," said he. "I will retake in a day what it has cost them years to acquire." His stupidity and indolence appeared so extraordinary that the people endeavoured to account for the infatuation by sorcery, and believed that he was thrown into this lethargy by some magic or witchcraft. The English barons, finding that their time was wasted to no purpose, and that they must suffer the disgrace of seeing, without resistance, the progress of the French arms, withdrew from their colours, and secretly returned to their own country. No one thought of defending a man who seemed to have deserted himself, and his subjects regarded his fate with the same indifference, to which in this pressing exigency they saw him totally abandoned. John, while he neglected all domestic resources, had the meanness to betake himself to a foreign power, whose protection he claimed. He applied to the Pope, Innocent III, and entreated him to interpose his authority between him and the French monarch. Innocent, pleased with any occasion of exerting his superiority, sent Philip orders to stop the progress of his arms, and to make peace with the King of England. But the French barons received the message with indignation, disclaimed the temporal authority assumed by the pontiff, and vowed that they would, to the uttermost, assist their prince against all his enemies. Philip, seconding their ardour, proceeded, instead of obeying the Pope's envoys, to lay siege to Chateau Gaillard, the most considerable fortress which remained to guard the frontiers of Normandy. End of section 48. Recording by Felicity Campbell, book1forme.com, Whanganui, New Zealand. Section 49 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Felicity Campbell. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 49. Chapter 11, Part 2. Chateau Gaillard was situated partly on an island in the river Seine, partly on a rock opposite to it, and was secured by every advantage which either art or nature could bestow upon it. The late king, having cast his eye on this favourable situation, had spared no labour or expense in fortifying it, and it was defended by Roger de Lacy, Constable of Chester, a determined officer, at the head of a numerous garrison. Philip, who despaired of taking the place by force, proposed to reduce it by famine, and that he might cut off its communication with the neighbouring country, he threw a bridge across the Seine, while he himself, with his army, blockaded it by land. The Earl of Pembroke, the man of greatest vigour and capacity in the English court, formed a plan for breaking through the French entrenchments and throwing relief into the place. He carried with him an army of 4,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, and suddenly attacked, with great success, Philip's camp in the night time, having left orders that a fleet of 70 flat-bottomed vessels should sail up the Seine and fall at the same instant on the bridge. But the wind and the current of the river, by retarding the vessels, disconcerted this plan of operations, and it was morning before the fleet appeared, when Pembroke, though successful in the beginning of the action, was already repulsed with considerable loss, and the King of France had leisure to defend himself against these new assailants, who also met with a repulse. After this misfortune, John made no further efforts for the relief of Chateau Gaillard, and Philip had all the leisure requisite for conducting and finishing the siege. Roger de Lacy defended himself for a 12-month with great obstinacy, and having bravely repelled every attack, and patiently borne all the hardships of famine, he was at last overpowered by a sudden assault in the night time, and made prisoner of war with his garrison. Philip, who knew how to respect valour even in an enemy, treated him with civility, and gave him the whole city of Paris for the place of his confinement. When this bulwark of Normandy was once subdued, all the province lay open to the inroads of Philip, and the King of England despaired of being any longer able to defend it. He secretly prepared vessels for a scandalous flight, and, that the Normans might no longer doubt of his resolution to abandon them, he ordered the fortifications of Pont de l'Arche, Moulinot, and Montfort-le-Maudit to be demolished. Not daring to repose confidence in any of his barons, whom he believed to be universally engaged in a conspiracy against him, he entrusted the government of the province to Arenas Martin and Lupicaire, two mercenary Brabançons whom he had retained in his service. Philip, now secure of his prey, pushed his conquests with vigour and success against the dismayed Normans. Falaise was first besieged, and Lupicaire, who commanded in this impregnable fortress, after surrendering the place, enlisted himself with his troops in the service of Philip, and carried on hostilities against his ancient master. Coutant, ces erreurs Bayeux soon fell into the hands of the French monarch, and all the lower Normandy was reduced under his dominion. To forward his enterprises on the other division of the province, Guy de Thouars, at the head of the Bretons, broke into the territory and took Mount St. Michael, Avranches, and all the other fortresses in that neighbourhood. The Normans, who abhorred the French yoke and would have defended themselves to the last extremity if their prince had appeared to conduct them, found no resource but in submission, and every city opened its gates as soon as Philip appeared before it. Rouen alone, Arques and Verneuil determined to maintain their liberties, and formed a confederacy for mutual defence. Philip began with the siege of Rouen. The inhabitants were so inflamed with hatred to France that on the appearance of his army they fell on all the natives of that country whom they found within their walls and put them to death. But after the French king had begun his operations with success and had taken some of their outworks, the citizens, seeing no resource, offered to capitulate, and demanded only 30 days to advertise their prince of their danger and to require succours against the enemy. Upon the expiration of the term, as no supply had arrived, they opened their gates to Philip, and the whole province soon after imitated the example and submitted to the victor. Thus was this important territory reunited to the crown of France, about 3 centuries after the cession of it by Charles the Simple to Rollo the first Duke, and the Normans, sensible that this conquest was probably final, demanded the privilege of being governed by French laws, which Philip, making a few alterations on the ancient Norman customs, readily granted them. But the French monarch had too much ambition and genius to stop in his present career of success. He carried his victorious army into the western provinces, soon reduced Angers, Maine, Touraine, and part of Poitou, and in this manner the French crown, during the reign of one able and active prince, received such an accession of power and grandeur as, in the ordinary course of things, it would have required several ages to attain. John, on his arrival in England, that he might cover the disgrace of his own conduct, exclaimed loudly against his barons, who, he pretended, had deserted his standard in Normandy, and he arbitrarily extorted from them 1/7 of all their movables, as a punishment for the offence. Soon after he forced them to grant him a scutage of 2 marks and a half on each knight's fee for an expedition into Normandy, but he did not attempt to execute the service for which he pretended to exact it. Next year he summoned all the barons of his realm to attend him on this foreign expedition, and collected ships from all the seaports, but, meeting with opposition from some of his ministers, and abandoning his design, he dismissed both fleet and army, and then renewed his exclamations against the barons for deserting him. He next put to sea with a small army, and his subjects believed that he was resolved to expose himself to the utmost hazard for the defence and recovery of his dominions. But they were surprised, after a few days, to see him return again into harbour without attempting anything. In the subsequent season he had the courage to carry his hostile measures a step farther. Guy de Thouars, who governed Brittany, jealous of the rapid progress made by his ally, the French king, promised to join the King of England with all his forces, and John ventured abroad with a considerable army, and landed at Rochelle. He marched to Angers, which he took, and reduced to ashes, but the approach of Philip with an army threw him into a panic, and he immediately made proposals for peace, and fixed a place of interview with his enemy. But instead of keeping this engagement, he stole off with his army, embarked at Rochelle, and returned loaded with new shame and disgrace into England. The mediation of the Pope procured him at last a truce for 2 years with the French monarch. Almost all the transmarine provinces were ravished from him, and his English barons, though harassed with arbitrary taxes and fruitless expeditions, saw themselves and their country baffled and affronted in every enterprise. In an age when personal valour was regarded as the chief accomplishment, such conduct as that of John, always disgraceful, must be exposed to peculiar contempt, and he must thenceforth have expected to rule his turbulent vassals with a very doubtful authority. But the government exercised by the Norman princes had wound up the royal power to so high a pitch, and so much beyond the usual tenor of the feudal constitutions, that it still behoved him to be debased by new affronts and disgraces, ere his barons could entertain the view of conspiring against him in order to retrench his prerogatives. The Church, which at that time declined not a contest with the most powerful and most vigorous monarchs, took first advantage of John's imbecility, and with the most aggravating circumstances of insolence and scorn, fixed her yoke upon him. The papal chair was then filled by Innocent III, who, having attained that dignity at the age of 37 years, and being endowed with a lofty and enterprising genius, gave full scope to his ambition, and attempted, perhaps more openly than any of his predecessors, to convert that superiority which was yielded him by all the European princes into a real dominion over them. The hierarchy, protected by the Roman pontiff, had already carried to an enormous height its usurpations upon the civil power, but in order to extend them farther, and render them useful to the court of Rome, it was necessary to reduce the ecclesiastics themselves under an absolute monarchy, and to make them entirely dependent on their spiritual leader. For this purpose, Innocent first attempted to impose taxes at pleasure upon the clergy, and in the first year of this century, taking advantage of the popular frenzy for crusades, he sent collectors over all Europe, who levied by his authority the 40th of all ecclesiastical revenues for the relief of the Holy Land, and received the voluntary contributions of the laity to a like amount. The same year, Hubert, Archbishop of Canterbury, attempted another innovation, favourable to ecclesiastical and papal power. In the king's absence, he summoned by his legantine authority a synod of all the English clergy, contrary to the inhibition of Geoffrey Fitzpeter, the chief justiciary, and no proper censure was ever passed on this encroachment, the first of the kind, upon the royal power. But a favourable incident soon after happened, which enabled so aspiring a pontiff as Innocent to extend still farther his usurpations on so contemptible a prince as John. Hubert, the primate, died in 1205, and as the monks or canons of Christ Church, Canterbury, possessed a right of voting in the election of their archbishop, some of the juniors of the order, who lay in wait for that event, met clandestinely the very night of Hubert's death, and without any congé d'élire from the king, chose Reginald, their sub-prior, for the successor, installed him in the archiepiscopal throne before midnight, and having enjoined him the strictest secrecy, sent him immediately to Rome, in order to solicit the confirmation of his election. The vanity of Reginald prevailed over his prudence, and he no sooner arrived in Flanders than he revealed to every one the purpose of his journey, which was immediately known in England. The king was enraged at the novelty and temerity of the attempt, in filling so important an office without his knowledge or consent. The suffragan bishops of Canterbury, who were accustomed to concur in the choice of their primate, were no less displeased at the exclusion given them in this election. The senior monks of Christ Church were injured by the irregular proceedings of their juniors. The juniors themselves, ashamed of their conduct, and disgusted with the levity of Reginald, who had broken his engagements with them, were willing to set aside his election, and all men concurred in the design of remedying the false measures which had been taken. But as John knew that this affair would be canvassed before a superior tribunal, where the interposition of royal authority in bestowing ecclesiastical benefices was very invidious, where even the cause of suffragan bishops was not so favourable as that of monks, he determined to make the new election entirely unexceptionable. He submitted the affair wholly to the canons of Christchurch, and, departing from the right claimed by his predecessors, ventured no farther than to inform them privately that they would do him an acceptable service if they chose John de Grey, Bishop of Norwich, for their primate. The election of that prelate was accordingly made without a contradictory vote, and the king, to obviate all contests, endeavoured to persuade the suffragan bishops not to insist on their claim of concurring in the election, but those prelates, persevering in their pretensions, sent an agent to maintain their cause before Innocent, while the king and the convent of Christchurch dispatched 12 monks of that order to support, before the same tribunal, the election of the Bishop of Norwich. Thus there lay 3 different claims before the Pope, whom all parties allowed to be the supreme arbiter in the contest. The claim of the suffragans, being so opposite to the usual maxims of the papal court, was soon set aside. The election of Reginald was so obviously fraudulent and irregular that there was no possibility of defending it. But Innocent maintained that though this election was null and invalid, it ought previously to have been declared such by the sovereign pontiff before the monks could proceed to a new election, and that the choice of the Bishop of Norwich was of course as uncanonical as that of his competitor. Advantage was, therefore, taken of the subtlety for introducing a precedent, by which the See of Canterbury, the most important dignity in the Church after the papal throne, should ever after be at the disposal of the court of Rome. While the Pope maintained so many fierce contests in order to wrest from princes the right of granting investitures, and to exclude laymen from all authority in conferring ecclesiastical benefices, he was supported by the united influence of the clergy, who, aspiring to independence, fought with all the ardour of ambition and all the zeal of superstition under his sacred banners. But no sooner was this point, after a great effusion of blood and the convulsions of many states, established in some tolerable degree, than the victorious leader, as is usual, turned his arms against his own community, and aspired to centre all power in his person, by the invention of reserves, provisions, commendams, and other devices. The Pope gradually assumed the right of filling vacant benefices, and the plenitude of his apostolic power, which was not subject to any limitations, supplied all defects of title in the person on whom he bestowed preferment. The canons which regulated elections were purposely rendered intricate and involved. Frequent disputes arose among candidates. Appeals were every day carried to Rome. The Apostolic See, besides reaping pecuniary advantages from these contests, often exercised the power of setting aside both the litigants, and, on pretence of appeasing faction, nominated a third person who might be more acceptable to the contending parties. The present controversy about the election to the See of Canterbury afforded Innocent an opportunity of claiming this right, and he failed not to perceive and avail himself of the advantage. He sent for the 12 monks deputed by the convent to maintain the cause of the Bishop of Norwich, and commanded them, under the penalty of excommunication, to choose for their primate Cardinal Langton, an Englishman by birth, but educated in France, and connected, by his interests and attachments, with the See of Rome. In vain did the monks represent that they had received from their convent no authority for this purpose. that an election without a previous writ from the king would be deemed highly irregular, and that they were merely agents for another person, whose right they had no power or pretence to abandon. None of them had the courage to persevere in this opposition, except one, Elias de Brantefield. All the rest, overcome by the menaces and authority of the Pope, complied with his orders and made the election required of them. Innocent, sensible that this flagrant usurpation would be highly resented by the court of England, wrote John a mollifying letter, sent him 4 golden rings set with precious stones, and endeavoured to enhance the value of the present by informing him of the many mysteries implied in it. He begged him to consider seriously the form of the rings, their number, their matter, and their colour. Their form, he said, being round, shadowed out eternity, which had neither beginning nor end, and he ought thence to learn his duty of aspiring from earthly objects to heavenly, from things temporal to things eternal. The number 4, being a square, denoted steadiness of mind, not to be subverted either by adversity or prosperity, fixed for ever on the firm basis of the 4 cardinal virtues. Gold, which is the matter, being the most precious of metals, signified wisdom, which is the most valuable of all accomplishments, and justly preferred by Solomon to riches, power, and all exterior attainments. The blue colour of the sapphire represented faith, the verdure of the emerald, hope, the redness of the ruby, charity, and the splendour of the topaz, good works. By these conceits, Innocent endeavoured to repay John for one of the most important prerogatives of his crown, which he had ravished from him, conceits probably admired by Innocent himself, for it is easily possible for a man, especially in a barbarous age, to unite strong talents for business with an absurd taste for literature and the arts. John was inflamed with the utmost rage when he heard of this attempt of the court of Rome, and he immediately vented his passion on the monks of Christ Church, whom he found inclined to support the election made by their fellows at Rome. He sent Fulk de Cantilupe and Henry de Cornhull, 2 knights of his retinue, men of violent tempers and rude manners, to expel them the convent and take possession of their revenues. These knights entered the monastery with drawn swords, commanded the prior and the monks to depart the kingdom, and menaced them that in case of disobedience they would instantly burn them with the convent. Innocent, prognosticating from the violence and imprudence of these measures that John would finally sink in the contest, persevered the more vigorously in his pretensions, and exhorted the king not to oppose God and the Church any longer, nor to persecute that cause for which the holy martyr St. Thomas had sacrificed his life, and which had exalted him equal to the highest saints in heaven, a clear hint to John to profit by the example of his father, and to remember the prejudices and established principles of his subjects, who bore a profound veneration to that martyr, and regarded his merits as the subject of their chief glory and exaltation. Innocent, finding that John was not sufficiently tamed to submission, sent 3 prelates, the bishops of London, Ely, and Worcester, to intimate that, if he persevered in his disobedience, the sovereign pontiff would be obliged to lay the kingdom under an interdict. All the other prelates threw themselves on their knees before him, and entreated him, with tears in their eyes, to prevent the scandal of this sentence, by making a speedy submission to his spiritual father, by receiving from his hands the new elected primate, and by restoring the monks of Christ Church to all their rights and possessions. He burst out into the most indecent invectives against the prelates, swore by God's teeth, his usual oath, that, if the Pope presumed to lay his kingdom under an interdict, he would send to him all the bishops and clergy of England, and would confiscate all their estates, and threatened that, if in thenceforth he caught any Romans in his dominions, he would put out their eyes and cut off their noses, in order to set a mark upon them which might distinguish them from all other nations. Amidst all this idle violence, John stood on such bad terms with his nobility, that he never dared to assemble the states of the kingdom, who in so just a cause would probably have adhered to any other monarch, and have defended with vigour the liberties of the nation against these palpable usurpations of the court of Rome. Innocent, therefore, perceiving the king's weakness, fulminated at last the sentence of interdict which he had for some time held suspended over him. The sentence of interdict was at that time the great instrument of vengeance and policy employed by the court of Rome, was denounced against sovereigns for the lightest offences, and made the guilt of one person involve the ruin of millions, even in their spiritual and eternal welfare. The execution of it was calculated to strike the senses in the highest degree, and to operate with irresistible force on the superstitious minds of the people. The nation was of a sudden deprived of all exterior exercise of its religion. The altars were despoiled of their ornaments, the crosses, the relics, the images, the statues of the saints were laid on the ground, and as if the air itself were profaned and might pollute them by its contact, the priests carefully covered them up, even from their own approach and veneration. The use of bells entirely ceased in all the churches. The bells themselves were removed from the steeples, and laid on the ground with the other sacred utensils. Mass was celebrated with shut doors, and none but the priests were admitted to that holy institution. The laity partook of no religious rite except baptism to newborn infants and the communion to the dying. The dead were not interred in consecrated ground, they were thrown into ditches, or buried in common fields, and their obsequies were not attended with prayers or any hallowed ceremony. Marriage was celebrated in the churchyards, and that every action in life might bear the marks of this dreadful situation, the people were prohibited the use of meat, as in Lent, or times of the highest penance, were debarred from all pleasures and entertainments, and were forbidden even to salute each other, or so much as to shave their beards, and give any decent attention to their person and apparel. Every circumstance carried symptoms of the deepest distress, and of the most immediate apprehension of divine vengeance and indignation. End of section 49. Recording by Felicity Campbell, book1forme.com, Whanganui, New Zealand. Section 50 of Volume 1A of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Felicity Campbell. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 50, Chapter 11, Part 3. The king, that he might oppose the temporal to their spiritual terrors, immediately, from his own authority, confiscated the estates of all the clergy who obeyed the interdict, banished the prelates, confined the monks in their convents, and gave them only such a small allowance from their own estates as would suffice to provide them with food and raiment. He treated with the utmost rigour all Langton's adherents, and every one that showed any disposition to obey the commands of Rome, and in order to distress the clergy in the tenderest point, and at the same time expose them to reproach and ridicule, he threw into prison all their concubines, and required high fines as the price of their liberty. After the canons which established the celibacy of the clergy were, by the zealous endeavours of Archbishop Anselm, more rigorously executed in England, the ecclesiastics gave, almost universally and avowedly, into the use of concubinage, and the court of Rome, which had no interest in prohibiting this practice, made very slight opposition to it. The custom was become so prevalent that in some cantons of Switzerland, before the Reformation, the laws not only permitted, but, to avoid scandal, enjoined the use of concubines to the younger clergy, and it was usual everywhere for priests to apply to the ordinary and obtain from him a formal liberty for this indulgence. The bishop commonly took care to prevent the practice from degenerating into licentiousness. He confined the priest to the use of one woman, required him to be constant to her bed, obliged him to provide for her subsistence and that of her children, and though the offspring was, in the eye of the law, deemed illegitimate, this commerce was really a kind of inferior marriage, such as is still practised in Germany among the nobles, and may be regarded by the candid as an appeal from the tyranny of civil and ecclesiastical institutions to the more virtuous and more unerring laws of nature. The quarrel between the king and the see of Rome continued for some years, and though many of the clergy, from the fear of punishment, obeyed the orders of John and celebrated divine service, they complied with the utmost reluctance, and were regarded both by themselves and the people as men who betrayed their principles and sacrificed their conscience to temporal regards and interests. During this violent situation, the king, in order to give a lustre to his government, attempted military expeditions against Scotland, against Ireland, against the Welsh, and he commonly prevailed, more from the weakness of his enemies than from his own vigour or abilities. Meanwhile, the danger to which his government stood continually exposed from the discontents of the ecclesiastics increased his natural propension to tyranny, and he seems to have even wantonly disgusted all orders of men, especially his nobles, from whom alone he could reasonably expect support and assistance. He dishonoured their families by his licentious amours. He published edicts prohibiting them from hunting feathered game, and thereby restrained them from their favourite occupation and amusement. He ordered all the hedges and fences near his forests to be levelled, that his deer might have more ready access into the fields for pasture, and he continually loaded the nation with arbitrary impositions. Conscious of the general hatred which he had incurred, he required his nobility to give him hostages for security of their allegiance, and they were obliged to put in his hands their sons, nephews, or near relations. When his messengers came with like orders to the castle of William de Braose, a baron of great note, the lady of that nobleman replied that she would never entrust her son into the hands of one who had murdered his own nephew while in his custody. Her husband reproved her for the severity of this speech, but, sensible of his danger, he immediately fled with his wife and son into Ireland, where he endeavoured to conceal himself. The king discovered the unhappy family in their retreat, seized the wife and son, whom he starved to death in prison, and the baron himself narrowly escaped by flying into France. The court of Rome had artfully contrived a gradation of sentences, by which it kept offenders in awe, still afforded them an opportunity of preventing the next anathema by submission, and, in case of their obstinacy, was able to refresh the horror of the people against them by new denunciations of the wrath and vengeance of heaven. As the sentence of interdict had not produced the desired effect on John, and as his people, though extremely discontented, had hitherto been restrained from rising in open rebellion against him, he was soon to look for the sentence of excommunication, and he had reason to apprehend that, notwithstanding all his precautions, the most dangerous consequences might ensue from it. He was witness of the other scenes which at that very time were acting in Europe, and which displayed the unbounded and uncontrolled power of the papacy. Innocent, far from being dismayed at his contests with the King of England, had excommunicated the Emperor Otho, John's nephew, and soon brought that powerful and haughty prince to submit to his authority. He published a crusade against the Albigenses, a species of enthusiasts in the south of France, whom he denominated heretics, because, like other enthusiasts, they neglected the rights of the Church, and opposed the power and influence of the clergy. The people from all parts of Europe, moved by their superstition and their passion for wars and adventures, flocked to his standard. Simon de Montfort, the general of the crusade, acquired to himself a sovereignty in these provinces. The Count of Toulouse, who protected or perhaps only tolerated the Albigenses, was stripped of his dominions, and these sectaries themselves, though the most innocent and inoffensive of mankind, were exterminated with all the circumstances of extreme violence and barbarity. Here were, therefore, both an army and a general, dangerous from their zeal and valour, who might be directed to act against John, and Innocent, after keeping the thunder long suspended, gave at last authority to the bishops of London, Ely, and Worcester to fulminate the sentence of excommunication against him. These prelates obeyed, though their brethren were deterred from publishing, as the Pope required of them, the sentence in the several churches of their diocese. No sooner was the excommunication known than the effects of it appeared. Geoffrey, Archdeacon of Norwich, who was entrusted with a considerable office in the Court of Exchequer, being informed of it while sitting on the bench, observed to his colleagues the danger of serving under an excommunicated king, and he immediately left his chair and departed the court. John gave orders to seize him, to throw him into prison, to cover his head with a great leaden cope, and by this and other severe usage he soon put an end to his life. Nor was there anything wanting to Geoffrey, except the dignity and rank of Becket, to exalt him to an equal station in heaven with that great and celebrated martyr. Hugh de Wells, the Chancellor, being elected by the King's appointment Bishop of Lincoln, upon a vacancy in that see, desired leave to go abroad, in order to receive consecration from the Archbishop of Rouen, but he no sooner reached France than he hastened to Pontigny, where Langton then resided, and paid submissions to him as his primate. The bishops, finding themselves exposed either to the jealousy of the king or hatred of the people, gradually stole out of the kingdom, and at last there remained only 3 prelates to perform the functions of the episcopal office. Many of the nobility, terrified by John's tyranny, and obnoxious to him on different accounts, imitated the example of the bishops, and most of the others who remained were with reason suspected of having secretly entered into a confederacy against him. John was alarmed at his dangerous situation, a situation which prudence, vigour, and popularity might formerly have prevented, but which no virtues or abilities were now sufficient to retrieve. He desired a conference with Langton at Dover, offered to acknowledge him as primate, to submit to the Pope, to restore the exiled clergy, even to pay them a limited sum as a compensation for the rents of their confiscated estates. But Langton, perceiving his advantage, was not satisfied with these concessions. He demanded that full restitution and reparation should be made to all the clergy, a condition so exorbitant that the king, who probably had not the power of fulfilling it, and who foresaw that this estimation of damages might amount to an immense sum, finally broke off the conference. The next gradation of papal sentences was to absolve John's subjects from their oaths of fidelity and allegiance, and to declare every one excommunicated who had any commerce with him, in public or in private, at his table, in his council, or even in private conversation, and this sentence was accordingly, with all imaginable solemnity, pronounced against him. But as John still persevered in his contumacy, there remained nothing but the sentence of deposition, which, though intimately connected with the former, had been distinguished from it by the artifice of the court of Rome, and Innocent determined to dart this last thunderbolt against the refractory monarch. But as a sentence of this kind required an armed force to execute it, the pontiff, casting his eyes around, fixed at last on Philip, King of France, as the person into whose powerful hand he could most properly entrust that weapon, the ultimate resource of his ghostly authority. And he offered the monarch, besides the remission of all his sins and endless spiritual benefits, the property and possession of the kingdom of England, as the reward of his labour. It was the common concern of all princes to oppose these exorbitant pretensions of the Roman pontiff, by which they themselves were rendered vassals, and vassals totally dependent of the papal crown. Yet even Philip, the most able monarch of the age, was seduced by present interest, and by the prospect of so tempting a prize, to accept this liberal offer of the pontiff, and thereby to ratify that authority which, if he ever opposed its boundless usurpations, might next day tumble him from the throne. He levied a great army, summoned all the vassals of the crown to attend him at Rouen, collected a fleet of 1,700 vessels, great and small, in the seaports of Normandy and Picardy, and partly from the zealous spirit of the age, partly from the personal regard universally paid him, prepared a force which seemed equal to the greatness of his enterprise. The king, on the other hand, issued out writs requiring the attendance of all his military tenants at Dover, and even of all able-bodied men, to defend the kingdom in this dangerous extremity. A great number appeared, and he selected an army of 60,000 men, a power invincible, had they been united in affection to their prince, and animated with a becoming zeal for the defence of their native country. But the people were swayed by superstition, and regarded their king with horror, as anathematized by papal censures. The barons, besides lying under the same prejudices, were all disgusted by his tyranny, and were, many of them, suspected of holding a secret correspondence with the enemy, and the incapacity and cowardice of the king himself, ill-fitted to contend with those mighty difficulties, made men prognosticate the most fatal effects from the French invasion. Pandolf, whom the Pope had chosen for his legate, and appointed to head this important expedition, had, before he left Rome, applied for a secret conference with his master, and had asked him whether, if the King of England in this desperate situation were willing to submit to the Apostolic See, the Church should, without the consent of Philip, grant him any terms of accommodation. Innocent, expecting from his agreement with a prince so abject both in character and fortune more advantages than from his alliance with a great and victorious monarch, who, after such mighty acquisitions, might become too haughty to be bound by spiritual chains, explained to Pandolf the conditions on which he was willing to be reconciled to the King of England. The legate, therefore, as soon as he arrived in the north of France, sent over 2 Knights Templars to desire an interview with John at Dover, which was readily granted. He there represented to him in such strong and probably in such true colours his lost condition, the disaffection of his subjects, the secret combination of his vassals against him, the mighty armament of France, that John yielded at discretion, and subscribed to all the conditions which Pandolf was pleased to impose upon him. He promised, among other articles, that he would submit himself entirely to the judgment of the Pope, that he would acknowledge Langton for primate, that he would restore all the exiled clergy and laity who had been banished on account of the contest, that he would make them full restitution of their goods and compensation for all damages, and instantly consign £8,000 in part of payment, and that every one outlawed or imprisoned for his adherence to the Pope should immediately be received into grace and favour. 4 barons swore, along with the king, to the observance of this ignominious treaty. But the ignominy of the king was not yet carried to its full height. Pandolf required him, as the first trial of obedience, to resign his kingdom to the church, and he persuaded him that he could no wise so effectually disappoint the French invasion as by thus putting himself under the immediate protection of the Apostolic See. John, lying under the agonies of present terror, made no scruple of submitting to this condition. He passed a charter in which he said that, not constrained by fear, but of his own free will, and by the common advice and consent of his barons, he had, for remission of his own sins and those of his family, resigned England and Ireland to God, to St. Peter and St. Paul, and to Pope Innocent and his successors in the apostolic chair. He agreed to hold these dominions as feudatory of the Church of Rome, by the annual payment of 1,000 marks, 700 for England, 300 for Ireland, and he stipulated that, if he or his successors should ever presume to revoke or infringe this charter, they should instantly, except upon admonition they repented of their offence, forfeit all right to their dominions. In consequence of this agreement, John did homage to Pandolf as the Pope's legate, with all the submissive rights which the feudal law required of vassals before their liege lord and superior. He came disarmed into the legate's presence, who was seated on a throne. He flung himself on his knees before him. He lifted up his joined hands and put them within those of Pandolf. He swore fealty to the Pope, and he paid part of the tribute which he owed for his kingdom as the patrimony of St. Peter. The legate, elated by this supreme triumph of sacerdotal power, could not forbear discovering extravagant symptoms of joy and exultation. He trampled on the money which was laid at his feet as an earnest of the subjection of the kingdom, an insolence of which, however offensive to all the English, no one present, except the Archbishop of Dublin, dared to take any notice. But, though Pandolf had brought the king to submit to these base conditions, he still refused to free him from the excommunication and interdict, till an estimation should be taken of the losses of the ecclesiastics, and full compensation and restitution should be made them. John, reduced to this abject situation under a foreign power, still showed the same disposition to tyrannize over his subjects, which had been the chief cause of all his misfortunes. One Peter of Pomfret, a hermit, had foretold that the king this very year should lose his crown, and for that rash prophecy he had been thrown into prison in Corfe Castle. John now determined to bring him to punishment as an impostor, and though the man pleaded that his prophecy was fulfilled, and that the king had lost the royal and independent crown which he formerly wore, the defence was supposed to aggravate his guilt. He was dragged at horses' tails to the town of Warham, and there hanged on a gibbet with his son. When Pandolf, after receiving the homage of John, returned to France, he congratulated Philip on the success of his pious enterprise, and informed him that John, moved by the terror of the French arms, had now come to a just sense of his guilt, had returned to obedience under the apostolic see, had even consented to do homage to the Pope for his dominions, and having thus made his kingdom a part of St. Peter's patrimony, had rendered it impossible for any Christian prince, without the most manifest and most flagrant impiety, to attack him. Philip was enraged on receiving this intelligence. He exclaimed that, having at the Pope's instigation undertaken an expedition which had cost him above 60,000 pounds sterling, he was frustrated of his purpose at the time when its success was become infallible. He complained that all the expense had fallen upon him, all the advantages had accrued to Innocent. He threatened to be no longer the dupe of these hypocritical pretences, and, assembling his vassals, he laid before them the ill treatment which he had received, exposed the interested and fraudulent conduct of the Pope, and required their assistance to execute his enterprise against England, in which he told them that, notwithstanding the inhibitions and menaces of the legate, he was determined to persevere. The French barons were in that age little less ignorant and superstitious than the English, yet so much does the influence of those religious principles depend on the present dispositions of men. They all vowed to follow their prince on his intended expedition, and were resolute not to be disappointed of that glory and those riches which they had long expected from this enterprise. The Earl of Flanders alone, who had previously formed a secret treaty with John, declaring against the injustice and impiety of the undertaking, retired with his forces. And Philip, that he might not leave so dangerous an enemy behind him, first turned his arms against the dominions of that prince. Meanwhile the English fleet was assembled under the Earl of Salisbury, the king's natural brother, and though inferior in number, received orders to attack the French in their harbours. Salisbury performed this service with so much success that he took 300 ships, destroyed 100 more, and Philip, finding it impossible to prevent the rest from falling into the hands of the enemy, set fire to them himself, and thereby rendered it impossible for him to proceed any farther in his enterprise. John, exulting in his present security, insensible to his past disgrace, was so elated with this success that he thought of no less than invading France in his turn, and recovering all those provinces which the prosperous arms of Philip had formerly ravished from him. He proposed this expedition to the barons, who were already assembled for the defence of the kingdom. But the English nobles both hated and despised their prince. They prognosticated no success to any enterprise conducted by such a leader, and, pretending that their time of service was elapsed and all their previsions exhausted, they refused to second his undertaking. The king, however, resolute in his purpose, embarked with a few followers and sailed to Jersey, in the foolish expectation that the barons would at last be ashamed to stay behind. But, finding himself disappointed, he returned to England, and, raising some troops, threatened to take vengeance on all his nobles for their desertion and disobedience. The Archbishop of Canterbury, who was in a confederacy with the barons, here interposed, strictly inhibited the king from thinking of such an attempt, and threatened him with the renewal of the sentence of excommunication if he pretended to levy war upon any of his subjects before the kingdom were freed from the sentence of interdict. The Church had recalled the several anathemas pronounced against John by the same gradual progress with which he had at first issued them. By receiving his homage and admitting him to the rank of a vassal, his deposition had been virtually annulled, and his subjects were again bound by their oaths of allegiance. The exiled prelates had then returned in great triumph, with Langton at their head, and the king, hearing of their approach, went forth to meet them, and throwing himself on the ground before them, he entreated them with tears to have compassion on him and the kingdom of England. The primate, seeing these marks of sincere penitence, led him to the chapter house of Winchester, and there administered an oath to him, by which he again swore fealty and obedience to Pope Innocent and his successors, promised to love, maintain, and defend Holy Church and the clergy, engaged that he would re-establish the good laws of his predecessors, particularly those of St. Edward, and would abolish the wicked ones, and expressed his resolution of maintaining justice and right in all his dominions. The primate next gave him absolution in the requisite forms, and admitted him to dine with him, to the great joy of all the people. The sentence of interdict, however, was still upheld against the kingdom. A new legate, Nicholas, Bishop of Frescati, came into England in the room of Pandolf, and he declared it to be the Pope's intentions never to loosen that sentence till full restitution were made to the clergy of everything taken from them, and ample reparation for all damages which they had sustained. He only permitted Mass to be said with a low voice in the churches, till those losses and damages could be estimated to the satisfaction of the parties. Certain barons were appointed to take an account of the claims, and John was astonished at the greatness of the sums to which the clergy made their losses to amount. No less than 20,000 marks were demanded by the monks of Canterbury alone, 23,000 for the see of Lincoln, and the king, finding these pretensions to be exorbitant and endless, offered the clergy the sum of 100,000 marks for a final acquittal. The clergy rejected the offer with disdain, but the Pope, willing to favour his new vassal, whom he found zealous in his declarations of fealty, and regular in paying the stipulated tribute to Rome, directed his legate to accept of 40,000. The issue of the whole was, that the bishops and considerable abbots got reparation beyond what they had any title to demand. The inferior clergy were obliged to sit down contented with their losses, and the king, after the interdict was taken off, renewed in the most solemn manner, and by a new charter sealed with gold, his professions of homage and obedience to the See of Rome. End of section 50. Recording by Felicity Campbell, book1forme.com, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Section 51 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 51. Chapter 11, Part 4. When this vexatious affair was at last brought to a conclusion, the king, as if he had nothing further to attend but triumphs and victories, went to Poitou, which still acknowledged his authority, and he carried war into Philip's dominions. He he besieged a castle near Angers, but the approach of Prince Louis, Philip's son, obliged him to raise the siege with such precipitation that he left his tents, machines, and baggage behind him, and he returned to England with disgrace. About the same time he heard of the great and decisive victory gained by the King of France at Bouvines over the Emperor Otho, who had entered France at the head of 150,000 Germans, a victory which established forever the glory of Philip, and gave full security to all his dominions. John could, therefore, think henceforth of nothing further than of ruling peaceably his own kingdom, and his close connection with the Pope, which he was determined at any price to maintain, ensured him, as he imagined, the certain attainment of that object. But the last and most grievous scene of this prince's misfortunes still awaited him, and he was destined to pass through a series of more humiliating circumstances than had ever yet fallen to the lot of any other monarch. The introduction of the feudal law into England by William the Conqueror had much infringed the liberties, however imperfect, enjoyed by the Anglo-Saxons in their ancient government, and had reduced the whole people to a state of vassalage under the king or barons, and even the greater part of them to a state of real slavery. The necessity also of entrusting great power in the hands of a prince, who was to maintain military dominion over a vanquished nation, had engaged the Norman barons to submit to a more severe and absolute prerogative than that to which men of their rank in other feudal governments were commonly subjected. The power of the crown, once raised to a high pitch, was not easily reduced, and the nation, during the course of 150 years, was governed by an authority unknown in the same degree to all the kingdoms founded by the northern conquerors. Henry I, that he might allure the people to give an exclusion to his elder brother Robert, had granted them a charter favorable in many particulars to their liberties. Stephen had renewed the grant, Henry II had confirmed it, but the concessions of all these princes had still remained without effect, and the same unlimited, at least in regular authority, continued to be exercised both by them and their successors. The only happiness was that arms were never yet ravished from the hands of the barons and people. The nation, by a great confederacy, might still vindicate its liberties, and nothing was more likely than the character, conduct, and fortunes of the reigning prince to produce such a general combination against him. Equally odious and contemptible, both in public and private life, he affronted the barons by his insolence, dishonored their families by his gallantries, enraged them by his tyranny, and gave discontent to all ranks of men by his endless exactions and impositions. The effect of these lawless practices had already appeared in the general demand made by the barons of a restoration of their privileges, and after he had reconciled himself to the Pope by abandoning the independence of the kingdom, he appeared to all his subjects in so mean a light that they universally thought they might with safety and honor insist upon their pretensions. But nothing forwarded this confederacy so much as the concurrence of Langton, Archbishop of Canterbury, a man whose memory, though he was obtruded on the nation by a palpable encroachment of the See of Rome, ought always to be respected by the English. This prelate, whether he was moved by the generosity of his nature and his affection to public good, or had entertained an animosity against John on account of the long opposition made by that prince to his election, or thought that an acquisition of liberty to the people would serve to increase and secure the privileges of the church, had formed the plan of reforming the government, and had prepared the way for that great innovation by inserting those singular clauses above mentioned in the oath which he administered to the king before he would absolve him from the sentence of excommunication. Soon after, in a private meeting of some principal barons in London, he showed them a copy of Henry I's charter, which he said he had happily found in a monastery, and he exhorted them to insist on the renewal and observance of it. The barons swore that they would sooner lose their lives than depart from so reasonable a demand. The confederacy began now to spread wider, and to comprehend almost all barons in England, and a new and more numerous meeting was summoned by Langton at St. Edmundsbury under colour of devotion. He again produced to the assembly the old charter of Henry, renewed his exhortations of unanimity and vigour in the prosecution of their purpose, and represented in the strongest colours the tyranny to which they had so long been subjected, and from which it now behoved them to free themselves and their posterity. The barons, inflamed by his eloquence, incited by the sense of their own wrongs, and encouraged by the appearance of their power and numbers, solemnly took an oath before the high altar to adhere to each other, to insist on their demands, to make endless war on the king till he should submit to grant them. They agreed that after the festival of Christmas they would prefer in a body their common petition, and in the meantime they separated, after mutually engaging that they would put themselves in a posture of defence, would enlist men and purchase arms, and would supply their castles with the necessary provisions. 1215. The barons appeared in London on the day appointed, and demanded of the king that in consequence of his oath before the primate, as well as in defence of their just rights, he should grant them a renewal of Henry's charter and a confirmation of the laws of St. Edward. The king, alarmed with their zeal and unanimity, as well as with their power, required a delay, promised that at the festival of Easter he would give them a positive answer to their petition, and offered them the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of Ely, and the Earl of Pembroke, the Mareschal, as sureties for his fulfilling this engagement. The barons accepted of the terms, and peaceably returned to their castles. During this interval, John, in order to break or subdue the league of his barons, endeavoured to avail himself of the ecclesiastical power, of whose influence he had, from his own recent misfortunes, had such fatal experience. He granted to the clergy a charter, relinquishing for ever that important prerogative for which his father and his ancestors had zealously contended, yielding to them the free election on all vacancies, reserving only the power to issue a consodalier and to subjoin a confirmation of the election, and declaring that, if either of these were withheld, the choice should nevertheless be deemed just and valid. He made a vow to lead an army into Palestine against the infidels, and he took on him the cross, in hopes that he should receive from the church that protection which she tendered to every one that had entered into this sacred and meritorious engagement. He sent to Rome his agent, William de Maclair, in order to appeal to the Pope against the violence of his barons, and procure him a favourable sentence from that powerful tribunal. The barons, also, were not negligent on their part in endeavouring to engage the Pope in their interests. They dispatched Eustace de Vesey to Rome, laid their case before Innocent as their feudal lord, and petitioned him to interpose his authority with the king, and oblige him to restore and confirm all their just and undoubted privileges. Innocent beheld with regret the disturbances which had arisen in England, and was much inclined to favour John in his pretensions. He had no hope of retaining and extending his newly acquired superiority over that kingdom, but by supporting so base and degenerate a prince, who was willing to sacrifice every consideration to his present safety, and he foresaw that if the administration should fall into the hands of those gallant and high-spirited barons, they would vindicate the honour, liberty, and independence of the nation, with the same ardour which they now exerted in defence of their own. He wrote letters, therefore, to the prelates, to the nobility, and to the king himself. He exhorted the first to employ their good offices in conciliating peace between the contending parties, and putting an end to civil discord. To the second he expressed his disapprobation of their conduct in employing force to extort concessions from their reluctant sovereign. The last lie advised to treat his nobles with grace and indulgence, and to grant them their demands as should appear just and reasonable. The barons easily saw from the tenor of these letters that they must reckon on having the Pope as well as the king for their adversary. But they had already advanced too far to recede from their pretensions, and their passions were so deeply engaged that it exceeded even the power of superstition itself any longer to control them. They also foresaw that the thunders of Rome, when not seconded by the efforts of the English ecclesiastics, would be of small avail against them, and they perceived that the most considerable of the prelates, as well as all the inferior clergy, professed the highest approbation of their cause. Besides that these men were seized with a national passion for laws and liberty, blessings of which they themselves expected to partake, there concurred very powerful causes to loosen their devoted attachment to the apostolic see. It appeared from the late usurpations of the Roman pontiff that he pretended to reap alone all the advantages accruing from that victory, which under his banners, though at their own peril, they had everywhere obtained over the civil magistrate. The Pope assumed a despotic power over all the churches. Their particular customs, privileges, and immunities were treated with disdain. Even the canons of general councils were set aside by his dispensing power. The whole administration of the church was centered in the court of Rome. All preferments ran, of course, in the same channel, and the provincial clergy saw, at least felt, that there was a necessity for limiting these pretensions. The legate Nicholas, in filling those numerous vacancies which had fallen in England during an interdict of 6 years, had proceeded in the most arbitrary manner, and had paid no regard in conferring dignities to personal merit, to rank, and to the inclination of the electors, or to the customs of the country. The English church was universally disgusted, and Langton himself, though he owed his elevation to an encroachment of the Romish see, was no sooner established in his high office than he became jealous of the privileges annexed to it, and formed attachments with the country subjected to his jurisdiction. These causes, though they opened slowly the eyes of men, failed not to produce their effect. They set bounds to the usurpations of the papacy. The tide first stopped and then turned against the sovereign pontiff. And it is otherwise inconceivable how that age, so prone to superstition and so sunk in ignorance, or rather so devoted to a spurious erudition, could have escaped falling into an absolute and total slavery under the court of Rome. About the time that the Pope's letters arrived in England, the malevolent barons, on the approach of the festival of Easter, when they were to expect the king's answer to their petitions, met by agreement at Stamford, and they assembled a force consisting of above 2,000 knights, besides their retainers and inferior persons without number. Elated with their power, they advanced in a body to Brackley, within 15 miles of Oxford, the place where the court then resided, and they there received a message from the king by the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Earl of Pembroke, desiring to know what those liberties were which they so zealously challenged from their sovereign. They delivered to these messengers a schedule containing the chief articles of their demands, which was no sooner shown to the king than he burst into a furious passion, and asked why the barons did not also demand from him his kingdom, swearing that he would never grant them such liberties as must reduce himself to slavery. No sooner were the confederated nobles informed of John's reply than they chose Robert Fitzwalter their general, whom they called the Mareschal of the army of God and of Holy Church, and they proceeded without further ceremony to levy war upon the king. They besieged the castle of Northampton during 15 days, though without success. The gates of Bedford Castle were willingly opened to them by William Beauchamp, its owner. They advanced to Ware on their way to London, where they held a correspondence with the principal citizens. They were received without opposition into that capital, and finding now the great superiority of their force, they issued proclamations requiring the other barons to join them, and menacing them, in case of refusal or delay, with committing devastations on their houses and estates. In order to show what might be expected from their prosperous arms, they made incursions from London, and laid waste the king's parks and palaces. And all the barons, who had hitherto carried the semblance of supporting the royal party, were glad of this pretence for openly joining a cause which they always had secretly favoured. The king was left at Odium in Hampshire, with a poor retinue of only 7 knights, and after trying several expedients to elude the blow, after offering to refer all differences to the Pope alone, or to 8 barons, 4 to be chosen by himself, and 4 by the confederates, he found himself at last obliged to submit at discretion. A conference between the king and the barons was appointed at Runnymede, between Windsor and Staines, a place which has ever since been extremely celebrated on account of this great event. The 2 parties encamped apart, like open enemies, and after a debate of a few days, the king, with a facility somewhat suspicious, signed and sealed the charter which was required of him. This famous deed, commonly called the Great Charter, either granted or secured very important liberties and privileges to every order of men in the kingdom, to the clergy, to the barons, and to the people. The freedom of elections was secured to the clergy. The former charter of the king was confirmed, by which the necessity of a royal consadelier and confirmation was superseded. All checks upon appeals to Rome was removed by the allowance granted every man to depart the kingdom at pleasure. And the fines to be imposed on the clergy for any offence were ordained to be proportional to their lay estates, not to their ecclesiastical benefices. The privileges granted to the barons were either abatements in the rigour of the feudal law, or determinations in points which had been left by that law, or had become by practice arbitrary and ambiguous. The reliefs of heirs succeeding to a military fee were ascertained, and earls and barons at 100 marks, a knight at 100 shillings. It was ordained by the charter that, if the heir be a minor, he shall, immediately upon his majority, enter upon his estate without paying any relief. The king shall not sell his wardship. He shall levy only reasonable profits upon the estate, without committing waste or hurting the property. He shall uphold the castles, houses, mills, parks, and ponds, and if he commit the guardianship of the estate to the sheriff or any other, he shall previously oblige them to find surety to the same purpose. During the minority of a baron, while his lands are in wardship and not in his own possession, no debt which he owes to the Jews shall bear any interest. Heirs shall be married without disparagement, and before the marriage be contracted, the nearest relations of the person shall be informed of it. A widow, without paying any relief, shall enter upon her dower the 3rd part of her husband's rents. She shall not be compelled to marry so long as she chooses to continue single. She shall only give security never to marry without her lord's consent. The king shall not claim wardship of any minor who holds lands by military tenure, of a baron on pretence that he also holds lands of the crown by soccage or by any other tenure. Scutages shall be estimated at the same rate as in the time of Henry I. No scutage or aid, except in the 3 general feudal cases, the king's captivity, the knighting of his eldest son, and the marrying of his eldest daughter, shall be imposed but by the great council of the kingdom. The prelates, earls, and great barons shall be called to this great council, each by a particular writ. The lesser barons by a general summons of the sheriff. The king shall not seize any baron's land for a debt to the crown, if the baron possesses as many goods and chattels as are sufficient to discharge the debt. No man shall be obliged to perform more service for his fee than he is bound to by his tenure. No governor or constable of a castle shall oblige any knight to give money for castle guard, if the knight be willing to perform the service in person or by another able-bodied man, and if the knight be in the field himself by the king's command, he shall be exempted from all other services of this nature. No vassal shall be allowed to sell so much of his land as to incapacitate himself from performing his service to his lord. These were the principal articles calculated for the interest of the barons, and had the charter contained nothing further, national happiness and liberty had been very little promoted by it, as it would only have tended to increase the power and independence of an order of men who were already too powerful, and whose yoke might have become more heavy on the people than even that of an absolute monarch. But the barons, who alone drew and imposed on the prince this memorable charter, were necessitated to insert in it other clauses of a more extensive and more beneficent nature. They could not expect the concurrence of the people without comprehending, together with their own, the interest of inferior ranks of men, and all provisions which the barons, for their own sake, were obliged to make, in order to ensure the free and equitable administration of justice, tended directly to the benefit of the whole community. The following were the principal clauses of this nature. It was ordained that all privileges and immunities above mentioned, granted to the barons against the king, should be extended by the barons to their inferior vassals. The king bound himself not to grant any writ empowering a baron to levy aids from his vassals, except in the 3 feudal cases. One weight and one measure shall be established throughout the kingdom. Merchants shall be allowed to transact all business without being exposed to any arbitrary tolls and impositions. They and all free men shall be allowed to go out of the kingdom and to return to it at pleasure. London and all cities and burghs shall preserve their ancient liberties, immunities, and free customs. Aid shall not be required of them but by the consent of the Great Council. No towns or individuals shall be obliged to make or support bridges but by the ancient custom. The goods of every free man shall be disposed of according to his will. If he dies intestate, his heirs shall succeed to them. No officer of the crown shall take any horses, carts, or wood without the consent of the owner. The king's courts of justice shall be stationary, and shall no longer follow his person. They shall be open to every one, and justice shall no longer be sold, refused, or delayed by them. Circuits shall be regularly held every year. The inferior tribunals of justice, the county court, the sheriff's turn, and the court leet shall meet at their appointed time and place. The sheriffs shall be incapacitated to hold pleas of the crown, and shall not put any person upon his trial from rumor or suspicion alone, but upon the evidence of lawful witnesses. No freeman shall be taken or imprisoned or dispossessed of his free tenement and liberties, or outlawed or banished, or anywise hurt or injured, unless by the legal judgment of his peers, or by the law of the land. And all who suffered otherwise in this or the 2 former reigns shall be restored to their rights and possessions. Every freeman shall be fined in proportion to his fault, and no fine shall be levied on him to his utter ruin. Even a villain or rustic shall not by any fine be bereaved of his carts, ploughs, and implements of husbandry. This was the only article calculated for the interests of this body of men, probably at that time the most numerous in the kingdom. End of section 51.
Section 51 of
Volume 1A of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Felicity Campbell. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1A, Chapter 11,
Part 5.
It must be confessed that the former articles of the Great Charter contain such mitigations and explanations of the feudal law as are reasonable and equitable, and that the latter involve all the chief outlines of a legal government, and provide for the equal distribution of justice and free enjoyment of property, the great objects for which political society was at first founded by men, which the people have a perpetual and unalienable right to recall, and which no time, nor precedent, nor statute, nor positive institution, ought to deter them from keeping ever uppermost in their thoughts and attention. Though the provisions made by this charter might, conformably to the genius of the age, be esteemed too concise and too bare of circumstances to maintain the execution of its articles, in opposition to the chicanery of lawyers, supported by the violence of power, time gradually ascertained the sense of all the ambiguous expressions, and those generous barons who first extorted this concession still held their swords in their hands, and could turn them against those who dared, on any pretence, to depart from the original spirit and meaning of the grant. We may now, from the tenor of this charter, conjecture what those laws were of King Edward, which the English nation, during so many generations, still desired, with such an obstinate perseverance, to have recalled and established. They were chiefly these latter articles of Magna Charta, and the barons who, at the beginning of these commotions, demanded the revival of the Saxon laws, undoubtedly thought that they had sufficiently satisfied the people by procuring them this concession, which comprehended the principal objects to which they had so long aspired. But what we are most to admire is the prudence and moderation of those haughty nobles themselves, who were enraged by injuries, inflamed by opposition, and elated by a total victory over their sovereign. They were content, even in this plenitude of power, to depart from some articles of Henry I's charter, which they made the foundation of their demands, particularly from the abolition of wardships, a matter of the greatest importance, and they seem to have been sufficiently careful not to diminish too far the power and revenue of the crown. If they appear, therefore, to have carried other demands to too great a height, it can be ascribed only to the faithless and tyrannical character of the king himself, of which they had long had experience, and which they foresaw would, if they provided no further security, lead him soon to infringe their new liberties and revoke his own concessions. This alone gave birth to those other articles, seemingly exorbitant, which were added as a rampart for the safeguard of the Great Charter. The barons obliged the king to agree that London should remain in their hands, and the Tower be consigned to the custody of the primate till the 15th of August ensuing, or till the execution of the several articles of the Great Charter. The better to ensure the same end, he allowed them to choose 25 members from their own body as conservators of the public liberties, and no bounds were set to the authority of these men, either in extent or duration. If any complaint were made of a violation of the charter, whether attempted by the king, justiciaries, sheriffs, or foresters, any 4 of these barons might admonish the king to redress the grievance. If satisfaction were not obtained, they could assemble the whole council of 25, who, in conjunction with the Great Council, were empowered to compel him to observe the charter, and, in case of resistance, might levy war against him, attack his castles, and employ every kind of violence, except against his royal person and that of his queen and children. All men throughout the kingdom were bound, under the penalty of confiscation, to swear obedience to the 25 barons, and the freeholders of each county were to choose 12 knights, who were to make report of such evil customs as required redress, conformably to the tenor of the Great Charter. The names of these conservators were the Earls of Clare, Albemarle, Gloucester, Winchester, Hereford, Roger Bigod, Earl of Norfolk, Robert de Vere, Earl of Oxford, William Mareschal the younger, Robert Fitzwalter, Gilbert de Clare, Eustace de Vesey, Gilbert de Laval, William de Mowbray, Geoffrey de Say, Roger de Montbazon, William de Huntingfield, Robert de Ross, the Constable of Chester, William de Albany, Roger de Percy, William Mallet, John Fitzrobert, William de Lanvalet, Hugh de Bigod, and Roger de Montfichet. These men were by this convention really invested with the sovereignty of the kingdom. They were rendered coordinate with the king, or rather superior to him, in the exercise of the executive power, and as there was no circumstance of government which either directly or indirectly might not bear a relation to the security or observance of the Great Charter, there could scarcely occur any incident in which they might not lawfully interpose their authority. John seemed to submit passively to all these regulations, however injurious to majesty. He sent writs to all the sheriffs, ordering them to constrain everyone to swear obedience to the 25 barons. He dismissed all his foreign force. He pretended that his government was thenceforth to run in a new tenor, and be more indulgent to the liberty and independence of his people. But he only dissembled till he should find a favourable opportunity for annulling all his concessions. The injuries and indignities which he had formerly suffered from the Pope and the King of France, as they came from equals or superiors, seemed to make but small impression on him. But the sense of this perpetual and total subjection under his own rebellious vassals sunk deep in his mind, and he was determined, at all hazards, to throw off so ignominious a slavery. He grew sullen, silent, and reserved. He shunned the society of his courtiers and nobles. He retired into the Isle of Wight, as if desirous of hiding his shame and confusion. But in this retreat he meditated the most fatal vengeance against all his enemies. He secretly sent abroad his emissaries to enlist foreign soldiers and to invite the rapacious Brabançons into his service, by the prospect of sharing the spoils of England, and reaping the forfeitures of so many opulent barons who had incurred the guilt of rebellion by rising in arms against him. And he dispatched a messenger to Rome in order to lay before the Pope the Great Charter which he had been compelled to sign, and to complain before that tribunal of the violence which had been imposed upon him. Innocent, considering himself as feudal lord of the kingdom, was incensed at the temerity of the barons, who, though they pretended to appeal to his authority, had dared, without waiting for his consent, to impose such terms on a prince, who, by resigning to the Roman pontiff his crown and independence, had placed himself immediately under the papal protection. He issued, therefore, a bull, in which, from the plenitude of his apostolic power, and from the authority which God had committed to him to build and destroy kingdoms, to plant and overthrow, he annulled and abrogated the whole charter as unjust in itself as obtained by compulsion, and as derogatory to the dignity of the apostolic see. He prohibited the barons from exacting the observance of it. He even prohibited the king himself from paying any regard to it. He absolved him and his subjects from all oaths which they had been constrained to take to that purpose, and he pronounced a general sentence of excommunication against everyone who should persevere in maintaining such treasonable and iniquitous pretensions. The king, as his foreign forces arrived along with this bull, now ventured to take off the mask, and, under sanction of the Pope's decree, recalled all the liberties which he had granted to his subjects, and which he had solemnly sworn to observe. But the spiritual weapon was found upon trial to carry less force with it than he had reason from his own experience to apprehend. The primate refused to obey the Pope in publishing the sentence of excommunication against the barons, and though he was cited to Rome that he might attend a general council there assembled, and was suspended on account of his disobedience to the Pope and his secret correspondence with the king's enemies, Though a new and particular sentence of excommunication was pronounced by name against the principal barons, John still found that his nobility and people, and even his clergy, adhered to the defence of their liberties and to their combination against him. The sword of his foreign mercenaries was all he had to trust to for restoring his authority. The barons, after obtaining the Great Charter, seem to have been lulled into a fatal security, and to have taken no rational measures, in case of the introduction of a foreign force, for reassembling their armies. The king was, from the first, master of the field, and immediately laid siege to the castle of Rochester, which was obstinately defended by William de Albany, at the head of 140 knights with their retainers, but was at last reduced by famine. John, irritated with the resistance, intended to have hanged the governor and all the garrison, but on the representation of William de Mauleon, who suggested to him the danger of reprisals, he was content to sacrifice in this barbarous manner the inferior prisoners only. The captivity of William de Albany, the best officer among the confederated barons, was an irreparable loss to their cause, and no regular opposition was thenceforth made to the progress of the royal arms. The ravenous and barbarous mercenaries, incited by a cruel and enraged prince, were let loose against the estates, tenants, manors, houses, parks of the barons, and spread devastation over the face of the kingdom. Nothing was to be seen but the flames of villages, and castles reduced to ashes. The consternation and misery of the inhabitants, tortures exercised by the soldiery to make them reveal their concealed treasures, and reprisals no less barbarous committed by the barons and their partisans on the royal domains and on the estates of such as still adhered to the crown. The king, marching through the whole extent of England, from Dover to Berwick, laid the provinces waste on each side of him, and considered every estate which was not his immediate property as entirely hostile and the object of military execution. The nobility of the north in particular, who had shown greatest violence in the recovery of their liberties, and who, acting in a separate body, had expressed their discontent even at the concessions made by the Great Charter, as they could expect no mercy, fled before him with their wives and families, and purchased the friendship of Alexander, the young King of Scots, by doing homage to him. The barons, reduced to this desperate extremity, and menaced with the total loss of their liberties, their properties, and their lives, employed a remedy no less desperate, and making applications to the court of France, they offered to acknowledge Louis, the eldest son of Philip, for their sovereign, on condition that he would afford them protection from the violence of their enraged prince. Though the sense of the common rights of mankind, the only rights that are entirely indefeasible, might have justified them in the deposition of their king, they declined insisting before Philip on a pretension which is commonly so disagreeable to sovereigns, and which sounds harshly in their royal ears. They affirmed that John was incapable of succeeding to the crown by reason of the attainder passed upon him during his brother's reign, though that attainder had been reversed, and Richard had even by his last will declared him his successor. They pretended that he was already legally deposed by sentence of the peers of France, on account of the murder of his nephew, though that sentence could not possibly regard anything but his transmarine dominions, which alone he held in vassalage to that crown. On more plausible grounds, they affirmed that he had already deposed himself by doing homage to the Pope, changing the nature of his sovereignty, and resigning an independent crown for a fee under a foreign power. And, as Blanche of Castile, the wife of Louis, was descended by her mother from Henry II, they maintained, though many other princes stood before her in the order of succession, that they had not shaken off the royal family in choosing her husband for their sovereign. Philip was strongly tempted to lay hold on the rich prize which was offered to him. The legate menaced him with interdicts and excommunications if he invaded the patrimony of St. Peter, or attacked a prince who was under the immediate protection of the Holy See. But as Philip was assured of the obedience of his own vassals, his principles were changed with the times, and he now undervalued as much all papal censures as he formerly pretended to pay respect to them. His chief scruple was with regard to the fidelity which he might expect from the English barons in their new engagements, and the danger of entrusting his son and heir into the hands of men who might, on any caprice or necessity, make peace with their native sovereign by sacrificing a pledge of so much value. He therefore exacted from the barons 25 hostages of the most noble birth in the kingdom, and having obtained this security, he sent over first a small army to the relief of the confederates, then more numerous forces, which arrived with Lewis himself at their head. The first effect of the young prince's appearance in England was the desertion of John's foreign troops, who, being mostly levied in Flanders and other provinces of France, refused to serve against the heir of their monarchy. The Gascons and Poitevins alone, who were still John's subjects, adhered to his cause, but they were too weak to maintain that superiority in the field which they had hitherto supported against the confederated barons. Many considerable noblemen deserted John's party, the Earls of Salisbury, Arundel, Warenne, Oxford, Albemarle, and William Mareschal the Younger. His castles fell daily into the hands of the enemy. Dover was the only place which, from the valour and fidelity of Hubert de Burgh, the governor, made resistance to the progress of Lewis, and the barons had the melancholy prospect of finally succeeding in their purpose, and of escaping the tyranny of their own king by imposing on themselves and the nation a foreign yoke. But this union was of short duration between the French and English nobles, and the imprudence of Lewis, who on every occasion showed too visible a preference to the former, increased that jealousy which it was so natural for the latter to entertain in their present situation. The Viscount of Melun, too, it is said, one of his courtiers, fell sick at London, and finding the approaches of death, he sent for some of his friends among the English barons, and warning them of their danger, revealed Lewis's secret intentions of exterminating them and their families as traitors to their prince, and of bestowing their estates and dignities on his native subjects, in whose fidelity he could more reasonably place confidence. This story, whether true or false, was universally reported and believed, and concurring with other circumstances which rendered it credible, did great prejudice to the cause of Lewis. The Earl of Salisbury and other noblemen deserted again to John's party, and as men easily change sides in a civil war, especially where their power is founded on an hereditary and independent authority, and is not derived from the opinion in favour of the people, the French prince had reason to dread a sudden reverse of fortune. The king was assembling a considerable army, with the view of fighting one great battle for his crown, but passing from Lyne to Lincolnshire, his road lay along the seashore, which was overflowed at high water, and not choosing the proper time for his journey, he lost in the inundation all his carriages, treasure, baggage, and regalia. The affliction for this disaster, and vexation from the distracted state of his affairs, increased the sickness under which he then laboured, and though he reached the castle of Newark, he was obliged to halt there, and his distemper soon after put an end to his life, in the 49th year of his age and 18th of his reign, and freed the nation from the dangers to which it was equally exposed by his success or by his misfortunes. The character of this prince is nothing but a complication of vices, equally mean and odious, ruinous to himself and destructive to his people. Cowardice, inactivity, folly, levity, licentiousness, ingratitude, treachery, tyranny, and cruelty, all these qualities appear too evidently in the several incidents of his life to give us room to suspect that the disagreeable picture has been anywise overcharged by the prejudices of the ancient historians. It is hard to say whether his conduct to his father, his brother, his nephew, or his subjects was most culpable, or whether his crimes in these respects were not even exceeded by the baseness which appeared in his transactions with the King of France, the Pope, and the barons. His European dominions, when they devolved to him by the death of his brother, were more extensive than have ever, since his time, been ruled by any English monarch, but he first lost by his misconduct the flourishing provinces in France, the ancient patrimony of his family. He subjected his kingdom to a shameful vassalage under the see of Rome. He saw the prerogatives of his crown diminished by law, and still more reduced by faction, and he died at last, when in danger of being totally expelled by a foreign power, and of either ending his life miserably in prison, or seeking shelter as a fugitive from the pursuit of his enemies. The prejudices against this prince were so violent that he was believed to have sent an embassy to the Miramulan, or Emperor of Morocco, and to have offered to change his religion and become Mahometan, in order to purchase the protection of that monarch. But though this story is told us, on plausible authority by Matthew Paris, it is in itself utterly improbable, except that there is nothing so incredible that may be believed to proceed from the folly and wickedness of John. The monks throw great reproaches on this prince for his impiety and even infidelity, and, as an instance of it, they tell us that, having one day caught a very fat stag, he exclaimed,
"How plump and well fed is this animal, and yet I dare swear he never heard mass."
This sally of wit upon the usual corpulency of the priests, more than all his enormous crimes and iniquities, made him pass with them for an atheist. John left two legitimate sons behind him, Henry, born on the 1st of October 1207, and now 9 years of age, and Richard, born on the 6th of January 1209, and three daughters, Jane, afterwards married to Alexander, King of Scots, Eleanor, married first to William Mareschal the Younger, Earl of Pembroke, and then to Simon Montfort, Earl of Leicester, and Isabella, married to the Emperor Frederick II. All these children were born to him by Isabella of Angoulême, his second wife. His illegitimate children were numerous, but none of them were anywise distinguished. It was this king who, in the 9th year of his reign, first gave by charter to the city of London the right of electing annually a mayor out of its own body, an office which was till now held for life. He gave the city also power to elect and remove its sheriffs at pleasure, and its common council men annually. London Bridge was finished in this reign. The former bridge was of wood. Maud, the Empress, was the first that built a stone bridge in England. End of
Section 51.
Recording by Felicity Campbell. Book1forme.com, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Section 53. of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 53. Appendix II, Part 1. The Feudal and Anglo-Norman Government and Manners. The feudal law is the chief foundation both of the political government and of the jurisprudence established by the Normans in England. Our subject therefore requires that we should form a just idea of this law, in order to explain the state as well of that kingdom as of all other kingdoms of Europe which during those ages were governed by similar institutions. And though I am sensible that I must here repeat many observations and reflections which have been communicated by others, yet as every book, agreeably to the observation of a great historian, should be as complete as possible within itself, and should never refer for anything material to other books, it will be necessary in this place to deliver a short plan of that prodigious fabric which for several centuries preserved such a mixture of liberty and oppression, order and anarchy, stability and revolution, as was never experienced in any other age or any other part of the world. After the northern nations had subdued the provinces of the Roman Empire, they were obliged to establish a system of government which might secure their conquests, as well against the revolt of their numerous subjects who remained in the provinces, as from the inroads of other tribes, who might be tempted to ravish from them their new acquisitions. The great change of circumstance made them here depart from those institutions which prevailed among them while they remained in the forests of Germany. Yet was it still natural for them to retain, in their present settlement, as much of their ancient customs as was compatible with their new situation. The German governments, being more a confederacy of independent warriors than a civil subjection, derived their principal force from many inferior and voluntary associations which individuals formed under a particular head or chieftain, and which it became the highest point of honor to maintain with inviolable fidelity. The glory of the chief consisted in the number, the bravery, the zealous attachment of his retainers. The duty of the retainers required that they should accompany their chief in all wars and dangers, that they should fight and perish by his side, and that they should esteem his renown or his favor a sufficient recompense for all their services. The prince himself was nothing but a great chieftain, who was chosen among the rest on account of his superior valor or nobility, and who derived his power from the voluntary association or attachment of the other chieftains. When a tribe, governed by these ideas, and actuated by these principles, subdued a large territory, they found that, though it was necessary to keep themselves in a military posture, they could neither remain united in a body, nor take up their quarters in several garrisons, and that their manners and institutions debarred them from using these expedients, the obvious ones, which in a like situation would have been employed by a more civilized nation. Their ignorance in the art of finances, and perhaps the devastations inseparable from such violent conquests, rendered it impracticable for them to levy taxes sufficient for the pay of numerous armies, and their repugnance to subordination, with their attachment to rural pleasures, made the life of the camp or garrison, if perpetuated during peaceful times, extremely odious and disgustful to them. They seized, therefore, such a portion of the conquered lands as appeared necessary. They assigned a share for supporting the dignity of their prince and government. They distributed other parts under the title of fiefs to the chiefs. These made a new partition among their retainers. The express condition of all these grants was that they might be resumed at pleasure, and that the possessor, so long as he enjoyed them, should still remain in readiness to take the field for the defense of the nation. And though the conquerors immediately separated in order to enjoy their new acquisitions, their martial disposition made them readily fulfill the terms of their engagement. They assembled on the first alarm, Their habitual attachment to the chieftain made them willingly submit to his command, and thus a regular military force, though concealed, was always ready to defend, on any emergency, the interest and honor of the community. We are not to imagine that all the conquered lands were seized by the northern conquerors, or that the whole of the land thus seized was subjected to those military services. This supposition is confuted by the history of all the nations on the continent. Even the idea given us of the German manners by the Roman historian may convince us that bold people would never have been content with so precarious a subsistence, or have fought to procure establishments which were only to continue during the good pleasure of their sovereign. Though the northern chieftains accepted of lands which, being considered as a kind of military pay, might be resumed at the will of the king or general, they also took possession of estates which, being hereditary and independent, enabled them to maintain their native liberty, and support without court favor the honor of their rank and family. But there is a great difference in the consequences between the distribution of a pecuniary subsistence and the assignment of lands burdened with the condition of military service. The delivery of the former at weekly, monthly, or annual terms of payment still recalls the idea of a voluntary gratuity from the prince, and reminds the soldier of the precarious tenure by which he holds his commission. But the attachment naturally formed with a fixed portion of land gradually begets the idea of something like property, and makes the possessor forget his dependent situation, and the condition which was at first annexed to the grant. It seemed equitable that one who had cultivated and sowed a field should reap the harvests. Hence fiefs which were at first entirely precarious were soon made annual. A man who had employed his money in building, planting, or other improvements expected to reap the fruits of his labor or expense. Hence they were next granted during a term of years. It would be thought hard to expel a man from his possessions who had always done his duty and performed the conditions on which he originally received them. Hence the chieftains, in a subsequent period, thought themselves entitled to demand the enjoyment of their feudal lands during life. It was found that a man would more willingly expose himself in battle if assured that his family should inherit his possessions, and should not be left by his death in want and poverty. Hence fiefs were made hereditary in families, and descended during one age to the son, then to the grandson, next to the brothers, and afterwards to more distant relations. The idea of property stole in gradually upon that of military pay, and each century made some sensible addition to the stability of fiefs and tenures. In all these successive acquisitions, the chief was supported by his vassals, who, having originally a strong connection with him, augmented by the constant intercourse of good offices, and by the friendship arising from vicinity and dependence, were inclined to follow their leader against all his enemies, and voluntarily, in his private quarrels, paid him the same obedience to which by their tenure they were bound in foreign wars. While he daily advanced new pretensions to secure the possession of his superior fief, they expected to find the same advantage in acquiring stability to their subordinate ones, and they zealously opposed the intrusion of a new lord, who would be inclined, as he was fully entitled, to bestow the possession of their lands on his own favorites and retainers. Thus the authority of the sovereign gradually decayed, and each noble, fortified in his own territory by the attachment of his vassals, became too powerful to be expelled by an order from the throne, and he secured by law what he had at first acquired by usurpation. During this precarious state of the supreme power, a difference would immediately be experienced between those portions of territory which were subjected to the feudal tenures, and those which were possessed by an allodial or free title. Though the latter possessions had at first been esteemed much preferable, they were soon found by the progressive changes introduced into public and private law to be of an inferior condition to the former. The possessors of a feudal territory, united by a regular subordination under one chief, and by mutual attachments of the vassals, had the same advantages over the proprietors of the other that a disciplined army enjoys over a dispersed multitude, and were enabled to commit with impunity all injuries on their defenseless neighbors. Everyone, therefore, hastened to seek that protection which he found so necessary, and each allodial proprietor, resigning his possessions into the hands of the king or of some nobleman respected for power or valor, received them back with the condition of feudal services, which, though a burden somewhat grievous, brought him ample compensation by connecting him with the neighboring proprietors and placing him under the guardianship of a potent chieftain. The decay of the political government thus necessarily occasioned the extension of the feudal. The kingdoms of Europe were universally divided into baronies, and these into inferior fiefs, and the attachment of vassals to their chief, which was at first an essential part of the German manners, was still supported by the same causes from which it at first arose: the necessity of mutual protection, and the continued intercourse between the heads and the members of benefits and services. But there was another circumstance which corroborated these feudal dependencies, and tended to connect the vassals with their superior lord by an indissoluble bond of union. The northern conquerors, as well as the more early Greeks and Romans, embraced a policy which is unavoidable to all nations that have made slender advancements in refinement. They everywhere united the civil jurisdiction with the military power. Law in its commencement was not an intricate science, and was more governed by maxims of equity, which seem obvious to common sense, than by numerous and subtle principles, applied to a variety of cases by profound reasonings from analogy. An officer, though he had passed his life in the field, was able to determine all legal controversies which could occur within the district committed to his charge, and his decisions were the most likely to meet with a prompt and ready obedience from men who respected his person and were accustomed to act under his command. The profit arising from punishments, which were then chiefly pecuniary, was another reason for his desiring to retain the judicial power, and when his fief became hereditary, this authority, which was essential to it, was also transmitted to his posterity. The counts and other magistrates, whose power was merely official, were tempted, in imitation of the feudal lords, whom they resembled in so many particulars, to render their dignity perpetual and hereditary, and in the decline of the regal power they found no difficulty in making good their pretensions. After this manner the vast fabric of feudal subordination became quite solid and comprehensive. It formed everywhere an essential part of the political constitution, and the Norman and other barons, whom followed the fortunes of William, were so accustomed to it that they could scarcely form an idea of any other species of civil government. The Saxons who conquered England, as they exterminated the ancient inhabitants, and thought themselves secured by the sea against new invaders, found it less requisite to maintain themselves in a military posture. The quantity of land which they annexed to offices seemed to have been of small value, and for that reason continued the longer in its original situation, and was always possessed during pleasure by those who were entrusted with the command. These conditions were too precarious to satisfy the Norman barons, who enjoyed more independent possessions and jurisdiction in their own country, and William was obliged, in the new distribution of land, to copy the tenures which were now become universal on the continent. England of a sudden became a feudal kingdom, and received all the advantages, and was exposed to all the inconveniences incident to that species of civil polity. According to the principles of feudal law, the king was the supreme lord of all landed property. All possessors who enjoyed the fruits or revenue of any part of it held those privileges either immediately or immediately of him, and their property was conceived to be in some degree conditional. The land was still apprehended to be a species of benefice, which was the original conception of a feudal property, and the vassal owed, in return for it, stated services to his baron, as the baron himself did for his land to the crown. The vassal was obliged to defend his baron in war, and the baron, at the head of his vassals, was bound to fight in defense of the king and kingdom. But besides these military services, which were casual, There were others imposed of a civil nature, which were more constant and durable. The northern nations had no idea that any man trained up to honor and inured to arms was ever to be governed without his own consent by the absolute will of another, or that the administration of justice was ever to be exercised by the private opinion of any one magistrate, without the concurrence of some other persons, whose interest might induce them to check his arbitrary and iniquitous decisions. The king, therefore, when he found it necessary to demand any service of his barons or chief tenants, beyond what was due by their tenures, was obliged to assemble them in order to obtain their consent, and when it was necessary to determine any controversy which might arise among the barons themselves, the question must be discussed in their presence, and be decided according to their opinion or advice. In these two circumstances of consent and advice consisted chiefly the civil services of the ancient barons, and these implied all the considerable incidents of government. In one view, the barons regarded this attendance as their principal privilege, in another as a grievous burden. That no momentous affairs could be transacted without their consent and advice was in general esteemed the great security of their possessions and dignities, but as they reaped no immediate profit from their attendance at court, and were exposed to great inconvenience and charge by an absence from their own estates, every one was glad to exempt himself from each particular exertion of this power, and was pleased both that the call for that duty should seldom return upon him, and that others should undergo the burden in his stead. The king, on the other hand, was usually anxious, for several reasons, that the assembly of the barons should be full at every stated or casual meeting. This attendance was the chief badge of their subordination to his crown, and drew them from that independence which they were apt to affect in their own castles and manors. And where the meeting was thin or ill attended, its determinations had less authority, and commanded not so ready an obedience from the whole community. The case was the same with the barons in their courts, as with the king in the supreme council of the nation. It was requisite to assemble the vassals in order to determine by their vote any question which regarded the barony, and they sat along with the chiefs in all trials, whether civil or criminal, which occurred within the limits of their jurisdiction. They were bound to pay suit and service at the court of their baron, and as their tenure was military and consequently honorable, they were admitted into his society and partook of his friendship. Thus a kingdom was considered only as a great barony, and a barony as a small kingdom. The barons were peers to each other in the national council, and in some degree companions to the king. The vassals were peers to each other in the court of barony, and companions to their baron. But though this resemblance so far took place, the vassals, by the natural course of things, universally, in the feudal constitutions, fell into a greater subordination under the baron than the baron himself under his sovereign, and these governments had a necessary and infallible tendency to augment the power of the nobles. The great chief, residing in his country seat, which he was commonly allowed to fortify, lost in a great measure his connection or acquaintance with the prince, and added every day a new force to his authority over the vassals of the barony. They received from him education in all military exercises. His hospitality invited them to live and enjoy society in his hall. Their leisure, which was great, made them perpetual retainers on his person, and partakers of his country sports and amusements. They had no means of gratifying their ambition but by making a figure in his train. His favor and countenance was their greatest honor. His displeasure exposed them to contempt and ignominy, and they felt every moment the necessity of his protection, both in the controversies which occurred with other vassals, and, what was more material, in the daily inroads and injuries which were committed by the neighboring barons. During the time of general war, the sovereign, who marched at the head of his armies and was the great protector of the state, always acquired some accession to his authority, which he lost during the intervals of peace and tranquility. But the loose police incident to the feudal constitutions maintained a perpetual though secret hostility between the several members of the state, and the vassals, found no means of securing themselves against the injuries to which they were continually exposed, but by closely adhering to their chief, and falling into a submissive dependence upon him. If the feudal government was so little favorable to the true liberty even of the military vassal, it was still more destructive to the independence and security of the other members of the state, or what in a proper sense we call the people. A great part of them were serfs, and lived in a state of absolute slavery or villanage. The other inhabitants of the country paid them rent and services, which were in a great measure arbitrary, and they could expect no redress of injuries in a court of barony from men who thought they had a right to oppress and tyrannize over them. The towns were situated either within the domains of the king or the lands of the great barons, and were almost entirely subjected to the absolute will of their master. The languishing state of commerce kept the inhabitants poor and contemptible, and the political institutions were calculated to render that poverty perpetual. The barons and gentry, living in rustic plenty and hospitality, gave no encouragement to the arts, and had no demand for any of the more elaborate manufacturers. Every profession was held in contempt but that of arms, and if any merchant or manufacturer rose by industry and frugality to a degree of opulence, he found himself but the more exposed to injuries from the envy and avidity of the military nobles. These concurring causes gave the feudal governments so strong a bias toward aristocracy that the royal authority was extremely eclipsed in all the European states, and instead of dreading the growth of monarchical power, we might rather expect that the community would everywhere crumble into so many independent baronies and lose the political union by which they were cemented. In elective monarchies, the event was commonly answerable to this expectation, and the barons, gaining ground on every vacancy of the throne, raised themselves almost to a state of sovereignty, and sacrificed to their power both the rights of the crown and the liberties of the people. But hereditary monarchies had a principle of authority which was not so easily subverted, and there were several causes which still maintained a degree of influence in the hands of the sovereign. The greatest baron could never lose view entirely of those principles of the feudal constitution which bound him as a vassal to submission and fealty towards his prince, because he was every moment obliged to have recourse to those principles in exacting fealty and submission from his own vassals. The lesser barons, finding that the annihilation of royal authority left them exposed without protection to the insults and injuries of more potent neighbors, naturally adhered to the crown and promoted the execution of general and equal laws. The people had still a stronger interest to desire the grandeur of the sovereign, and the king being the legal magistrate, who suffered by every internal convulsion or oppression, and who regarded the great nobles as his immediate rivals, assumed this salutary office of general guardian or protector of the commons. Besides the prerogatives with which the law invested him, his large domains and numerous retainers rendered him, in one sense, the greatest baron in his kingdom, and where he was possessed of personal vigor and abilities, for his situation required these advantages, he was commonly able to preserve his authority and maintain his station as head of the community and the chief fountain of law and justice. End of section 53. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Section 54 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 54, Appendix II, Part 2. The first kings of the Norman race were favored by another circumstance, which preserved them from the encroachments of their barons. They were generals of a conquering army, which was obliged to continue in a military posture and to maintain great subordination under their leader, in order to secure themselves from the revolt of numerous natives, whom they had bereaved of all their properties and privileges. But though this circumstance supported the authority of William and his immediate successors, and rendered them extremely absolute, it was lost as soon as the Norman barons began to incorporate with the nation, and to acquire a security in their possessions, and to fix their influence over their vassals, tenants, and slaves. And the immense fortunes which the Conqueror had bestowed on his chief captains served to support their independence and make them formidable to the sovereign. He gave, for instance, to Hugh de Brincy, his sister's son, the whole county of Chester, which he erected into a palatinate, and rendered by his grant almost independent of the crown. Robert, Earl of Mortain, had 973 manors and lordships. Alan, Earl of Brittany and Richmond, 442. Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, 439. Geoffrey, Bishop of Coutances, 280. Walter Gifford, Earl of Buckingham, 107. William, Earl Warren, 298, besides 28 towns or hamlets in Yorkshire. Todeny, 81. Roger Bigod, 123. Robert, Earl of Eu, 119. Roger Mortimer, 132, besides several hamlets. Robert de Stafford, 130. Walter de Urus, Earl of Salisbury, 46. Geoffrey de Mandeville, 118. Richard de Clare, 171. Hugh de Beauchamp, 47. Baldwin de Rivers, 164. Henry de Ferris, 222. William de Percy, 119. Norman de Arcy, 33. Sir Henry Spelman computes that in the large county of Norfolk there were not in the Conqueror's time above 66 proprietors of land. Men possessed of such princely revenues and jurisdictions could not long be retained in the rank of subjects. The great Earl Warren, in a subsequent reign, when he was questioned concerning his right to the lands which he possessed, drew his sword, which he produced as his title, adding that William the Bastard did not conquer the kingdom himself, but that the barons, and his ancestor among the rest, were joint adventurers in the enterprise. The supreme legislative power of England was lodged in the king and the Great Council, or what was afterwards called the Parliament. It is not doubted but the archbishops, bishops, and most considerable abbots were constituent members of this council. They sat by a double title, by prescription, as having always possessed that privilege through the whole Saxon period, from the first establishment of Christianity, and by their right of baronage, as holding of the king in capite by military service. These two titles of the prelates were never accurately distinguished. When the usurpations of the church had risen to such a height as to make the bishops affect a separate dominion, and regard their seat in Parliament as a degradation of their episcopal dignity, the king insisted that they were barons, and, on that account, obliged, by the general principles of the feudal law, to attend on him in his great councils. Yet there were still some practices which supposed their title to be derived merely from ancient possession. The barons were another constituent part of the great council of the nation. These held immediately of the crown by a military tenure. They were the most honorable members of the state, and had a right to be consulted in all public deliberations. They were the immediate vassals of the crown, and owed as a service their attendance in the court of their supreme lord. A resolution taken without their consent was likely to be but ill executed, and no determination of any cause or controversy among them had any validity where the vote and advice of the body did not occur. The dignity of earl or count was official and territorial, as well as hereditary, and as all the earls were also barons, they were considered as military vassals of the crown, were admitted in that capacity into the general council, and formed the most honorable and powerful branch of it. But there was another class of the immediate military tenants of the crown, no less, or probably more numerous than the barons, the tenants in capite by knights' service, and these, however inferior in power or property, held by a tenure which was equally honourable with that of the others. A barony was commonly composed of several knight fees, and though the number seems not to have been exactly defined, seldom consisted of less than 50 hides of land. But where a man held of the king only 1 or 2 knight fees, he was still an immediate vassal of the crown, and as such had a title to have a seat in the general councils. But as this attendance was usually esteemed a burden, and one too great for a man of slender fortune to bear constantly, it was probable that, though he had a title if he pleased to be admitted, he was not obliged by any penalty like the barons to pay a regular attendance. All the immediate military tenants of the crown amounted not fully to 700 when Domesday Book was framed, and as the members were well pleased, and on any pretext to excuse themselves from attendance, the assembly was never likely to become too numerous for the dispatch of public business. So far, the nature of a general council or ancient parliament is determined without any doubt or controversy. The only question seems to be with regard to the commons, or the representatives of counties and boroughs, whether they were also, in a more early time, constituent parts of parliament. This question was once disputed in England with a great acrimony, but such is the force of time and evidence that they can sometimes prevail even over faction, and the question seems, by general consent, and even by their own, to be at last determined against the ruling party. It is agreed that the commons were no part of the great council till some ages after the Conquest, and that the military tenants alone of the crown composed that supreme legislative assembly. The vassals of a baron were by their tenure immediately dependent on him, owed attendance at his court, and paid all their duty to the king through that dependence which their lord was obliged by his tenure to acknowledge to his sovereign and superior. Their land, comprehended in the barony, was represented in Parliament by the baron himself, who was supposed, according to the fictions of the feudal law, to possess the direct property of it, and it would have been deemed incongruous to give it any other representation. They stood in the same capacity to him that he and the other barons did to the king. The former were peers of the barony, the latter were peers of the realm. The vassals possessed a subordinate rank within their district. The baron enjoyed a superior dignity in the great assembly. They were in some degree his companions at home, he the king's companion at court, and nothing can be more evidently repugnant to all feudal ideas and to that gradual subordination which was essential to those ancient institutions than to imagine that the king would apply either for the advice or consent of men who were of a rank so much inferior, and whose duty was immediately paid by the main lord that was interposed between them and the throne. If it be unreasonable to think that the vassals of a barony, though their tenure was military and noble and honourable, were ever summoned to give their opinion in national councils, much less can it be supposed that the tradesmen or inhabitants of boroughs, whose condition was so much inferior, would be admitted to that privilege. It appears from Domesday that the great boroughs were, at the time of the Conquest, scarcely more than country villages, and that the inhabitants lived in entire dependence on the king or great lords, and were of a station little better than servile. They were not then so much as incorporated. They formed no community, were not regarded as a body politic, and being really nothing but a number of low, dependent tradesmen living without any particular civil tie in a neighbourhood together, they were incapable of being represented in the states of the kingdom. Even in France, a country which made more early advances in arts and civility than England, the first corporation is 60 years posterior to the Conquest under the Duke of Normandy, and the erection of these communities was an invention of Louis the Gros in order to free the people from slavery under the lords, and to give them protection by means of certain privileges and a separate jurisdiction. An ancient French writer calls them a new and wicked device to procure liberty to slaves and encourage them in shaking off the dominion of their masters. The famous charter, as it is called, of the Conqueror to the city of London, though granted at a time when he assumed the appearance of gentleness and lenity, is nothing but a letter of protection and a declaration that the citizens should not be treated as slaves. By the English feudal law, the superior lord was prohibited from marrying his female ward to a burgess or a villain. So near were these two ranks esteemed to each other, and so much inferior to the nobility and gentry. Besides possessing the advantages of birth, riches, civil power, and privileges, the nobles and gentlemen alone were armed, a circumstance which gave them a mighty superiority in an age when nothing but the military profession was honorable, and when the loose execution of laws gave so much encouragement to open violence, and rendered it so decisive in all disputes and controversies. The great similarity among the feudal governments of Europe is well known to every man that has any acquaintance with the ancient history, and the antiquaries of all foreign countries, where the question was never embarrassed by party disputes, have allowed that the commons came very late to be admitted to a share in the legislative power. In Normandy particularly, whose constitution was most likely to be William's model in raising his new fabric of English government, the states were entirely composed of the clergy and nobility, and the first incorporated boroughs or communities of that duchy were Rouen and Falaise, which enjoyed their privileges by a grant of Philip Augustus in the year 12,007. All the ancient English historians, when they mention the great councils of the nation, call it an assembly of the baronage, nobility, or great men, and none of their expressions, though several hundred passages might be produced, can, without the utmost violence, be tortured to a meaning which will admit the commons to be a constituent member of that body. If in the long period of 200 years, which elapsed between the Conquest and the latter end of Henry III, and which abounded in factions, revolutions, and convulsions of all kinds, the House of Commons never performed one single legislative act so considerable as to be once mentioned by any of the numerous historians of that age, they must have been totally insignificant, and in that case, what reason can be assigned for their ever being assembled? Can it be supposed that men of so little weight or importance possessed a negative voice against the king and the barons? Every page of the subsequent histories discovers their existence, though their histories are not written with greater accuracy than the preceding ones, and indeed scarcely equal them in that particular. The Magna Carta of King John provides that no scutage or aid should be imposed either on the lands or towns, but by the consent of the Great Council, and for more security it enumerates the persons entitled to a seat in that assembly, the prelates and immediate tenants of the crown, without any mention of the commons as an authority so full, certain, and explicit that nothing but the zeal of a party could ever have produced credit to any contrary hypothesis. It was probably the example of the French barons which first emboldened the English to require greater independence from their sovereign. It was also probable that the boroughs and corporations of England were established in imitation of those of France. It may therefore be proposed as no unlikely conjecture that both the chief privileges of the peers in England and the liberty of the commons were originally the growth of that foreign country. In ancient times, men were little solicitous to obtain a place in the legislative assemblies, and rather regarded their attendance as a burden which was not compensated by any return of profit or honor proportionate to the trouble and expense. The only reason for instituting those public councils was, on the part of the subject, that they desired some security from the attempts of arbitrary power, and on the part of the sovereign, that he despaired of governing men of such independent spirits without their own consent and concurrence. But the commons, or the inhabitants of boroughs, had not as yet reached such a degree of consideration as to desire security against their prince, or to imagine that, even if they were assembled as a representative body, they had power or rank sufficient to enforce it. The only protection which they aspired to was against the immediate violence and injustice of their fellow citizens, and this advantage each of them looked for from the courts of justice or from the authority of some great lord, to whom, by law or his own choice, he was attached. On the other hand, the sovereign was sufficiently assured of obedience in the whole community if he procured the concurrence of the nobles, nor had he reason to apprehend that any order of the state could resist his and their united authority. The military sub-vassals could entertain no idea of opposing both their prince and their superiors. The burgesses and tradesmen could much less aspire to such a thought, and as thus, even if history were silent on the head, we have reason to conclude from the known situation of society during those ages that the commons were never admitted as members of a legislative body. The executive power of the Anglo-Norman government was lodged in the king. Besides the stated meetings of the National Council at the three great festivals of Christmas, Easter, and Whitsuntide, he was accustomed, on any sudden exigence, to summon them together. He could at his pleasure command the attendance of his barons and their vassals, in which consisted the military force of the kingdom, and could employ them during 40 days, either in resisting a foreign enemy or reducing his rebellious subjects. And what was of great importance, the whole judicial power was ultimately in his hands, and was exercised by officers and ministers of his appointment. The general plan of the Anglo-Norman government was that the court of barony was appointed to decide such controversies as arose between the several vassals or subjects of the same barony. The hundred court and county court, which were still continued as during the Saxon times, to judge between the subjects of different baronies, and the curia regis, or king's court, to give sentence among the barons themselves. Circumstances which, being derived from a very extensive authority assumed by the Conqueror, contributed to increase the royal prerogative, and, as long as the state was not disturbed by arms, reduced every order of the community to some degree of dependence and subordination. The king himself often sat in his court, which always attended his person. He there heard causes and pronounced judgment, and though he was assisted by the advice of the other members, it is not to be imagined that a decision could easily be obtained contrary to his inclination or opinion. In his absence, the chief justiciary presided, who was the first magistrate in the state and a kind of viceroy on whom depended all the civil affairs of the kingdom. The other chief officers of the crown, the constable, marshal, seneschal, chamberlain, treasurer, and chancellor, were members together with such feudal barons as thought proper to attend, and the barons of the exchequer, who at first were also feudal barons appointed by the king. This court, which was sometimes called the king's court, sometimes the court of exchequer, judged in all causes, civil and criminal, and comprehended the whole business which is now shared out among four courts, the chancery, the king's bench, the common pleas, and the exchequer. Such an accumulation of powers was itself a great source of authority, and rendered the jurisdiction of the courts formidable to all the subjects, but the turn which judicial trials took soon after the Conquest served still more to increase its authority and to augment the royal prerogatives. William, among other violent changes which he attempted and effected, had introduced the Norman law into England, had ordered all the pleadings to be in that tongue, and had interwoven with the English jurisprudence all the maxims and principles which the Normans, more advanced in cultivation and naturally litigious, were accustomed to observe in the distribution of justice. Law now became a science, which at first fell entirely into the hands of the Normans, and which, even after it was communicated to the English, required so much study and application that the laity in those ignorant ages were incapable of attaining it, and it was a mystery almost solely confined to the clergy, and chiefly to the monks. The great officers of the crown and the feudal barons, who were military men, found themselves unfit to penetrate into those obscurities, and though they were entitled to a seat in the supreme judicature, the business of the court was wholly managed by the chief justiciary and the law barons, who were men appointed by the king, and entirely at his disposal. This natural course of things was forwarded by the multiplicity of business which flowed into that court, and which daily augmented by the appeals from all the subordinate judicatures of the kingdom. In the Saxon times, no appeal was received in the king's court, except upon denial or delay of justice by the inferior courts, and the same practice was still observed in most of the feudal kingdoms of Europe. But the great power of the Conqueror established at first in England an authority which the monarchs in France were not able to attain till the reign of St. Louis, who lived near 2 centuries after. He empowered his court to receive appeals both from the courts of barony and the county courts, and by that measure brought the administration of justice ultimately into the hands of the sovereign. And, lest the expense or trouble of a journey to the court should discourage suitors and make them acquiesce in the decisions of the inferior judicatures, itinerant judges were afterwards established, who made their circuits throughout the kingdom, and tried all the cases that were brought before them. By this expedient the courts of barony were kept in awe, and if they still preserved some influence, it was only from the apprehensions which the vassals might entertain of disobliging their superiors by appealing from his jurisdiction. But the county courts were much discredited, and as the freeholders were found ignorant of the intricate principles and forms of the new law, the lawyers gradually brought all business before the king's judges, and abandoned the ancient, simple, and popular judicature. After this manner the formalities of justice, which, though they appear tedious and cumbersome, are found requisite to the support of liberty in all monarchical governments, proved at first, by a combination of causes, very advantageous to royal authority in England. The power of the Norman kings was also much supported by a great revenue, and by a revenue that was fixed, perpetual, and independent of the subject. The people, without betaking themselves to arms, had no check upon the king, and no regular security for the due administration of justice. In those days of violence, many instances of oppression passed unheeded, and soon after were openly pleaded as precedents, which it was unlawful to dispute or control. Princes and ministers were too ignorant to be themselves sensible of the advantages attending to an equitable administration, and there was no established council or assembly which could protect the people, and, by withdrawing supplies, regularly and peaceably admonish the king of his duties, and ensure the execution of the laws. End of section 54. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Section 55 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 55. Appendix II, Part 3. The first branch of the king's stated revenue was the royal domain or crown lands, which were very extensive and comprehended, besides a great number of manors, most of the chief cities of the kingdom. It was established by law that the king could alienate no part of his domain, and that he himself or his successor could at any time resume such donations. But this law was never regularly observed, which happily rendered in time the crown somewhat more dependent. The rent of the crown lands, considered merely as so much riches, was a source of power. The influence of the king over his tenants and the inhabitants of his towns increased this power. But the other numerous branches of his revenue, besides supplying his treasury, gave by their very nature a great latitude to arbitrary authority, and were a support of the prerogative, as will appear from an enumeration of them. The king was never content with the stated rents, but levied heavy talliages at pleasure on the inhabitants both of town and country who lived within his domain. All bargains of sale, in order to prevent theft, being prohibited, except in boroughs and public markets, he pretended to exact tolls on all goods which were there sold. He seized 2 hogsheads, one before and one behind the mast, from every vessel that imported wine. All goods paid to his customs a proportional part of their value. Passage over bridges and on rivers was loaded with tolls at pleasure, and though the boroughs by degree bought the liberty of farming these impositions, yet the revenue profited by these bargains, new sums were often exacted for the renewal and confirmation of their charters, and the people were thus held in perpetual dependence. Such was the situation of the inhabitants within the royal domains. But the possessors of land, or the military tenants, though they were better protected both by law and by the great privilege of carrying arms, were from the nature of their tenures much exposed to the inroads of power, and possessed not what we should esteem in our age a very durable security. The Conqueror ordained that the barons should be obliged to pay nothing beyond their stated services, except a reasonable aid to ransom his person if he were taken in war, to make his eldest son a knight, and to marry his eldest daughter. What should on these occasions be deemed a reasonable aid was not determined, and the demands of the crown were so far discretionary. The king could require in war the personal attendance of his vassals, that is, of almost all the landed proprietors, and if they declined the service, they were obliged to pay him a composition in money which was called a scutage. The sum was, during some reigns, precarious and uncertain. It was sometimes levied without allowing the vassal the liberty of personal service, and it was a usual artifice of the king's to pretend an expedition that he might be entitled to level scutage from his military tenants. Danegelt was another species of land tax levied by the early Norman kings, arbitrarily and contrary to the laws of the Conqueror. Moneyage was also a general land tax of the same nature, levied by the 2 first Norman kings and abolished by the charter of Henry I. It was a shilling paid every 3 years by each hearth to induce the king not to use his prerogative in debasing the coin. Indeed, it appears from that charter that though the Conqueror had granted his military tenants an immunity from all taxes and talliages, he and his son William had never thought themselves bound to observe that rule, but had levied impositions at pleasure on all landed estates of the kingdom. The utmost that Henry grants is, that the land cultivated by the military tenant himself shall not be so burdened. But he reserves the power of taxing the farmers, and it is known that Henry's charter was never observed in any one article. We may be assured that this prince and his successors retracted even this small indulgence, and levied arbitrarily impositions on all the lands of all their subjects. These taxes were sometimes very heavy, since Malmsbury tells us that in the reign of William Rufus, the farmers, on account of them, abandoned tillage, and a famine ensued. The escheats were a great branch both of power and of revenue, especially during the first reigns after the Conquest. In default of posterity from the first baron, his land reverted to the crown, and continually augmented the king's possessions. The prince had indeed by law a power of alienating these escheats, but by this means he had an opportunity of establishing the fortunes of his friends and servants, and thereby enlarging his authority. Sometimes he retained them in his own hands, and they were gradually confounded with the royal domains, and became difficult to be distinguished from them. This confusion is probably the reason why the king acquired the right of alienating his domains. But besides escheats from default of heirs, those which ensued from crimes or breach of duty towards the superior lord were frequent in ancient times. If the vassal, being thrice summoned to attend his superior's court and do fealty, neglected or refused obedience, he forfeited all title to his land. If he denied his tenure or refused his service, he was exposed to the same penalty. If he sold his estate without license from his lord, or if he sold it upon any other tenure or title than by which he himself held it, he lost all right to it. The adhering to his lord's enemies, deserting him in war, betraying his secrets, debauching his wife or his near relations, or even using indecent freedoms with them, might be punished by forfeiture. The higher crimes, rapes, robbery, murder, arson, etc., were called felony, and being interpreted want of fidelity to his lord, made him lose his fief. Even where the felon was vassal to a baron, though his immediate lord enjoyed the forfeiture, the king might retain possession of his estates during a 12-month, and had the right of spoiling and destroying it, unless the baron paid him a reasonable composition. We have not here enumerated all the species of felonies or of crimes by which the forfeiture was incurred. We have said enough to prove that the possession of feudal property was anciently somewhat precarious, and that the primary idea was never lost of it being a kind of fee or benefice. When a baron died, the king immediately took possession of the estate, and the heir, before he recovered his right, was obliged to make application to the crown and desire that he might be admitted to do homage for his land and pay a composition to the king. This composition was not at first fixed by law, at least by practice. The king was often exorbitant in his demands, and kept possession of the land till they were complied with. If the heir were a minor, the king retained the whole profit of the estate till his majority, and might grant what sum he thought proper for the education and maintenance of the young baron. This practice was also founded on the notion that a fief was a benefice, and that, while the heir could not perform his military services, the revenue devolved to the superior, who employed another in his stead. It is obvious that a great proportion of the landed property must, by means of this device, be continually in the hands of the prince, and that all the noble familius were thereby held in perpetual dependence. When the king granted the wardship of a rich heir to anyone, he had the opportunity of enriching a favorite or minister. If he sold it, he thereby levied a considerable sum of money. Simon de Montfort paid Henry III 10,000 marks, an immense sum in those days, for the wardship of Gilbert de Umfreville. Geoffrey de Mandeville paid to the same prince the sum of 20,000 marks, that he might marry Isabel, Countess of Gloucester, and possess all her lands and knights' fees. This sum would be equivalent to 300,000, perhaps 400,000 pounds in our time. If the heir were female, the king was entitled to offer her any husband of her rank he thought proper, and if she refused him, she forfeited her land. Even a male heir could not marry without the royal consent, and it was usual for men to pay large sums for the liberty of making their own choice in marriage. No man could dispose of his land either by sale or will without the consent of his superior. The possessor was never considered as full proprietor. He was still a kind of beneficiary, and could not oblige his superior to accept of any vassal that was not agreeable to him. Fines, emergments, and oblatas, as they were called, were another considerable branch of royal power and revenue. The ancient records of the Exchequer, which are still preserved, give surprising accounts of the numerous fines and emergments levied in those days, and of the strange inventions fallen upon to exact money from the subject. It appears that the ancient kings of England put themselves entirely on the footing of the barbarous eastern princes, whom no man must approach without a present, who sell all their good offices, and who intrude themselves into every business, that they may have a pretense for extorting money. Even justice was avowedly bought and sold. The king's court itself, though the supreme judicature of the kingdom, was open to none that brought not presents to the king. The bribes given for the daily expedition delay, suspension, and doubtless for the perversion of justice, were entered into the public registers of the royal revenue, and remain as monuments of the perpetual iniquity and tyranny of the times. The barons of the exchequer, for instance, the first nobility of the kingdom, were not ashamed to insert as an article in their records that the county of Norfolk paid a sum that they might be fairly dealt with; the borough of Yarmouth, that the king's charters which they have for their liberties might not be violated; Richard, son of Gilbert, for the king's helping him to recover his debt from the Jews; Serlo, son of Tervalston, that he might be permitted to make his defense in case he was accused of a certain homicide; Waiter de Burton, for free law if accused of wounding another; Robert de Essert, for having an inquest to find whether Roger the butcher and Wace and Humphrey accused him of robbery and theft out of envy and ill will or not; William Buhurst, for having an inquest to find whether he were accused of the death of one Goodwin out of ill will or for just cause. I have selected these few instances from the great number of a like kind, which Madox has selected from a still greater number preserved in the ancient rolls of the exchequer. Sometimes the party litigant offered the king a certain portion, a half, a third, a fourth, payable out of the debts which he, as the executor of justice, should assist him in recovering. Theophania de Westland agreed to pay the half of 212 marks, that she might recover that sum against James de Fugelson. Solomon the Jew engaged to pay 1 mark out of every 7, that he should recover against Hugh de la Hose. Nicholas Morel promised to pay £60, that the Earl of Flanders might be distrained to pay him £343, which the Earl had taken from him, and these £60 were to be paid out of the first money that Nicholas should recover from the Earl. As the king assumed the entire power over trade, he was to be paid for a permission to exercise commerce or industry of any kind. Hugh Oisel paid 400 marks for liberty to trade in England. Nigel de Haven gave 50 marks for the partnership in merchandise which he had with Gervais de Hanton. The men of Worcester paid 100 shillings that they might have the liberty of selling and buying dyed cloth as formerly. Several other towns paid for a like liberty. The commerce, indeed, of the kingdom was so much under the control of the king that he erected guilds, corporations, and monopolies wherever he pleased, and levied sums for those exclusive privileges. There were no profits so small as to be below the king's attention. Henry, son of Arthur, gave 10 dogs to have a recognition against the Countess of Copeland for 1 knight's fee. Roger, son of Nicholas, gave 20 lampreys and 20 shads for an inquest to find whether Gilbert, son of Alured, gave to Roger 200 muttons to obtain his confirmation for certain lands, and whether Roger took them from him by violence. Geoffrey Fitzpierre, the royal justiciary, gave 2 good Norway hawks that Walter Lamandine might have leave to export 100 weight of cheese out of the king's dominions. It is really amusing to remark the strange business in which the king sometimes interfered, and never without a present. The wife of Hugh de Neville gave the king 200 hens that she might lie with her husband one night, and she brought with her 2 sureties, who answered each for 100 hens. It is probable that her husband was a prisoner, which debarred her from having access to him. The abbot of Ruckford paid 10 marks for leave to erect houses and place men upon his land near Wellhung, in order to secure his wood there from being stolen. Hugh, Archdeacon of Wells, gave 1 ton of wine for leave to carry 600 sums of corn whither he would. Peter de Perales gave 20 marks for leave to salt fishes, as Peter Chevalier used to do. End of section 55. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Section 56 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 56, Appendix II, Part 4. It was usual to pay high fines in order to gain the king's goodwill or mitigate his anger. In the reign of Henry II, Gilbert, the son of Fergus, fines in £919 9s to obtain that prince's favour. William de Chatain, 1,000 marks, that he would remit his displeasure. In the reign of Henry III, the city of London fines in no less a sum than £20,000 on the same account. The king's protection and good offices of every kind were bought and sold. Robert Grisley paid 20 marks of silver that the king would help him against the Earl of Mortain in a certain plea. Robert de Condé gave 30 marks of silver that the king would bring him to an accord with the Bishop of Lincoln. Ralph de Breckham gave a hawk that the king would protect him, and this is a very frequent reason for payments. John, son of Ordgar, gave a Norway hawk to have the king's request to the king of Norway to let him have his brother Goddard's chattels. Richard de Neville gave 20 palfreys to obtain the king's request to Isolde Bisset that she should take him for a husband. Robert Fitzwalter gave 3 good palfreys to have the king's letter to Roger Bertram's mother that she should marry him. Elling, the dean, paid 100 marks that his whore and his children might be let out upon bail. The Bishop of Winchester gave 1 ton of good wine for his not putting the king in mind to give a girdle to the Countess of Albemarle. Robert de Vaux gave 5 of the best palfreys that the king would hold his tongue about Henry Pinel's wife. There are, in the records of Exchequer, many other singular instances of a like nature. It will, however, be just to remark that the same ridiculous practices and dangerous abuses prevailed in Normandy and probably in all the other states of Europe. England was not in this respect more barbarous than its neighbours. These iniquitous practices of the Norman kings were so well known that on the death of Hugh Bigod, in the reign of Henry II, the best and most just of these princes, the eldest son and the widow of his nobleman, came to court and strove by offering large presents to the king, each of them to acquire possession of that rich inheritance. The king was so equitable as to order the cause to be tried by the Great Council, but in the meantime he seized all the money and treasure of the deceased. Peter of Blois, a judicious and even elegant writer for that age, gives a pathetic description of the reign of Henry, and he scruples not to complain to the king himself of these abuses. We may judge what the case would be under the government of worse princes. The articles of inquiry concerning the conduct of sheriffs, which Henry promulgated in 1170, show the great power as well as the licentiousness of these officers. Amerciaments, or fines, for crimes and trespasses were another considerable branch of the royal revenue. Most crimes were atoned for by money. The fines imposed were not limited by any rule or statute, and frequently occasioned the total ruin of the person, even for the slightest trespasses. The forest laws, particularly, were a great source of oppression. The king possessed 68 forests, 13 chases, and 781 parks in different parts of England. And considering the extreme passion of the English and Normans for hunting, these were so many snares laid for the people, by which they were allured into trespasses and brought within the reach of arbitrary and rigorous laws which the king had thought proper to enact by his own authority. But the most barefaced acts of tyranny and oppression were practiced against the Jews, who were entirely out of the protection of the law, were extremely odious from the bigotry of the people, and were abandoned to the immeasurable rapacity of the king and his ministers. Besides many other indignities to which they were continually exposed, it appears that they were once all thrown into prison, and the sum of 60,000 marks extracted for their liberty. At another time, Isaac the Jew paid alone 5,100 marks, Brim 3,000 marks, Jernet 2,000, Bennet 500. At another, the Corsia, widow of David the Jew of Oxford, was required to pay 6,000 marks, and she was delivered over to 6 of the richest and discreetest Jews in England, who were to answer for the sum. Henry III borrowed 5,000 marks from the Earl of Cornwall, and for his repayment consigned over to him all the Jews in England. The revenue arising from exactions upon this nation was so considerable that there was a particular court of exchequer set apart for managing it. We may judge concerning the low state of commerce among the English, when the Jews, notwithstanding these oppressions, could still find their account in trading among them and lending them money. And as the improvements of agriculture were also much checked by the immense possessions of the nobility, by the disorders of the time, and by the precarious state of feudal property, it appears that industry of no kind could then have a place in the kingdom. It is asserted by Sir Harry Spelman, as an undoubted truth, that during the reigns of the first Norman princes, every edict of the king, issued with the consent of his privy council, had the full force of law. But the barons surely were not so passive as to entrust a power entirely arbitrary and despotic into the hands of the sovereign. It only appears that the Constitution had not fixed any precise boundaries to the royal power, that the right of issuing proclamations on any emergence and of exacting obedience to them, a right which is always supposed inherent in the crown, is very difficult to be distinguished from a legislative authority, that the extreme imperfection of the ancient laws and the sudden exigencies which often occurred in such turbulent governments obliged the prince to exert frequently the latent powers of his prerogative, that he naturally proceeded from the acquiescence of the people to assume, in many particulars of moment, an authority from which he had excluded himself by express statutes, charters, or concessions, and which was, in the main, repugnant to the general genius of the Constitution, and that the lives, the personal liberty, and the property of all his subjects were less secured by law against the exertion of his arbitrary authority than by the independent power and private connections of each individual. It appears from the Great Charter itself that not only John, a tyrannical prince, and Richard, a violent one, but their father Henry, under whose reign the prevalence of gross abuses is the least to be suspected, were accustomed, from their sole authority, without process of law, to imprison, banish, and attaint the freemen of their kingdom. A great baron, in ancient times, considered himself as a kind of sovereign within his territory, and was attended by courtiers and dependents more zealously attached to him than the ministers of state and the great officers were commonly to their sovereign. He often maintained in his court the parade of royalty by establishing a justiciary, constable, marshal, chamberlain, seneschal, and chancellor, and assigning to each of these officers a separate province and command. He was usually very assiduous in exercising his jurisdiction, and took such delight in that image of sovereignty, that it was found necessary to restrain his activity and prohibit him by law from holding courts too frequently. It is not to be doubted, but the example set him by the prince of a mercenary and sordid extortion would be faithfully copied, and that all his good and bad offices, his justice and injustice, were equally put to sale. He had the power, with the king's consent, to exact tallages, even from the free citizens who lived within his barony, and as his necessities made him rapacious, his authority was usually found to be more oppressive and tyrannical than that of the sovereign. He was ever engaged in hereditary or personal animosities or confederacies with his neighbors, and often gave protection to all desperate adventurers and criminals who could be useful in serving his violent purposes. He was able alone, in times of tranquility, to obstruct the execution of justice within his territories, and by combining with a few malcontent barons of high rank and power, he could throw the state into convulsions. And, on the whole, though the royal authority was confined within bounds, and often within very narrow ones, yet the check was irregular, and frequently the source of great disorders, nor was it derived from the liberty of the people, but from the military power of many petty tyrants, who were equally dangerous to the prince and oppressive to the subject. The power of the church was another rampart against royal authority, but this defense was also the cause of many mischiefs and inconveniences. The dignified clergy, perhaps, were not so prone to immediate violence as the barons, but as they pretended to a total independence on the state, and could always cover themselves with the appearances of religion, they proved, in one respect, an obstruction to the settlement of the kingdom and to the regular execution of the laws. The policy of the Conqueror was in this particular liable to some exception. He augmented the superstitious veneration for Rome, to which that age was so much inclined, and he broke those bands of connection which, in the Saxon times, had preserved a union between the lay and the clerical orders. He prohibited the bishops from sitting in the county courts. He allowed ecclesiastical causes to be tried in spiritual courts only, and he so much exalted the power of the clergy that of 60,215 knights' fees, into which he divided England, he placed no less than 28,015 under the church. The right of primogeniture was introduced with the feudal law, an institution which is hurtful by producing and maintaining an unequal division of private property, but is advantageous in another respect, by accustoming the people to a preference in favor of the eldest son, and thereby preventing a partition or disputed succession in the monarchy. The Normans introduced the use of surnames, which tend to preserve the knowledge of families and pedigrees. They abolished none of the old absurd methods of trial by the cross or ordeal, and they added a new absurdity, the trial by single combat, which became a regular part of jurisprudence and was conducted with all order, method, devotion, and solemnity imaginable. The ideas of chivalry also seem to have been imported by the Normans. No traces of those fantastic notions are to be found among the plain and rustic Saxons. The feudal institutions, by raising the military tenets to a kind of sovereign dignity, by rendering personal strength and valor requisite, and by making every knight and baron his own protector and avenger, begat that material pride and sense of honor which, being cultivated and embellished by the poets and romance writers of the age, ended in chivalry. The virtuous knight fought not only in his own quarrel, but in that of the innocent, of the helpless, and above all, of the fair, whom he supposed to be forever under the guardianship of his valiant arm. The uncourteous knight who, from his castle, exercised robbery on travellers, and committed violence on virgins, was the object of his perpetual indignation, and he put him to death without scruple or trial or appeal whenever he met with him. The great independence of men made personal honor and fidelity the chief tie among them, and rendered it the capital virtue of every true knight or genuine professor of chivalry. The solemnities of single combat, as established by law, banished the notion of everything unfair or unequal in encounters, and maintained an appearance of courtesy between the combatants till the moment of their engagement. The credulity of the age grafted on this stock the notions of giants, enchanters, dragons, spells, and 1,000 wonders, which still multiplied during the times of the Crusades, when men returning from so great a distance used the liberty of imposing every fiction on their believing audience. These ideas of chivalry infected the writings, conversation, and behavior of men during some ages, and even after they were in a great measure banished by the revival of learning, they left modern gallantry and the point of honor, which still maintain their influence, and are the genuine offspring of those ancient affectations. The concession of the Great Charter, or rather its full establishment, for there was a considerable interval of time between the one and the other, gave rise by degrees to a new species of government, and introduced some order and justice into the administration. The ensuing scenes of our history are therefore somewhat different from the preceding. Yet the Great Charter contained no establishment of new courts, magistrates, or senates, nor abolition of the old. It introduced no new distribution of the powers of the Commonwealth, and no innovation in the political or public law of the kingdom. It only guarded, and that merely by verbal clauses, against such tyrannical practices as are incompatible with civilized government, and, if they become very frequent, are incompatible with all government. The barbarous license of the kings, and perhaps of the nobles, was thenceforth somewhat more restrained. Men acquired some more security for their property and their liberties, and government approached a little nearer to that end for which it was originally instituted, the distribution of justice and the equal protection of the citizens. Acts of violence and iniquity in the crown, which before were only deemed injurious to individuals, and were hazardous chiefly in proportion to the number, power, and dignity of the persons affected by them, were now regarded in some degree as public injuries, and as infringements of a charter calculated for general security. And thus the establishment of the Great Charter, without seeming anywise to innovate in the distribution of political power, became a kind of epoch in the Constitution. End of section 56. End of volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Recording by Richard Carpenter.